All righty. Now, things might sound a little bit different today. There may be an echo. My voice might not be as clear and crisp as usual. I'd be interested to hear what you think about the audio setup because we're trying something a little bit new. The entire stream setup has changed for today. We're in a different location. We have a different microphone. And of course, we're covering new content. I haven't seen this. So there were a bunch of memes about levels on the last stream that I did. And out of curiosity, I kind of wanted to see where those memes are originating from. So that being said, I'm checking out The Levels by Brittany Simon today. Wi-Fi should be a little bit better. We are hardwired in today, which should solve some of the problems that we, went into. No, God, not The Levels. Well, it's a necessary stepping stone as well to getting into her drama with Mrgirl. I've seen some really bad clips that kind of point to weirdly Jewishy, coverage or whatever. some mention of Judaism that got some people riled up. I don't know if every mention of Jewish people is like anti-Semitic necessarily. So I'm keeping an open mind going into that second chapter of this, but it seems that The Levels is a necessary prerequisite to understanding the rest of things. Wow, a lot of people came in here real quick. Book, you look cute today. You can't even see me, brother. Yeah, it looks like we might be peaking a bit, so I'm going to lower the volume. Again, keep me posted on the volume of how loud I am and stuff, because, again, we're doing a new mic setup today. Go be Jewish somewhere else? Yeah, comments like that. But, I mean, Brittany makes similar, remarks about white people as well. I think that, and this is why I push back against, like, anti-white stuff as well. I think that when we go down the path of, counter-racism or whatever the heck you'd want to call it, counter-colorism, it becomes a little bit cringy. We start to enter territory where that could be applied in different cultures and places to different kinds of people that outside of that culture, place, far less people are down with, right? So my understanding is that Brittany comes from the Middle East. Maybe in the Middle East, the relationships between Arabs and different sects of Muslim people and, the Jewish people and Israel and all that, it's probably all complicated. And maybe for her, this is like her version of, anti-whiteness or something. I won't pretend I'm educated enough to draw those connections, but that's kind of part of why I find all that problematic. But, it'd be what it be. So that's kind of where we're going today. That's what we're diving straight into. I'll give you a little bit of a sneak peek with what I got going on under the hood, okay? You want to take a look at my wares? All right, I'll give you the littlest of peeks. That's right. We're back to the comfy, cozy setup. I'm on a couch today. We have a mic setup that is completely remote. That way I'm not sitting here with a big dildo in front of my face. So that's what we're doing. That's why the audio is going to sound different. It's an echoey, empty house, so there's going to be echoes. It's not sound isolated or whatever. I'm just trying something new. Part of the way that I have fun with streaming is stuff like this, changing up the setup, changing up the lighting. And so, this is part and parcel to that. Anywho, we won't get started immediately. I do need to make sure that I have drinks and things on hand because today's going to be a doozy. Now, no alcoholic beverages. Yes, I know that we run into problems when we do that. So I don't plan to have any until after we're done reviewing stuff. But I definitely want some seltzer water and whatever to keep my, keep my levels good. So that's the plan. My VC homies are here. Yeah, we got the whole squad in here. Now this is a just chatting stream. Yes, it is. So we'll be going through this. I'm actually looking forward to it. It seems fun. She talks about all kinds of philosophers and stuff, which we'll do some Googling on. I'm not pretending like I'm a master of philosophy. And if you aren't either, we'll be looking into anybody that she brings up so we can have a basic understanding of what the heck it is that she's talking about. And that's the plan for today. We'll be started in just a little bit here. Let me go ahead and put on some SoundCloud tunes for y'all. I think, now I'll just go with PictoChat. No, you know what? Let's do something hypey. Let's put back on some Ken Osborne. We do have permission from the artist to use Ken Osborne tracks, so I figure I'm just going to go back to that. I think that'll be fun. Let me go ahead and bring him up here. There we are. Kent Osborne. Yeah, let's play Clown and some other stuff by him. It'll be hypey, so you might want to turn down your volume. I know I'll be correcting things on my end for this. I will try not to schizo post in chat while we're watching this. You know what, Roy? It is going to be a comfy couch stream. I'm here to talk with you. I am like a host at a host cafe. I'm here to pretend like I will marry you and put a baby inside of you, okay? So if you want to talk to me, if you want to schizo post, I'm much more interested in talking with y'all than I am watching the video. So frankly, schizo post away. I'll love it. Honestly. Finally, I'll be preggers. Yeah, I'll make you boy preggers. God, this is getting cringe already. Anywho, let's go ahead and listen to some Kent Osborne. Very cool. I think you could do ! Kent maybe in the chat. If not, you can look up Kent Osborne on Spotify because he got in contact with me via Twitter and was like, yo, check out my stuff. I think you'd like it. You can feel free to share it on stream and whatever. Does not look like that works. Sorry. I'll put a note that I need to get that going. Hi, chat. Are we ready to get pregnant? I hope so. Hope y'all are ovulating because I'm about to blow a fat load of drama right up in there. Okay, enough of this. Enough. This is Clown by Kent Osborne. Enjoy! I see we're already running into technical issues. 2 seconds. I should go plug in my non-wireless headphones. Oh! It can never work out the way you want it to. Never, ever, ever. You know? It can... Yeah, time for that fat load. Spread it, dude. I'm about to put it right up in there. Let me plug this in real quick. 1 sec. Wow, tech issues. Yeah, that's right. Y'all should be no stranger to my tech issues. They are varied and numerous, I would say. Okay, so that's all set up. Now we should be able to hear Spotify. Let me restart that. Go to here and go to here.
Ladies and gentlemen,
excellent. Be right back.
E-boys and E-girls, welcome to the Semporium. Look at you, understand? You so fucking fool, run it down. Chasing pussy, ooh, better stay. Oh, you rapping new, goes to play. Was a clown to a king. They were touching level red and they never sang. Shut them down, every nigga down was so sad. Look around, nigga, what's a shout to a queen? What you mean? know what I'm saying? Look around, nigga, what's a silk to a queen? What you mean? It's all fun and games. A small donation to hear your name. Before you know it, you're spending 50% of your income on OnlyFans. Don't be like me, please. Tell me what is all up in your mind right now. Why you always stressing about I have a breakdown? Moving with aggression when I help you rebound. Losing but progressing, I will never stay down. Tell me what is all up in your mind right now. Why you always stressing about I have a breakdown? Moving with aggression when I help you rebound. Losing but progressing, I will never stay down. It's the greatest scared, no I never wear a kid. Tryna right my wrongs, how I'm feeling every day. And it's safe to say, sometimes we all feel this way. But I can't complain, at least I'm living my own way. Taking shit for granted, appreciate the day. Focused on romantics, I hope you don't get played. Bitch, I've been there, done that, so I count my days. Grateful for my people who helped me out my grave. Tell me what is all up in your mind right now. Right now, right now. Tell me what is all up in your mind right now. Yeah, in your mind right now. Tell me what is all up in your mind right now. Why you always stressing about I have a breakdown? Moving with aggression when I help you rebound. Losing but progressing, I will never stay down. Tell me what is all up in your mind right now. Why you always stressing about I have a breakdown? When I help you rebound, losing but progressing, I will never stay down. 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 Stay down. I will never stay down.
Over the limit, I do not get it. Niggas still hating, but they need permission. I'm on a mission, playing like Quidditch. What is you playing? You testing my patience. I am just waiting, getting sedated. All of you niggas, you going and baiting. Cause they addicted to shit and they stuck. Still in the end and I can't give a fuck. Get on my face with that shit. What is you saying? You seem like a bitch. I am too focused on doing me, bitch. I can't believe you are clowning your shit. Quit hit, I'm on this bitch. Licking my matter all over my feet. Matter up back with me, quick out hits. Ain't it ironic cause I don't mean shit? Yeah, yeah. This bitch right now on that shit right down on that shit right now on that shit. Get down on that shit right now on that shit right now on that shit right now on that shit. Over the limit, I do not get it. Niggas still hating, but they need permission. I'm on a mission, playing like Quidditch. What is you playing? You testing my patience. I am just waiting, getting sedated. All of you niggas, you going and fading. Cause they addicted to shit and they stalk. Still in the end and I can't give a fuck. When the sun come down, yeah, I'm going up, but I'm staying with a frown. Fuck all the salt road, killing with the brown. Yeah, I've been under, trying not to drown. Why I feel alive when the sun come down? Yeah, I'm going up, but I'm staying with a frown. Fuck all the sorrow, kill 'em with the brown. Yeah, I've been under, trying not to drown. They say everyone divine, well, to me, that's a lie, yeah, I'm still sleep deprived, I can see the bags in my eyes, old girl just in my line, please get up out my mind, keep seeing the same signs, I just gotta realign, yeah, it's just one of them days, it's just one of them days, yeah, depression coming in waves, yeah, it's coming in waves, yeah, I'm just trying to dust the grave, I'm just trying to dust the grave, yeah, sometimes I don't wanna be saved, I don't wanna be saved, yeah, look at the price you pay when you try to run away, yeah, mental strain on my brain, I don't wanna go insane, yeah, somebody call Max Payne, I feel one of the same, I'ma shoot point blank, and I hope that I don't got aim. I'ma shoot point blank, and I hope I don't got aim. Yeah. Why I feel alive when the sun come down? Yeah, I'm going up, but I'm staying with a frown. Fuck all the sorrow, kill 'em with the brown. Yeah, I've been under, trying not to drown. Why I feel alive when the sun come down? Yeah, I'm going up, but I'm staying with a frown. Fuck all the sorrow, kill 'em with the brown. Yeah, I've been under, trying not to drown. Why I feel alive when the sun come down? Yeah, I'm going up, but I'm staying with a frown. Fuck all the sorrow, kill 'em with the brown. Yeah, I've been under, trying not to drown. Why I feel alive when the sun come down? Yeah, I'm going up, but I'm staying with a frown. Fuck all the sorrow, kill 'em with the brown. Yeah, I've been under, trying not to drown.
All right, again, all those tracks are from Kent Osborne. Kilo, Echo, November, Tango, Space, October, Sierra, Beta, or Bravo, October, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Kent Osborne. My brain is fuzzy, okay? It's a rainy day outside. I had to sleep on the wrong side of the bed because I can't hear out of my right ear. Sometimes my ear fills up with wax because I sleep on it the wrong way, or a bug crawls up in there and makes a home. I don't know what it is, but my right ear is all closed up, so I had to sleep on the other side of the bed to help it along. He bought a warehouse? Who bought a warehouse? I didn't buy a warehouse. I didn't buy anything. I'm on a couch. Come on, bro. What is this shenanigans thing? I don't think we've called shenanigans on anything. Did he break the mic? No. So, again, I'll repeat for the losers who are coming in late, the late losers, certainly not the VO Megalo D losers, shouldn't be compared there, to the VO Megalo D losers. Hi, I appreciate you guys. Leave comments. That's the only way you can engage with me. And catch the stream live. Come on, go on the Discord, sign up for the announcements, enable alerts in the announcements channel. It'll let you know when this is coming straight into your feed. So yeah, that's what I'm operating with today. Today we will be drinking. What we will be drinking is this. A little bit of Danish Delight, a little bit of seltzer water. I put one in the freezer thinking if I just don't leave it in there very long, it'll be good by the time stream starts. And the second I pull it out, it does that super critical thing where like it all freezes at once. And I was like, fuck, there goes my cold water. Anywho, cheers to you at home. I'm looking forward to this. This should be fun. I'm sure it'll be a healthy video. I'm sure we'll learn a lot, increase our introspection level, and you know, fit into Brittany's system here. I got Mercury to help, so it should be done by Sunday. Yeah, hopefully we get some drama docs done, and then we can move forward with whatever arc it is that we choose to go with. Today we're staying at Lemony's place. So if you don't know Lemony's, she's in the chat. Lemony's 666. That is certainly an unlucky number, but not something she believes in, probably. However, somebody who is Middle Eastern and who does believe in some kind of Christian adjacent dingleberry is going to be our friend Brittany. Brittany is, of course, the creator of the video that we'll be reviewing today. So if you're curious about that, you can check out Brittany Simmons' channel. She's got all sorts of stuff on philosophy, introspection, mental health, sex education. She covers a wide gamut of all that. So that should be interesting for you if that's something that you're into. If it's not, well, you know, maybe today's stream will be interesting to you for other reasons besides that, because I'm sure it'll be a fun one. Let's see here. Do we want to open up with any warnings for me before we start on this? The sound, is the sound really that bad? Like, the only person I see bitching about the sound is Draco. So is the sound that bad? I mean, you could tell me if it's bad. Like, I could try and make it a little bit better. The sound is fine, sound is meh. Like, it's not going to be good. It's a condenser microphone that's going to pick up all the echoes in the room and stuff. So has an echo-ish. But is it bad? Sounds like your gain is up too much, but who cares? I mean, I care. I could turn the gain down. Well, that's as far down as it'll go. So, I mean, the other thing that I could do is maybe decrease the mic volume here, just like this, and maybe that'll help a little bit. The sound is echo, but who cares? Yeah, it sounds like you're on a phone call in a bathroom. Dude, I will admit, that was perfect, actually. Okay, because, like, I recorded before we started and listened to what it sounded like, and it didn't sound that bad. So that's a lot better, actually. Okay. Let me know if you want me to turn it down even more, because I certainly can. Can you get the mic closer? Getting it closer is not going to help. I can tell you that right now, because I did a lot of A/B testing for maybe 45 minutes before we started the stream. It will not get better if it's closer. Is this why people assume you're a leftist, the audio? I'd imagine it's because I'm not crazy enough to take on a bunch of right-leaning positions on stream. So maybe that's why people think I'm a leftist. I think that oftentimes it's like, either I can identify you immediately as a conservative, or then I assume that you're a leftist. I feel like that's how things work, generally speaking. Either I immediately clock you as a conservative, or I kind of just assume that you're a lefty. So yeah, I think people are just reading. I don't think the echo is that bad, because I did listen back to what it sounds like, and I don't think it's that bad. Sure, there's an echo, but I think you guys are getting up in arms over nothing, quite honestly. But you know, if it gets bad, I can certainly turn it down a little bit more. That's more than possible. I thought we're all omni-liberals in here. I mean, a good chunk of you are probably omni-liberals, to be quite honest with you. Okay, I am nice and comfy. I don't know about y'all. Let me get my little mouse boy up here. And without further ado, let's just jump into it. I wonder what Brittany has going on in this here video. I'm kind of excited to see. We'll start back at the beginning, because I'm at about 8 seconds. Again, I did check all the audio before we started today, just to make sure, because new audio setups and problems. Name a more iconic duo than those. What is this video? It's on the fucking screen. You see right up here where it says watching the levels by Brittany Simmons. I don't know how much easier I can make it for you. You know, I have no sympathy for people who can't figure that out. Echo is a bit echoey, but otherwise very clear, like a bit extra reverb on. I put that on often. Okay, well, if you put it on to make it sound good, then I'll just assume it sounds great. That's great. Anywho, I think we can just jump right into it. Let's do it. I mean, what is this video? As in, what is the context of the video? There is no context. It's a year-old video. I think that, I actually don't know. Here's what we'll do before we start, okay? I'll make this disappear, and I'll talk to you about it for a little bit. So this is where I hope that Saint Nick can help us, and if he can't, he's failing as my drama correspondent. I'll just hit him with that. I'll hit him with the F. The good old Booksmarts F. Do we have any background on this video before we get started? What is the context here? Because for me, the context is there's a bit of a meme about levels of introspection that Brittany Simon uses. B, I think it is somewhat adjacent to the Destiny community or has something to do with Mrgirl vaguely. And then C, this is like a year-old video. So clearly this is something that has like come up recently but has existed for a while. That's kind of where I'm informed about this. If you had a sponsorship for Booksmart edibles, the reverb would be sweet. Well, I don't. But if you are an edibles company and you'd like to reach out, I'd be interested. I wouldn't say I'd be uninterested. Book giving us the talk. I'm not giving you the talk, okay? I don't hate you. I'm just disappointed in you. I think that the talk is more important now than ever, given the current status of abortion in many states in the United States. So maybe I should have the talk with you and give you a little bit of a bit about the birds and the bees. Maybe that's something that we should work on. Let me read from our drama correspondent, St. Nicholas, here in the chat. St. Nick says, Booksmarts, basically, from what I know, this video was made with another person in order for Britt to explain the levels of self-awareness one has. She often vaguely references this system in other talks and is what her talk with Mrgirl is about. So that seems to be the tie-in back to Mrgirl. If we have time, we can certainly check out that video. And if this is interesting at all, of course, we can continue on to that video and look at that as well. This is my way of having fun while also trying to feed your need for drama content. So if you're somebody that likes Booksmarts reviews, if you're somebody that likes drama, if you're somebody that likes Mrgirl, I'm trying to check all the boxes and help you out today. That's the plan at least. So that's what St. Nicholas says. Chase says, it's Brittany's grading systems for people relative to self-awareness. The higher you rate, the more you understand yourself and have tested your thoughts in response. Brittany seems to be very big on the introspection thing, partially due to her experience with mental illness and figuring out things about herself, and partly due to her own interests, whether that's in books or philosophers or whatever else. So it does seem to be a Brittany-specific thing. Not to be overly pedantic, says Savixon, but she's not Simmons, rather Simon. Okay, well if she's Simon, that's my bet. Yeah, Simon. I'll try to fix that. Opening up the talk with "I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed" is a power move. A little bit. Ayo book, my guy, my dude. I actually chatted one-on-one with her a few times. Would be happy to give some insider insight. Well, if you have it, feel free to offer it. As time goes on, we progress through the video. I haven't watched Brittany's stuff, but the impression I get of all her systems, it comes across very, I'm 17 and I'm very deep. Jesus. Well, that's quite a roast of her. Let's see here. Oh, shit. I keep saying Simmons. It is Simons. Or Simon. Just Simon. Okay, prediction time. Is level 5 attainable without psychedelics? I bet that's a no, Pepe laughed. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Another thing to note is that her system incorporates sociology, psychology, and philosophy mumbo jumbo. Well, I'd say all three of those are, topics that are rife with mumbo jumbo, so it does not surprise me. It's Simon. She didn't say it was Simon. I thought it was Simon, but might be Simon. I don't know. People also have issues with her monetizing these ideas as self-help. Having a bit of a Dr. K moment there then, no? Destiny says Simon. No, I could swear it was Simon. That's where I get it from. However, adding an S to the end of it in any case is going to be wrong because it's written Simon. So if I say Simons or if I say Simmons, both of those are for sure going to be wrong. But I lean on Simon as the correct pronunciation there. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. I would want to get her name right. Of all the things that I could get wrong, that's one thing that I probably wouldn't want to be mistaking there. That was a Simon Says joke, by the way. Okay, good to know. So I guess that's the context. And if we don't have any further commentary, I suppose we could jump right into it. There are some streaming adjacent topics that I wanted to kind of go to the audience for and have a bit of a heart-to-heart about. I think we'll do that in between. So after we finish this video, then we'll have a little bit of comfy talk because we're on the couch, and I think it's a wonderful place to have a little bit of a heart-to-heart about what it is that you guys enjoy about streaming. What makes your favorite streamers your favorite streamers? What do you think are the characteristics that for you enable you to listen to somebody for hours and hours, or to take their opinion seriously, or what helps you weather the drama that that person endures? That's all things that I would be interested in talking with you about. And beyond that, we could talk about other things like your favorite creators and why they're your favorite creators outside of the context of streaming. So that's some stuff that's been on my mind lately that I'd kind of be interested to pick your brains about, and we'll definitely do that after the video is over. Either way, I am not a Mrgirl fan either, but comments on him being Jewish were not cool. Here's the thing. I think comments on Mrgirl being Jewish are not inherently wrong, right? It depends on the context of those comments, right? For instance, if I was to say Mrgirl is Jewish and Mrgirl is Jewish, in order to explain some context of why people say maybe any comment about his Jewishness, then I think that's fine. But, you know, few things are going to kind of be on that side of the line with being okay. I think a lot of things are going to dip into weird territory when you start connecting his Jewishness to behaviors he engages in or who he is as a person or things like that. I think we get into a bit of weird territory when we do that. Although maybe it's helpful context to understand the positions he takes or the way he approaches things, right? So I'm not like on its face against the pointing out if somebody is Jewish or not, but there are a few contexts in which it doesn't get yikesy real fucking quick. So I'm just, you know, I've learned that being overly charitable or looking for the best in things is a principle or whatever, a property of my character that you guys don't enjoy necessarily all of the time. So while I will say there are some cases where it would be okay, I will also say I'm not fucking crazy, and I realize that a lot of the time when somebody is pointing out the Jewishness of another person, it gets in a yikesy territory pretty quick. And it makes you question some things about whoever is saying that. I watch people I feel like are normal, down-to-earth people that I would chat to IRL and have drinks with. And it would be a normal, chill time IRL, like basically relatable and genuine. Okay, cool. I mean, we'll get more into that later, but that's cool to know, Kubi. I could say that, I don't know, I've drank with a lot of viewers and people IRL alike and gotten along with them, so maybe I'd like to count myself among those people, but, you know, that's yet to be seen. I suppose it's up to the audience. St. Nick, resident drama correspondent, also adds, another quick thing is that the Destiny subreddit has reacted pretty negatively to her as of recent, and very negatively towards her comments about his Jewishness. Good to know. That's what I will be dealing with moving into this. I don't see the hype around Mrgirl, says Kennedy Ivy on the YouTube. Here's the thing. Mrgirl has conversations, topics, and people on his show that nobody else really does. So I could see liking Mrgirl because he's covering a niche or a topic or people or just an angle on life more generally that other people don't. And I think that's part of what they like about Mrgirl. The way he converses with people, the way he thinks about conversations, the way he approaches them are all, in my opinion, radically different from the way that most people would. And when you do something radically different, I think you're going to have a group of diehard supporter people who are like, wow, hey, I never see anybody engage like this. That's something I actually really enjoy. So if I had to give a shot in the dark about it, I would say maybe that's part of why people like Mrgirl. And I think another big reason is probably a lot of his self-help stuff, his psychological ideas. And if those line up or comport with your current view of the world, you feel like he's speaking truth to your reality or the way that you see things. So again, you mix that with him being a pretty niche dude who talks about niche things, and you have all the kind of characteristics that would empower or charge up an audience segment that's never spoken to. So maybe that's part of it. Being Jewish is going to be a specific difference from being Catholic, for example. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you are a legit dude. I feel like you would be a chill time IRL. If you're ever in London, I will drop you a message. Yeah, we have something on the channel called the Global Rolodex. The way that you get in the Global Rolodex is to email me, booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com. You can get that by doing ! email in any of the chats, and that will bring up a copy paste of that. And just let me know, what would you like to do? Whereabouts are you located? How could I get in contact with you, whether that's Discord, phone, whatever. And then once I get to that part of the world, or once I consider a leg of my journey that takes me there, then I'll reach out with you and coordinate. But the only way to get on that list is definitely to contact me through email, and that way I have something that I can search through and find, because Discord is not very easy to search through conversations and find those details in. So yeah, if you'd like to join the Global Rolodex, definitely let me know. One thing I will say on that topic is, if you are somebody, and I've never asked about this before, so this is a very first time thing. If you're somebody who has a room to rent or a place to rent, and you would be willing to rent to me in the United States, reach out to me. Reach out to me. Send me some pictures. Let me know about it. What is the internet access like, etc. Because after I'm done with this Europe trip, probably around the end of July, I kind of want to settle down for a little bit, whether that's with my streamer friends, doing a streaming house if they're ready in time, or just picking a cheaper place in the United States to kind of settle down for a bit, save some money, maybe be more stable on stream and commit to a schedule for a little while. That's all stuff that I want to do. I've never thought about asking the audience about something other than hosting or meeting up. And so I figure maybe it'll be useful to put my platform to work in that way. Yeah, if you have a room or an apartment or anything that you could rent out and you're willing to rent it out, let me know about the details for that. And that's something that I'm looking into, again, at the end of July. So yeah, if you have that kind of opportunity, let me know. I know it is a few months out, maybe 2 at this point. But yeah, maybe there's somebody out there. Nah, fuck that, Brittany is Kino. I don't even know what Kino means. Wrong, your extreme charity provides a unique outlook compared to other people reacting to stuff. Sure, it does. Well, one thing I realized talking to I'm Really Important yesterday, which if you missed it, it should be the last VOD on the YouTube, is other people, when they react to conversations, are not giving advice or critiques that are around like how the person could perform better. That's at least what IRI tells me. I would like to think to some extent Relly does that, but watching Relly lately, it seems to be more of his focus to talk about the logic of something or what. Yeah, I don't think other people quite do what I do, and the charitability angle is definitely a unique part of that, but it also gets me into trouble that I don't want to be in the politics community. So I have to kind of, tune that back a little bit. Maybe if we start moving outside of this community, covering wider, things like the Supreme Court decision, then I can inject that kind of charitability to events that are more impactful and reach a wider audience and maybe get in less trouble. Maybe I'm huffing copium there, but that could be a thing. Mrgirl has life experience. Interesting to listen to. Okay, well then there's a reason. I love Mrgirl. This is Salivula on the YouTube. I don't agree with what he says or even how he thinks, but when you listen to him and start to understand where he is coming from, he has a unique way of thinking. If nothing else, Mrgirl certainly has a unique way of thinking. I could agree to that. Mrgirl is good content, but a terrible advocate. Yikes. Sydney says, I mean, seriously, bringing up someone's religion and or ethnicity, I know Mrgirl is an atheist, when it's not relevant to the topic at hand is typically quite sus. Perhaps so, Sydney. Perhaps so. What's your budget for rent? Ideally something less than like $1,200 or $1,300 a month. Ideally much less than that. I'm looking at going to states like North Carolina where they have, or Louisville or these other places where they have much cheaper rent, because I I'd like to keep that overhead low so that I could save money. So if something was closer to maybe like 800, that would be ideal, because then I would save money compared to traveling all the time. But you know, I could go as high as that, but it would be stretching things a bit more. And at that point, it would be comparable to renting in California. And so again, I'm keeping my options open. And if my streamer friends decide to get a house or something, then I'll probably go with that. But that's never panned out, and I don't expect it to. You frame your approach as being charitable, but it often comes across to me as simply not jumping to conclusions prematurely. Tends to be right more often. Well, I'm happy to hear that. Pioneering will get you a needless amount of arrows in your back. That's certainly the truth. I think charitability is very important. I think your video with the whole dough situation was super important and needed, even though a lot of people do not like dough. It showed that you're a good person, you care. I'm happy you think that. Kubi, you're really blowing me up. You're definitely making me feel good. Mrgirl and Diva Mama are two examples of people I would personally find difficult to hang out with, but both have forced me to think about things in ways I hadn't before. Yeah, for sure. Unironically, I might DM you. Let me talk to my girlfriend. Definitely let me know, Easel. I'd be interested. And again, email. Email is the easiest. I know a lot of people don't like using email, but you can email me and leave your Discord information there. It's just that email is searchable, so that's why if you start with email, that's very convenient for me. That budget is totally doable. My place is like $670 a month. Yeah, so that's why I'm looking at other states, because in California, there is no way in fuck that you're getting like a 1-bedroom apartment for anywhere near that. So it's really rough, unless you live in the boonies somewhere. Definitely not in like proper SoCal. You're moving to North Carolina next month. Well, I wish you luck with your move. I know it's a stressful period, and I hope you settle in really well there, Daniel. That's a mortgage here in Wyoming. Yeah, I know it's a lot of money. I don't want to pay towards that upper threshold. That's just like, you know, something crazy. I specifically try to live in low rent places so I can save more cash. Well, I need to start doing that too. I need to start being an adult. I don't think anyone should get in trouble for being overly charitable, especially since it's not like you were reviewing monsters. Well, that's debatable. Some people think they're monsters. Bookie lounging like paint me like one of your French girls. I most certainly am, Hannah. Destiny might be going half in on an apartment complex with Dan. Maybe he'll give you a DGG discount. It's wishful thinking, friend. My old place in San Jose was $1,000 a month. Well, depends on how old that place is. That makes sense. Start the content. No, I'm catching up with my chat. Once I'm caught up, I will. I like stalling. If there's one thing you learn about me, it's I like stalling. I live in a college town in Virginia, too, so it's real cheap here. Nice. I have a 1-bedroom in Providence for $675 a month, utilities included. All I pay is internet outside of that. That's a hell of a deal. This is a hell of a deal. I think Providence is in Rhode Island, no? My mortgage is in North Carolina is $1,000. Lol. Yeah, I know. It's crazy in the rest of in California. Wait, Sally, you're VA gang? Yeah, they are. Rent is somewhat cheap here in West Virginia. Yeah, that's another option. Although I don't know how internet is there. In Nebraska, I had a 7-bedroom house for $1,200 a month. Splitting that with 5 other people was the cheapest way I could afford rent in college. Nice. Certainly wish I could get in on a deal like that. I hear first-time home buyers have good deals, but because of my income with streaming being all over the place, I doubt a bank would want me. You can get that in Bakersfield? Yes, but Bakersfield sucks. Sorry, people from Bakersfield, but Bakersfield sucks. That is basically like Oroville. It's awful. Yes, sir, I'm in Little Rhodey. I'm in the College Hill area around Brown. I think you should be careful about exposing where you live on the internet, so I would encourage you to not be more specific. Outside of murdering folks and being actively harmful to people IRL, I don't think there are many monsters, just people shouting bad opinions into the void. Sure, but when you're in a space that only talks about opinions, the value of those opinions, and judges people based on the value of those opinions, it's very easy to instantly think of people as monsters for the opinions that they hold, regardless of their actions. So, worth keeping that in mind. A lot of these people that float around this space and engage in this space for hours every day, and it makes up a huge part of their community and their way of viewing the world, probably reach the conclusion that someone is a monster, bad or evil or whatever, a lot quicker than the average person, just based on the ideas that that person represents or purports to believe in. If you're willing to put up with a roommate, there are places in Louisville where $500 to $700 will get you rent, utilities, and internet. Yeah, so Louisville's definitely on the list. Anywho, somebody in the chat was very upset that we're stalling and wants me to get to the content. So I think it's important that we do. Book, not gonna lie, can we start the vid? Bruh, chill the fuck out. It's been 40 minutes and a bunch of that was music time. I almost feel like spiting you and taking even longer because of these rude remarks, but I won't do it to you. I love you too much for that. All right, we'll jump into it. As much as I love teasing you, I could only do that for so long before you get pissed at me. And I think we've arrived at that point. So let's get into it.
Hello future worm food, my name is Brittany and I'm a stupid person on the internet who has a camera. In today's video, I'm going to share with you my life philosophy. This is how I observe humanity. You can write it off, you can think I'm stupid, crazy, whatever. I am interested in your opinions and I do want you to try to debunk my philosophy as a way to help me grow as a human. So I'm being selfish and I am asking you to take 10 minutes of your day to prove to me I'm wrong, because if you can't, well then, I must be right. But with that said, let's go through it. This philosophy, disclaimer, was created with a co-author, but they would like to remain anonymous, so I will be taking all of the credit for this idiocity, or in some cases, geniosity, and I will go ahead and share with you the levels. Now, this is important, and this is kind of the big disclaimer of the video. There are 3 specific reactions I tend to get when I share this. And if you feel like you might be any of them, consider either not finishing the video and exercising your free will and going to do something else, or just keep it in mind as you watch. The first reaction are people who love exploring the idea with me, they have a good time, and it's just something they think is silly, but they also think it's interesting enough to spend hours and hours discussing it with me. The second group of people are people who hate me and think I'm an idiot and an evil person, an arrogant and a narcissist. Which I understand because what I'm about to say might feel very arrogant, but it is in no way, shape, or form meant to make people feel bad. It's meant to help you because it helped me live a more full and joyful life. The doggo will give his input through the video, I am sure. The third reaction is people who have literally gone insane.
Kind of a minor note here. So we kind of talk about the arrogant point. She says they might think it's arrogant or narcissistic. We kind of avoid the narcissistic point though. And I feel like those are they're like cousins. In Alabama, it would be legal for them to marry and fuck. You know what I'm saying? So while they're kind of different from each other, while they're kind of related to each other, I feel like they're different enough that I'm surprised that both didn't get pointed out and talked about a little bit. But I don't know, maybe it's a minor nitpick. I'm certainly not on board with like hating Brittany Simons. So I don't know. I guess I've passed the test so far and I'm willing to continue listening.
I've had this happen. It is not a joke. I have had people experience insanity when exploring these ideas with me because they get overwhelmed with not knowing the answers. But the point of the philosophy is not to force the truth inside of you. It is to choose how you want to examine the truth. And so I will proceed to show you the levels and talk to you about them, but please remember to care for your own mental health through this process. Level 1 is the unsatisfied fool. Often these people can be examined as lower functioning humans, but I don't mean in terms of ability. I mean in terms of choices.
Oh no. We're already starting kind of not good. Okay, like rhetorical advice. I think that Brittany knows as well as we do that wording it that way is going to be not great. The second way she worded it made a lot more sense, is probably closer to what she intended to say. So if I gave advice to Brittany, I would cut out the lower functioning human thing and maybe just focus on the second part. But maybe it's important that we have the lower functioning human because it might be important later to contrast these lower functioning humans at level 1 with the higher functioning humans at level 5. It may be difficult for her to get away from this idea of lower versus higher functioning individuals. Now, functioning in what regard, I suppose we'll get more into. I assume it's functioning better introspectively, but let's keep listening.
They're people who have every reason to succeed. Money, access, access support, and some don't, but in general they usually do. And they, for some reason, are self-sabotagers. They cannot find
I want a spoiler. What level does she think that Mrgirl is at? Because I'm hearing you have money, you have support, maybe you have familial support, maybe you have generational wealth, maybe you have a culture that encourages education, maybe you have an education yourself, both at a lower level and a higher level. I'm beginning to see some things where like, I'm seeing breadcrumbs of where they could probably be at. Okay, why do we have a gazillion different levels? Somebody said 5, somebody says 2, somebody says 3. I think she says 3, 2 or 3. Okay, I'm gonna go with 2 or 3 because that's what I'm seeing repeated over and over. In the conversation, she thought he was a 2, but she thinks he should be higher. Okay, there's no way she thinks Mrgirl is level 1. Okay, well, good to know, because that would be a bit tragic.
satisfaction in existence. They're usually so unsatisfied with existence that they're even so useless that they can't kill themselves as a way not to be a burden on people or society. They're kind of like the virus of society.
So I don't know if this is personal experience talking here, but one of the things that triggers me the most into feeling depressed and stuff, and did when I was younger, is when somebody tells me I'm useless or worthless, right? Like, wow, this is steeped in such like powerful, awful language. Eek. To be fair to Brittany, the ones are kind of like the people in one's own personal life who are stay away from, unless they're family, then you're kind of okay. But I mean, still, like, if there is the idea that there's flexibility in the system and you can move up from being a level 1 to being a level 5, useless is something that I feel extends all through time. Like, useless is not like a temporary state of being, I don't think. So at least that's what I feel like. So I don't know. It's quite a thing to kind of throw on people. But what level are you, Book? I don't know. I don't even quite understand the system quite yet.
Society, they cling to existence and to breathing our oxygen, but will in no way, shape, or form, no matter how much help they get better. We all know these people.
Okay, so we did have the full buy-in to that. No matter how much help we give them, they cannot be improved upon or helped. So lost causes, they're doomed to this. Breathing our oxygen. Yeah, I know. Like, holy shit. This would be a good thing for a line by line, because it feels like every line there's problems here. I think I've had a problem with like almost every sentence. Like more than 50% of the sentences here I feel like are problematic in some way or another. And I still don't even know exactly what she's talking about.
They exist in our lives. Some suffer from mental illness, some don't. But they come in all shapes, sizes, ages, races, backgrounds. So remember, all of the levels, all humans fall into some category. So unsatisfied fools are personally people I never fuck with. I used to try to save them, interact with them, give them resources, but they drain. They drain, they're emotional vampires, they're all of the things we've talked about a lot on this channel, but I'm giving them a name. Level 1s, unsatisfied fools. Level 2s, satisfied fools. Now, if you are a satisfied fool, congratulations, you're probably gonna live a pretty good life. The reason I say this is because most people are level 2s. Level 2s are normal, everyday people. They're people who, they go through life wanting to do the basic things that make people happy. Food, shelter, water, family. They're people who are atheistic or in religions. They're people who believe in science or people who don't. They're people who are Democrats or Republicans. They're all kinds of people, but they live a life that is premised on the basics being met. And the reason I say this is because there are a lot of people who exist in the world as level 2s, but they think they're awake. You might know the term woke, but as you examine the levels, I think it's pretty clear that even woke people aren't as woke as they think, because there's a step above that. But before we jump into 3, 4, and 5, we need to talk about the actual subcategories of level 2. Level 2 has subcategories, A, B, and C. So if you're functioning level 2, but you fall into the C category, you're usually people who do pretty good in life.
I'm actually going to read these because she puts a lot of text on the screen and then does not like explain any of it. So they live in their own bubble. They believe their bubble is best. They maintain family, friends, and jobs. They generally are good people. They're living for the basics. They think South Park makes them smart. What a random thing that's oddly specific to include. They get their news from Twitter. They care what strangers things of them. They take BuzzFeed and Jubilee seriously, and they believe in flat earth. So I'm just going to say right now, is this just a list of people that she likes or doesn't like, or like the kinds of people that annoy her? Because it sounds like she's had some people in her life that have characteristics she doesn't like they read Twitter a lot or Jubilee and whatever. They think they're at her level of introspection and understanding, but they're not because they enjoy these things that she thinks are surface level and not handy. And then there are the low-level people who she invested time and energy into helping because they had some mental illness or other problem, but because she wasn't the right person and she didn't have the right stuff to help them out of what they're going through, or they're just not at a place right now where they can be helped because of the environment around them or something like that, then she feels like they're useless because she doesn't have agency enough to be able to help them or whatever. That's kind of what it feels like to me. Okay. I assume this will get more interesting as we increase in levels here, because it seems like we put 90% of humanity into the bottom 2 levels of this. And frankly, if your system puts everybody, 90% of people, into the bottom 2 of 5 levels, that's an interesting system to me. I'm loving this erotic pose. I could get lost in that double chin for days. Bruh, that's not a nice thing to say to me.
But can't quite get where you need to go to feel completely comfortable every day in your own skin. But you're usually good people, or sometimes bad people, but you don't mean that. You're just kind of going with the script that was given to you. You're basically living in the Truman Show, but your existence is based off of where you're born. So it's not necessarily the Truman Show. It could just be your existence. And then you accept the reality you're given. Level 2s, but subcategory B are people who are a little bit more high functioning.
Yeah, so I was very specific in the way I worded this because I see this in chat. What I'm saying is, if the bottom 2 of your 5 levels covers 90% of humanity, then that's I don't know about this system. I understand you're saying, she says maybe only 2 to 3 or 5% of people are level 1s, but that doesn't really address my point. If anything, it kind of helps my point even more. So then we would assume that 85 to 90% of people would fall into level 2. Then it would seem like a lot of my time, energy, and effort should be spent on differentiating and expanding level 2 into different levels, as opposed to creating a more intricate hierarchy for the remaining 5% of people or whatever that fall into level 3, 4, and 5, right? I don't even know what level 3, 4, and 5 is yet, but if you're telling me numerically that this many people fit into 2, it seems like if I was somebody who really wanted to help people, I would expand level 2 and show some way of climbing through it. But she has 3 sublevels here, so maybe that's what this is.
People who examine the world almost like a game of Monopoly and do pretty well in it. There are people who maintain jobs, families, structures. There are people who are maybe local politicians, school teachers, people of power, but not people of, disgusting amounts of power. They're people who are really, really important to society. They make the world go round. They're people who are kind or not so kind, but they're people who really help society move forward in a very significant way. And I do not in any way mean this as a bad thing to be a level 2. I really need this to be clear, because I know the human brain, it will want to be the next thing, because evolutionarily speaking, we want to search, we want to create, we want to be better. But the thing is that a lot of people are fine in their station, and they need to be in their station to make the world go round. All all levels are needed for the world to be what it is. Because I believe in free will, I don't believe in forcing people to be anything other than what they are naturally. Except, caveat, I would argue that level 1s are so useless that they're dismissed from my consideration when I'm considering the functionality of society. And if level 1s all died, the world would function probably better, because they tend to be the reason.
Okay, if we combine like what seemed like a push for level 1 people to kill themselves with this idea that, dude, if we could just disappear the level 1s, we'd probably be fine. If you're a level 2, you're fine, but those level 1s, fucking useless, no helping them ever, mentally ill, some of them, if they, you know, but not mentally ill enough to kill themselves and make it better for the rest of it. This is not good. Stop talking about level 1s. Every time you talk about level 1s, bro. It's so bad. Would she propose a final solution? I don't know. I mean, if she's a level 5, maybe there's some level of introspection that leads you to the conclusion that it's not worthwhile to kill all the level 1s. Maybe they're so useless it's not worth the time and energy to go out and kill them. I don't know, man. We'll have to keep listening, dude.
Society gets the most fucked up, but not completely the reason society is fucked up. Because if you're a level 2, but a subcategory A, you're a high-functioning level 2. You're a person who is your president, your politicians, your governors, your world leaders, people who want to control the masses. Power is greed. Power is dangerous. Every great philosopher, every great teacher, every wise person in the world has never sought power because power corrupts. Why else would...
That's not true! That's objectively false, though. Unless we're gonna count a bunch of like traditionally accepted like successful philosophers and stuff and say, oh no, but not that one, like Echo Smart, shut your mouth. Don't comment on my echo, bro. It makes me woozy. We watched this in Ico's stream, Transcended Levels. We're all level 420s existing in the field. Okay, cool.
Would anyone ever want to be in Trump's position? Why? Why would you ever want to be a world leader? What does it ever benefit you? And it's kind of amazing to me that people who experience sort of like a feeling of knowing are also the same people who spend their whole life on Twitter yelling into the void to a president who's definitely not paying attention. And that's the thing, is that for me is such a waste of an existence, but for those people is their existence. For some people, their whole existence is that bubble. And honestly, like, I don't live there. I've moved out of that bubble as I grew, and I found no peace or joy in it. And I don't think you could argue that you're happy. If you want peace and joy, like inner peace, every great philosopher who's ever existed has said the same universal message. Become not of the world, humble yourself, know the world, know yourself, and...
Wait, when she's talking about great philosophers, is she talking about like Uncle Iroh? What about all the people that wrote Avatar? Isn't it likely that a bunch of level 2 people came up with Uncle Iroh? No, certainly not, bro. There's a bunch of level 5s behind the scene that knew how to write one. Okay, let's just keep going. I want to see what these higher levels are. All this talk of the lower levels is really awful.
If you're living on Twitter...
Iroh? I don't give a fuck, bro. I don't give a fuck. Matter of fact, Iroh? Whatever. I'll say Iroh if it makes you happy.
If you're living in politics, if you're living for power, if you're living for money, living for drinking, living for sex, you're living for the materialism of the world that only exists in this time. These things are only important now, but didn't even exist 200 years ago. Except they manifested themselves differently in different ways. Like world leaders have always existed, but our problems seem so important to us because we exist during this time. And again, I don't think people who are number 2s, whether they're A, B, or C, need to not be number 2s, because the irony of it is that most people who get to level 4 wish they could be level 2s again, because there's a naivety, a simplicity to being a level 2. It's an existence where the biggest issue in your life is who is president, or the biggest issue in your life is whether or not babies are being aborted, or whether or not people are starving in the streets. And those are big issues, but they're not honestly the biggest issues. They just seem like it because in your bubble they are, which again, we need people to care about those things to keep the world moving. So it's not a criticism of being a level 2. And what level 2s will often do is they'll get upset and want to be a...
Another rhetorical critique. If you continue to speak poorly and demean the goals of these people, the lives of these people, the value in the things that they value, no matter how many times you tell me this isn't meant to be a knock on these people, this isn't meant to demean these people, whatever, if you demean the entire purpose of somebody's life while also dooming them to their station and talking about the difficulty of moving from, you are demeaning those people. You are demeaning the very purpose they find in life. Like, I don't know. Every time she says, like, well, that's not to be a knock on these people, I think it's like it either falls flat in my brain or it paints a worse picture of who this person is. Like, if you think that that's a lesser, just own it. Just say, well, you know, it be what it be, right? Because I don't know, one set of words is not matching with the other set of words, and punctuating all of these negative points with like, but that's not to demean them or whatever, doesn't really work for me. But maybe you guys think something different. Are you getting the I'm 17 and I'm very deep vibes yet? I mean, I'm waiting to see what the better thing is to like make that call. I think usually the I'm 17 and this is deep. Oh, actually, when you say I'm 17, I'm thinking of the memes about I'm 14 and this is deep. And I guess for those, yes, because all they do is look at the way that the general society works or popular society works and then demean them or create some kind of thing that on its surface is meant to feel insightful while really being something that any person even living that life would probably agree with or something, right? Like, I don't know. Or it's meant to be poetic in some strange way that feels like it's half-baked, I guess. She sounds just like a hippie astrology person. It is the exact same thing. Well, we don't know what the hell the higher levels are yet. So what I would encourage, if I'm the charitability guy, is that we withhold a lot of that judgment until we hear what the rest of it is. It's tough to categorize the entire message she has here as one thing or another thing without hearing the whole thing, right? Like, I can have my problems with her individual wording of things. I can have my problems with classifying so much of the world into this one particular category. You know, like, I can have problems with talking about how, like, some mentally ill people are useless and there's no helping them and they should just kill themselves, but they don't have the will to do it. You know, like, all of these are individually problematic, but I can't comment on like the whole system until I hear her out, right? So let's watch it then, Pause Smarts. You're here for me. You're not here for this. And if you're here for this, go watch and then come back. And then come back for me.
A level 4 or 5. But in order to do those things, you have to leave your bubbles. So as an example, I actually shared this philosophy with a religious person. And they said, well, if you think you're so right, then tell me the answers. And I said, well, the truth cannot be taught. Otherwise, I would just make a YouTube video and everyone would understand me. And here I am trying it, but it's not going to work, and that's okay. But it needs to be discovered. Truth needs to be discovered. And I said, in order to find the truth, you have to leave your bubble. But because this person is religious, they're not allowed to do anything against their...
Can you link the video? Can you fucking open a new tab and look it up? Bitch is right up here. I'm gonna start ignoring those because you're just gonna piss me off. I'm gonna be real with you. You're a level 2 and you're beginning to tick me off and I'm thinking you're a level 1 because it sounds like you're so fucking useless that you can't put two and two together and find things on your own and there is no helping you. But here I am trying to do it. Here I am trying to do it anyways, but yeah, you're giving me big level 1 energy there, bud. I'll be real with you.
Religion that would upset God, and therefore will never leave their bubble in order to find truth. Religion is a structure created to bring comfort, consistency, and community. These are the things humans need to live. They need structure, community, and consistency. And the science has showed you that religion actually offers you those things. Religious people live longer, they're happier overall. And usually religious people use this as a haha, see, God is real. But all that tells me is religion works. From a scientific perspective, it allows you an opportunity to examine your life in a meaningful way. As I went on talking with these religious people, they were so excited to talk to me about this, and we had a lot of fun discussing it. But it also became increasingly clear that they would never understand what I was talking about, because the way that you get into level 3...
I'm again going to point out, I feel like these lower level categorizations are coming from Brittany's personal frustration in conversations and interactions with other people who didn't understand her, didn't take her advice, didn't share her worldview, right? Like, it seems like all of these are always couched and paired with frustrations and conversations she's had with other people that didn't understand her, didn't follow her advice or whatever. And I think it's important to remember that when listening to this whole thing. I don't think these are the musings of like a brilliant person so far. They seem like the musings of somebody who's had difficulty in communicating with regular people and thus has written off regular people to the dregs of level 1s and 2s, stuck in their own bubble and unable to see beyond it to the lands of where she exists on a higher plane of understanding and introspection. But again, that's just my prediction. We're still getting there.
Is you have a moment in your life. Some people call it wokeness, but I would argue that wokeness actually exists in the level 2s. Level 3s are a little bit above that. They're kind of like that moment in the Matrix where you get an opportunity to think of the world as one way or another. That metaphor definitely exists, but if you take it to a certain place, it just puts you back in level 2. So level 3 are the people who examine the world and see the kind of Truman Show-esque part of existence. But to go to a level 4 is darkness. There's no proof of anything safe there. So they hesitate, often driving themselves into madness, not choosing. You have to choose. I actually had experiences where level 3s that I knew did go insane because they couldn't handle having to make that choice. So they defaulted to 2, but in sort of an unhealthy way, which is interesting, versus a peaceful way. And then you could be a level 3 that goes on to a level 4. That's all a level 3 is. It's a stage. It's a bridge level. Yeah. There's nothing more to it.
Okay.
You either have to choose level 2 or level 4. Once you've made the decision to go to level 4, you can never again be a level 2. Level 4s are people who examine the world, understand the hierarchy.
So here's another problem I have with these is some of these stages or levels, they have no mobility, right? Like, mobility seems to be locked to the level that you're at. Like, 1s are for sure always stuck as 1s. Most 2s will not advance to 3s, and most 3s will revert back to 2s. And then level 4, you cross the barrier where it's impossible to ever go back. I have problems with systems that don't allow mobility because I don't think they often really work when we're talking about psychology and stuff. I think people are pretty plastic in practice, so I don't. You can't become unself-aware. See, I don't know if I believe that, but I don't know. Let's hear it out. First, let's read these. Level 4, they have knowledge but lack peace. Okay, so level 5 is going to be when you achieve peace. So they see life for what it is. They have no inner peace. They clearly exercise free will. Can commit chosen death. Does that mean suicide? Okay, so they can kill themselves. They might be unaware of level 5 and assume they have reached a final destination. It's almost like being a kid again, but with the answers to the universe and no peace. Gotcha.
Understand exactly what it means to be a part of subgroup. It acknowledges that we're animals on a planet. It acknowledges that there is no God. It just acknowledges the most...
Okay, she sneaks that in there. So you cannot be religious and be at a level 4. Gotcha. And I'd assume your religiosity, whatever, is brought into question at level 3. And you either choose to be a religious person, divert back to level 2, or you abandon religion entirely and embrace level 4 thinking. Cool. So you cannot be religious and be level 4. I would assume then, because this is a progressive system, you can't be religious and be level 5. But let's continue and see. Sorry, book. Guess you're a level 2 gigachat. I actually think I'm starting to enter into level 3. I do see that there are bubbles in reality. That different people are a part of their different tribes and whatever. But I'm debating. Level 4 doesn't sound like a very fun place. And I might have to give up my spirituality to get there. So I'm debating. I think I'm entering level 3 territory, honestly.
Real reality of existence, but it has no inner joy. When I was level 4, I struggled. It was really hard.
When I was. Okay, so I assume she's going to be a level 5 in her system. Interesting.
I did not like it. I know that level 4 was the hardest for me. Level 4 was this moment, this opportunity in my life where I examined life in what I thought was the realest way to examine it. I popped reality bubbles. I really researched and decided to go outside of my comfort zone, and I found that I could recreate that feeling of God in church. You know that feeling you get when you're a kid and you're in church and the Holy Spirit feels like it's inside you and it makes you...
I don't know if you're treating levels like a standard scoring system. Also, if a president and world leaders are level 2, it doesn't seem that bad. That's some level 2A thinking, friend. You are using power. And you think it's good? It's okay. I don't mean to demean you, but you're clearly not a level 3 or above. Okay, so consider that. And then maybe you can be a 3. And then maybe you'll make the right decision and move up to 4.
You cry and you're like, holy...
But it's okay. We need people like you that think that being powerful is cool and all that and wonderful. And that's totally fine.
Shit, God is real. I can recreate that through drugs, sex, social interactions, and honestly just sitting in my room in this chair. I can recreate it. And when you start to examine your life in that kind of a capacity, you need to come to a place where you're peaceful about it, because otherwise you end up in this place where you figure, like, what's the fucking point, dude? There's no joy. All I know is the answers with none of the joy. Level 4 is hard. And keep in mind, I know a lot of level 3s who decided to be level 2 and they know it and they love it. They're like, I could have been a 4, but fuck it, I'm gonna be a 2, because they're happiest. And the way they said it was, I was gonna be a level 4, but then I can't complain about petty shit, so I'm gonna be a level 2 so I can still complain about petty shit. And that was a really wise decision. That was them being cognizant that they still wanted to complain about petty shit, because most of the things that we complain about are petty. But again, when you're in the bubble, it feels very important. So when you're level 4, you're sort of examining all these like level 2s and level 1s, and it gets annoying and frustrating, and you kind of start to almost resent your own existence. So you want to make the conscientious choice to end your life. Funny enough, level 2s can commit suicide, meaning killing themselves out of despair. Level 4s cannot. Level 4s will never again feel despair in the way that level 2s do, and they commit suicide, which is not of their own control. Level 4s, though, can commit chosen death, which is a conscientious choice to kill yourself, to end your existence, because you acknowledge that this is the world. And you can or cannot make that decision. I was going to make that decision. I discussed it with friends of mine, and I had said, look, I think like I've made a pretty good argument for making this decision. And then my friend, who's a level 5, said to me, I see myself in you. You're about a decade behind from me, maybe less. And I looked at him and I said, you seem pretty happy and joyful every day, even though you know all of this. Okay, I'll stick around. And I did, and I'm happy I did, because I became a level 5. And again, your goal is not to become a level 5, because then you'll never be a level 2. And a level 5 is alienating and lonely, but not lonely in the way a level 2 feels loneliness. A level 5 is comfortable with being alone because they know they can't go back, so they make peace with everything around them. The reason I can be happy every day in the way that I am is because all of this makes sense to me. 2020, Trump, people freaking out over COVID, all of these things are predictable and make sense because human beings are predictable. History cannot repeat itself. It is not a living thing. Humans repeat history. The answers to the universe already exist, but how many people want to examine them and conscientiously choose them? Very limited. And I think that's fine. I think it is so fine that at the end of the day, I shouldn't even be making this video. But I also know it won't matter because most of the world is level 2s, so I'll get dismissed as like a crazy person, and that's comforting to me. Listen, you wanna watch a video about people giving you the answers? Watch The Social Dilemma. Acknowledge that the people who created the devices that you're all obsessed with, I don't know where my fucking phone is, okay? They created a thing to literally make you think you know what you're doing and you're making cognizant choices, but you're not. And the answers can start there. You want to know how I got here? Start there. And that's a new documentary. And then go and read the classics. Philosophers who have existed in our academia for years exist for a reason. When people
She does go to the philosopher. Please don't tell me they're level 5 and they're seeking power. They have a bunch of power. Please don't tell me the people on this screen right now are examples of level 5 because it breaks your own system. That surely won't happen, right? That surely won't happen. She'll only talk about that Greek guy that fucking lived like a dog and stuff, right? There's no way she's gonna bring up like Socrates and Plato and shit, right? Like surely that there's no way, right? Does anybody know the guy that I'm talking about? The like homeless crazy guy who like lived like an animal? Diogenes, yes, Diogenes. Surely she's talking about Diogenes, who gave up all kind of power and whatever and saw everybody as fools. Surely she's talking about Diogenes. Surely she doesn't mean Plato and Aristotle and these folks, right? Let's keep listening. He would masturbate in the town square. Yeah, that's him popping your bubble. That's him popping your bubble. And then he creams on it. And all you see is the holographic imprint of his stain on the outside of your bubble. It'll never quite get through to you level 2s, okay? But that's the cream of a man who's living on the level 5 lifestyle, if you know what I mean. So,
people started deciding old white men or people who have come before us didn't have the answers was the moment you...
She said, she said the goal is not to get to level 5, but but then she's making this video. So I think that if I'm being super charitable, the idea is that there are people who exist as level 2s now that could move on to level 3 and become level 4s. So maybe the video is in part made for those people. And furthermore, and perhaps an even more compelling reason to make the video, is there could be people that are in level 4 right now. They've accepted, they've taken the reality pill, they understand about bubbles and they feel separate from everybody. They have all the knowledge, but they lack the peace. And just as her mentor reached out to her at a time where she was going to have chosen death, she wants to save people from having to do chosen death. And she wants to help those people who have already seen outside the bubbles to then move on to find peace. Those would kind of be the two groups I'd imagine she's speaking to, given that level 1 is useless and they're not moving from there. The point is not to get every level 2 to move, because I think she realizes, and she said so herself, if every level 2 moves, society would stop functioning. Society needs a bunch of level 2 people. But then there are people who are capable to move into level 3, make a decision, move to level 4, and those level 4 people definitely need help because it sounds like they're in a living hell, which she seems intimately familiar with. Chosen death as compared to Roblox death? I don't know, bro. Where's the dono goal for her convo at Mrgirl?
What the fuck? What is that?
Actually, you know what? We should have some kind of dono goal. This is drama content. I guess I should be shilling. I'll take this moment to shill. What a wonderful moment to take a moment to shill. If you like this, if you want me to keep listening at this kind of content, Support it, motherfuckers. I'm not gonna keep doing this shit if it doesn't make me any money. Come on, sub. You saw that person's sub. Give me a donation. Tell me, hey, Booksmarts, I like this crazy shit. It's real fun to listen to. Keep doing it. I love learning about the levels and what my DGG brethren are memeing about, you know? Let me know. Support me with your dollar, party people. I'm a level 2. I want money and I want power. That's for damn sure. I haven't been listening the whole time, but why can't awoken people do manual labor like the masses? I don't think she's saying that they can't do manual labor necessarily, but maybe I missed that part. You can't watch Mrgirl on Twitch though, right? That's a good point. Here's what we'll do. I will set up a donation goal. That is a brilliant idea because we're probably going to need it because I'll have to crash everything and go to YouTube if we want to cover stuff. So whoever suggested that, you have forced everybody into having to donate for more content. So I hope you're happy with yourself. Let me go ahead and put here my donation goal settings. And we'll go ahead and adjust this. We'll end this goal, start a new goal. We're going to go ahead and call this one Mrgirl Talk. And then we're going to go ahead and set that to 200 because fuck that. I'm not really interested in this anymore. I fully expect that we won't hit this number, and that is totally fine by me because there are more important things that I would like to cover in the next couple of days and stuff. So I actually want to do a whole research thing on Roe v. Wade and talk about the right to privacy and do a bunch of research and then do like an educational stream about that. So that's what I'd like to work on in my free time and definitely not this. So I'll go ahead and put that up on the screen here. Let's do, oop, there goes my video. Let's go ahead and let's get into the news. I'll put that right there. So if you're a drama frog, support the content because I'm not doing this for free. And yeah, we'll get back into this video here. All right, so it's set. Let me go ahead and move my chat window back to where it was previously, just like yaw, and expand it just like yaw, so I can read all of you lovely little people in my computer, the gay people in my computer. God damn, it's so easy for most people to fall into a cult. Yeah, if you're interested in that at all, I think Movie Club on the Discord, ! Discord in the chat, they recently covered Midsummer, and I think part of the conclusion that they reached for the theme and the message of the story is to demonstrate what kinds of people fall into cults and cults in general. It seems like that's a favorite topic of the director for that movie as well. I think it's Inheritance is another movie where they kind of covered a similar topic. So yeah, if you like that, I mean, that director and that movie and Inheritance as well, they sound like they're all good picks for you. Ari Aster, yeah, or Ari, probably. Ari Aster. Hereditary, my bad, not Inheritance, Hereditary. Midsummer's Fire, yeah, well, there you go. $200 for the Mrgirl Talk Pepe W, yes. Can you specify Mrgirl Talk with Brittany? I certainly could. I'll go back there and do that for you real quick. Oops. Yeah, let's go ahead and, ooh, there's Saint Nick coming in here with that. Let's, oops.
As always, the furries have to get things rolling because we're level 5s.
Yeah. I'll readjust it. I'll put your $3 in there. Mrgirl X Brittany Talk. The problem is I can't have it be too long, the text, or it'll not work. 2022. Start goal. Bam! It should be back up on the screen. There you go. All right. Saint Y, it's deadly. Well, I mean, that's $3. That's already more than 1% of the way there. It's 1.5%. We'll get there. We'll get there. Surely the drama people want that. How many drama people actually like Mrgirl stuff? That's the real question, because I don't think they would watch it for Brittany. I'm pretty sure they would watch it for Mrgirl. So this is a test of the strength of the Mrgirl army, I feel like. Inject the drama straight into my veins? Yeah, I'll get it right in your fucking bronchial tube, bro. I'll fill you full of some drama dust. Was Diogenes the first furry? No idea. Probably somebody before him. $10 for the Mr. Girl talk plus read my DM. I'll read your DM, surely. Oh, I don't see a DM from you. Interesting.
Still mad about the audio.
You're still mad about the audio? Motherfucker, please. What do you mean you're still mad about my audio?
Looks like crap.
Oh my god, I set this up and now we're gonna get all the donations. And of course they're all on YouTube, so I have to manually input them. What a pain. What a pain you all are. Because I hate making money.
For the Mrgirl talk plus read my DM.
I don't have a DM from you. Unless it was like sent days ago. Okay, that should be, how much? Oh my god. This is not a good ergonomic setup for checking my donations and stuff. I will tell you that right now. Okay, so we have 10, 3. So that brings us up to 23 towards the goal. Okie dokie. So I'll end the goal. I'll end the goal. I'll put 23 here. Bada bing. And then we'll start the goal. And now we're back where we need to be. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Now hopefully I don't have to collapse and reopen this window again. Please donate on YouTube. I mean, no, not donate on YouTube. Please donate through the Dono Goal link. Pretty sure Egyptians did furry before Diogenes. Diogenes was only 400 to 300 BC. Oh, okay. Yeah, probably. That was quite late to be jumping on the furry trend. Guy's a bandwagoner, honestly. Book might be a level 3, but his Dono level setup is level 2. Yeah, well, I'm trying to appeal to level 2 people. That's most of society, remember?
Started to forget that they did have the answers. But it's not so clear cut.
10%.
You can learn from every philosopher, and every philosopher is human.
Okay. Oh no. Why is that climbing up so much? Jesus Christ. Wait, did you cheat me by just typing in super chat? Oh, whatever. I'm sure it'll show up.
Therefore flawed. And I'm not arguing that philosophers are all level 5s. Actually, that's sort of the opposite of arguing are people who have come
I missed all of what she was saying. A little bits. With a lot of bits. Coming in with a $20 super chat.
Talk.
Okay. Well, hey, there you go. We're gonna get it. No, God, please, no. Sorry, Roey. We're getting there, bro. All right. Sorry. Humans, history. Let's jump back to where we were. The super chat is legit book. All right. Well, it's been added, so that's 43. That's 20% of the way there. That's a fifth. If we were trying to make $1, we got 20 cents. Nice.
Before us didn't have the answers was the moment you started to forget that they did have the answers. But it's not so clear cut. You can learn from every philosopher, and every philosopher is human and therefore flawed. And I'm not arguing that philosophy.
Was that another Avatar reference?
But it's not so clear cut. Classics. Philosophers who have existed and are academia philosophers are all level 5s. Actually, that's the opposite of what I'm arguing. Example is Rand. Rand is a not so clear cut.
Like when Aang talks to his past selves, they offer wisdom, but he has to do the math. Why is she worded as math? Did Aang do math? I guess it's meant to be a turn of phrase or whatever. Can I donate against the goal? I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Sure, why not? That's normally how we have these. All you motherfuckers are saying no, and Saint is the only one of you little bitches that donated. Well, I guess Salivala. But, yeah, there you go. This just became a level 1 stream. Yeah, there's no saving it. I love it. There will likely be some oiler, if they really care, that'll just fuck over all the people that were against it if they hit 200, then, you know, then it'll be set in stone and we'll do it. But we'll see if we can push it to that point. Now the war has begun.
You can learn from every philosopher, and every philosopher is human and therefore flawed. And I'm not arguing that philosophers...
You're saying maybe she's using Avatar because it was popular with the algorithm a year ago? Oh, maybe. I mean, she has a lot of like stuff that's like anime-y and stuff. I think it's interesting that she talks so much. I mean, she says she's not meaning to demean the level 2 people. And I don't even know if this is directed at level 2 people. But she seems to have a lot of like level 2 people shit in here.
Here's some beans for the Mrgirl talk.
Like Friends and like a bunch of sitcom stuff and anime and Donald Trump and people. Like, she has a lot of like level 2 shit in here. Okay, so that's $5. So now we're at 48. So I'll reset this to 48. Oh, I'm creaming. Oh, I don't want to show you guys my arse, so let me pull down my shites here. All right, so we're at 48. Wow, we got there really quick. We're almost at 25% of the goal.
are all level 5s. Actually, that's sort of the opposite of what I'm arguing. Example is Rand. Rand is a high-functioning level 2. She's a person who examined human beings in a very superficial way and came to a conclusion that works for people like her, but not universally. The foundation of Rand's philosophy totally disregards human biology and evolution by disregarding the idea that we're herd animals or need other humans. So Rand is a high-functioning 2 and a philosopher you should definitely read so you can dismiss her points with knowledge. I remember I met a Randian not too long ago and I thought, man, this guy must know some shit. And then I read it and I was like, this guy knows nothing. And it was so annoying. But at the time, I was a high-functioning 2 and I thought this was the guy. Then I hit level 3, then I hit 4, and now I'm at 5. And I think we can all agree, if you've been watching me long enough, you see a change in me, this is the change in me. But guys, I am Brittany, and I love living as a level 5, but it was the hardest thing I ever did. It was over 16 years in the making, and it absolutely is not for everyone. And if you try to be a level 5 without true patience, you will go insane. I have seen it happen. I have literally seen it happen, and I don't want this for you. Actually,
I like that we keep talking about the people that go insane with the level 5 shit. It's very interesting to me.
Mrgirl, look at the DM on Discord later.
Okay, I don't see it. There's no DM. There's no DM. Oh, now you sent a DM. Okay, let me see. The Minecraft server. That's right. I opened it this morning and then I think I didn't do anything with it. Sure. I'll help you out with that. $10 towards the goal. Did that get counted in automatically? Of course it didn't. Thank you for the sub. Thank you, Miss Mortician 986. I'll check in a second how long you've been with us, because that feels to me like a new name. It is a new name. Look at how wonderful I am with names. If you've been watching the stream for any duration, you'll know that's not the truth. Thank you. Welcome to the club. I hope we can keep you on for longer and change the way the book looks. Hope we get you from that level 1 to a level 2 to a level 3. Level 3, that's a big jump. Okay, that's a bridge. Because you won't get another sub icon until level 6. And my levels keep going. They go all the way up to like 24. Okay? And I would say it's a continuum. It goes on into forever, okay? There is no limit on my levels, okay? So just keep climbing. I watch you on YouTube. Well, I'm excited that you came in here and decided to give me your sub, even if you're on YouTube all the time. It's very nice of you. Are you a V Omega Lil D person? I won't call you a loser to your face, but I will if you don't show up live. Yeah, because I don't know. I'm a V Omega Lil D person. Who am I kidding? Yeah, welcome. Is Scientology level system? Yes, it is.
I had an ethical discussion with the level 5 in my life, and I said, hey, is it unethical for me to share this with the world? Because if I do it and more people go insane, as we've seen, then am I putting negative energy into the world in a way that is unnecessary? Because the truth is,
Oh, she's
People
struggling.
accept the reality that they're presented with. And I didn't. And it gave me an experience I would never take back, but it was also one that I only just barely survived. And remember, level 5s are efficient. Level 5s are not petty, though they experience real human emotion, so we mourn.
We gotta pause. Okay. Level 5 is inner peace. They accept reality for what it is. And also, to the question about how much you need to donate to level up, on YouTube, you can become a member. I see you in the YouTube chat. So you can become a member and level up right now. Just saying. That's only $5. It's only $5. If you don't have $5 and you're watching this right now, then maybe you should be doing something else. Maybe you should go like pick up fucking bottles at the fucking park and turn them in and then come back with $5 and then you've earned your media consumption. It's only $5, okay? Just keep that in mind. So they accept reality for what it is and not what they want it to be. But she wants there to exist these levels. I don't know. We'll find problems with this as we go down the list, I'm sure. They can live as number 2s, but cannot unlearn the truth. Oh, okay. So that's a distinction between 4 who can't live as a 2. They are human and still have normal human emotions. Okay, leaving it out there for when she acts like a non-level 5 person, because I'm sure that Brittany has her moments of being emotional and not acting like a level 5 ought to act and not acting very peaceful. So we got to have it out there for Brittany and other level 5s. They enjoy life. And again, if they start saying shit like they don't enjoy life, that's just them undergoing a normal human emotion. Totally normal. They don't have bad days, but they do have hard days. What I find interesting here is it seems like half of these items are to give an out for why you're not acting like a level 5 when you ought to be a level 5. You know what I'm starting to think? We're being bamboozled. Brittany is secretly a level 4 or 2 who wants us to think that she's a level 5. I'm just going to say it. I don't think she's a level 5. Seems like we're putting a lot of things in here to help her escape and not confront the fact that she doesn't have inner peace. Because if she had inner peace, she would undergo human emotions, but she would always enjoy life. She wouldn't have hard days because she would be in the habit of going back to her inner peace. I think, and this is, I don't mean to be rude because we don't mean to demean these people. I think that Brittany is somebody who got to level 3, thought they got into level 4, but were actually going insane at level 3, and then decided to go back to level 2. And she met a level 5 and is writing about a level 5, but I don't think that she's there. That's what I think. I don't think that Brittany's a level 5. Level 5s know there are no levels and it is a scam. Level 5 is people at the top of the pyramid. No, I don't know. It seems weird that like all of these are like escapes. I think if you've achieved inner peace, I imagine you're like a Buddha-esque figure. But that's my level 2 energy speaking because I personally appreciate religion and stuff. So, how many levels of irony are we on? We're on no levels of irony. We aren't even on meta levels of irony. I'm spitting the fucking truth. I don't think, based on what Brittany has told us, that she is a level 5. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe that Brittany's level 5. And if that gets me in trouble, fuck it, dude. It's a made-up system that I think she said she came up with on her own anyways. But I don't think that Brittany's a level 5. It's her system for mate selection. Jesus Christ. Is true peace the absence of tension, the presence of justice? That sounds like schizo posting. I don't even think she's talking about that. Doesn't she have BPD? Maybe she has multiple levels? Jesus Christ, bruh. That's ableist. She made level 5 so she can say she is a 5, but she's really a level 2. A level 2 that was a level 3. I do think that she got to level 3, but I don't think that she is a level 4 or 5. Booksmart's not going to lie. This reminds me of the LARPing my friends and I did in middle school, where we'd pretend we had stats and stuff like in video games. Maybe. Once you get level 3, level 1s to join you to become level 2. What the fuck? That's too many numbers for me, Sydney. I think a true level 5 would even bother creating a level system. I don't think they would. You have to pay her $250 an hour to get to level 5. Let's just keep going. Guys, attack her on her ideas and not the fact that she does sex content or has mental illness. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bruh. I don't think we need to be bringing the BPD into this YouTube chat. Chill out. She doesn't know that there's a level 6. Lower levels can't even comprehend level 6s. Yeah, I suppose that's true.
We cry, we can choose to be petty, we can choose to fake live as level 2s, and we can choose to get involved and get angry over things that don't matter, even if when we get home and stare at the ceiling we're like, ah, fuck it, that was a day. It's like going to work sometimes, being
No, this is all bullshit. I don't believe this at all. This doesn't even make sense of what we've been given so far. This is hopium. She just wants to be level 5. You don't have to be level 5, Brittany. It's not about advancing the levels. The world needs level 2s, and I think you should just embrace that. Maybe you're a 2A, maybe you're a high-functioning level 2, but that's not a bad thing. I think you should just embrace it. I think that this is a bit toxic. Not to say level 2s are toxic, but just to say that, like, you don't need to go up to level 5, okay?
Level 5 was like, being a level 2 is like going to work. I'm gonna be a level 2 today and I'm gonna let the world think I'm mad about this thing.
No. Because from level 4 and level 5, you cannot choose to be a level 2. You can't. That's the rule. So no, you're not choosing to go live as a level 2. You are a level 2. You knew when you hit level 3 the choice that you would have to make to go to 4, and maybe it may even be that you were at a level 4 and you got the rules wrong because you never hit 5, because you don't really understand it all. Maybe a rule is that you can go from 4 back to 2, and you just don't realize that yet because you're living as a 2, and you need to go back to 3 to realize that you can go from 4 to 2. That's what I think. I don't think you have this all figured out. But speaking as a level 5... No, I'm just kidding. I'm clearly not a level 5 in this either. I think you're a level 5. You understood level 80 and level 40 toxicity raid bosses too well to not be there. Maybe a level 4 that has a healthy copium supply? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm a level 4. Aren't level 5s just level 2s who think they are better than others? I can tell who else is the level 5. I think there needs to be another sub-level to 2, and it should be 2D. People who think that they're level 5 and shit on other level 2s. Yeah, why would a level 5 even bother pretending for the sake of level 2s? Exactly, it doesn't make any sense. Mrgirl actually said he thinks it's possible to change positions in her system. I think so too. I don't think she has it figured out.
And at the same time, I am kind of hoping that this lands in the ears of the people that I'm trying to contact.
Which are?
Because that's why I'm back on YouTube. I'm trying to find my people. Because being a level 5 is fun, but it'd be better if I had more level 5s to talk to.
But hold on. Because being level 5 means being lonely. I think this is another good example of why Brittany is not a level 5. Because level 5s can be lonely and they feel great in being alone. And if you're a level 5 that wants to seek out other level 5s so bad that you made a YouTube video that you know, as a consequence, would make other people go insane, that would demean level 2s and 1s, you don't sound like you've achieved level 5. It sounds like you need to think more. It sounds like you need to introspect more. Because you're not there. Because a level 5 is comfortable with their loneliness. So, sorry.
this is the only way I know how to do it. And if you think you're a level 5, you know how to get in contact with me. Thank you for watching. Have a great day. See you next video. So because that was so weird and different, I want to do a live show talking about this. So after I post the video and everyone's had...
Okay. Well, that was the video. Boy, oh boy. That was something, wasn't it? I learned a lot. I will say that. I did learn a lot. But I think, unfortunately for Brittany, what I've learned is she's not a level 5. And I don't know how I feel about level 2s pretending like they're level 5s. I'm gonna be honest. That last part is so disgusting. I don't know, bro. The other levels have at least 100,000 subs. That's so cool, Brittany. I happen to be a level 5. Can we talk about BDSM together? Why are you being weird like that? Why does... Again, I'm gonna point to what Scaring Crows said. Her discussions about sex, her discussions about her mental illness, they shouldn't have anything to do with this. If you have problems with it, then confront that, right? Like, I don't know. I'm even disgusted by the way that she treated level 1s in terms of their mental illness. I think that it was disgusting to me as well. And I think this idea of chosen death is another thing that I think is very uncomfortable to me, but... please do the Mrgirl talk for me, please. I'm begging. Well, I'm so sorry, but if we don't hit that goal, we can't do it, honey. And I need to go pee so bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over screens here. I'll give you guys the fun one. I'll give you another track by Kent. And I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I just have to pee. So I'll give this to you. We'll play a little bit of music. Enjoy. We'll be right back, okay? We'll be right back. I'll give you another one of these. Another one of these. Just this one maybe. That's enough of that then. I actually just realized I could, hypothetically, of course, I could take you guys with me, because I kind of have to poop. Here's what I'll do. I will go ahead and put you guys on my phone. I'll open my Restream chat on my phone. I'll turn on my other microphone and I'll talk to you. Because I'm also going to grab a little bit of meat and cheese as well. So I'll be walking around the apartment. And I think that's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. Restream chat. Fuck no. Okay, I won't poop. I'll just grab my stuff. Okay? Actually, I could go outside for a little bit. It's kind of nice outside. I'll poop outside. That song is Ease by Brent Osborne. Go ahead and check him out. You can look him up on Spotify. I'm still getting a link set up for him. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put the other mic on. The book Poop Primer. Yep. I think that you should be able to hear me through this microphone. It's handy if you don't have TP. Oh, grass? Yeah, you just grab and run. Poop ASMR. Yes, that's right. Maybe I should put this in the bowl and you can listen to the water. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I'm so funny. No, it's not even a PictoChat song. Honestly, if you are making music and you would like to have your music on the stream and you'd like to give me some access to that, you just let me know. Because I would be interested. I can hear you. Wonderful. No, I'm just going outside for a bit. It gets kind of uncomfortable being on the couch in that position. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think she's actually like a level 5? Because I'm kind of not feeling it. I feel like there was a lot of work done there to make sure that even though her behavior seems to be level 2-ish, that we don't clock her as level 2. But she also says that we should feel okay being like a level 5, but she seems to be very like anti-level, or we should be okay being 2, but she seems very anti-level 2. So I don't know. I don't think my phone is updating. One sec. Oh, it's definitely not. Here, I'll refresh the page. Oh, now it is. Okay. Sounds sunny. Nice. Well, I'm happy to hear that. But it's definitely not sunny. It's quite rainy out here. It's been rainy like all day. I hear that Copenhagen, or Denmark more generally, the Scandinavian region, has a lot of like poor weather, but I must be very lucky because the entire time I've been here, it's been like sunny and beautiful. The only time it's rained or been cloudy has been like when I'm asleep. So I think this is like the first time I'm actually experiencing like proper Danish weather. But I mean, the Danes seem like very sunny people for how shitty it is here most of the time weather-wise. What is the background noise? Ambiance. It's like a fine French restaurant, okay? I have the ambiance out here. We got the wind, we got the dripping of water. Pitter patter, pitter patter. We've got the plants, and we got the insects crawling back into their hidey holes. She does seem happy. I disagree with the system, but by her metric, I'd say she made 5. She certainly seems happy. But if there's anything I know, and I don't want to relate this to mental illness specifically because I don't know her situation, it would be that there are lots of people who appear very happy, who appear very well adjusted, who are definitely not, right? There's a lot of people who say that they are one way or like to portray it that way, and the reason why they feel the need to is because they're struggling, right? I think we see this with quite a few of the people who, and I don't know if this would be a chosen death or not, but who have committed suicide. Actually, one thing on that topic that I read recently, I didn't know that Robert Williams actually had like a brain issue that he was going through. I think it might have been a form of dementia or something, but it was like really tragic. And that's part of the reason for his depression and stuff like that. At least that's what I've heard. I haven't done like a ton of research into it, but I found that interesting. That made a lot of sense to me. I don't know if that's something anybody else has picked up on. Cheddar's confused by the sounds of the outdoors, certainly.
I saw the Dalai Lama scream at one of his attendants once. Well, that's because the Dalai Lama is a level 2. The Dalai Lama is operating in a religious bubble, and he is also somebody who has achieved a position of power and holds that power, and he finds there to be value in that power, right? So that's probably why we see that behavior out of the Dalai Lama. Although, if the purported level 5 Brittany is to be believed, it would seem that that might be part of a level 5 thing. I don't know. I honestly don't know if you could hold a level of power and be a level 5. That's not clear to me. Because we categorize a lot of these people as level 5s, but all of the insight that we have into them is basically like level 2 media, right? So I find it difficult to evaluate whether somebody is a level 5 or is pretending to be a level 2 without like more info. I think it's like impossible. So another thing I struggle with is who gets to determine who's at what level. This seems to be an internal experience. And if you can act like a level 2 and be a level 5, it could be that people just find value in acting as a level 2 all the time, but are secretly level 5, even people that are in power, you know. We only get a little bit of an insight into like people in power, so I don't know how we can judge them. So level 5s are homeless? No. Because apparently level 5s can pretend to be level 2s and can go to work and whatever. But then they smoke a joint, look at the ceiling and say, nah, I'm high-key a level 5, though. None of this really matters. Right? Level 5s are Diogenes. High-key, that's what I feel like. But in spite of all of her knowledge of philosophy, she didn't bring up Diogenes. I'd like to think that she knows who Diogenes is, but he seems very level 5 to me. All right, I'm coming back. I've got gotta grab my cheese. And then I'll be ready to go. My cheese and my meat. Because I love my milk and my meat. You should charge $250 an hour for this. Actually, in case you didn't know, I charge like $50 an hour. If you do ! work in any of the chats, you could have me review something that you want, if you didn't know that. And it can be a private review, and there will be notes and stuff, and I'll only share it with you. So if you want the real big parasocial daddy thing, I probably charge less than a lot of other professionals in this space. So I think that's like a really good deal. And it's a really good way of supporting the channel. And it helps to like expand my worldview and stuff. So if that's something that interests you, you know, that is a viable way of supporting things here. Anyhow, I think I'm all set up. Let me climb back onto the couch real quick. I'm feeling book joker. That's what I'm feeling. Ooh. I'm so large. I'm like massive. Why am I so fat? It's like a worthwhile question. No, it's probably because I eat cheese and meat and pizza. I missed all of level 4. That's okay. That's not a fun place to be. $12 US for the super chat. Let me go ahead and add that real quick. Okay, so it needs to not be 58, it needs to be 12, so that brings us up to 60.70. All right, so we're up to 70. Oh, I'm feeling properly chill.
She is level 2 coping so hard, maybe. But let's not judge level 2 people because we're not meant to judge them. It's okay. Lots of people need to be level 2s, otherwise society doesn't keep going. I feel like her system is so dumb that I wouldn't even use it to judge her. Jesus, what does her system being dumb have to do with judging her with it? I think in this world, we have so many dumb systems that we judge people with that, like, why not add another one to the list? I'm not, like, principally against the idea of the list or of, like, her tier system, to be clear. Because we have lots of systems that have varying degrees of helpfulness or not helpfulness. If it takes this level system for her to feel really comfortable and for her to find peace, I think that's worthwhile, right? And it may work for people who aren't her, right? Are you on a gas station toilet? No. I also didn't flush. So you guys don't have to hear that. You can play like League or watch Team Mama to get level 5. But it is only one step above a level 1, and those we have decided should just die. Yes, but remember that the numerical value isn't necessarily meant to be the focus. So, and level 1s can't move, so they're kind of just stuck. Although I don't know if I ascribe to that. I think you can move a level 1 out. But it might be that level 1s can't move. It's just if you have identified someone as a level 1 as being completely useless, and then they move to a level 2 or even to a level 3, that's a you problem. You haven't evaluated them properly, because if they were properly evaluated as being a level 1, then they wouldn't move at all. So these could just be human failings in being able to use the system properly and evaluate people properly. And I think that as the system gains popularity, you're going to see that happening. There are going to be a lot of people, especially level 2s, who are eager to label people as a level 1 and to write them off as being useless and to think that they should just kill themselves. But that's a very level 2 thing to do. That wouldn't be something that like level 5s are thinking about or doing all the time, because that kind of stuff doesn't matter. You didn't flush? Are you still at Lemon's place? Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I'll scrub the toilet before I leave. You gotta let it cook. You gotta let it stew. And that way when I walk back in there later, I'll be like, oh, now that brings me inner peace. The other levels need the level 1s around. I don't know if they do. It doesn't sound like they do based on her description. If I cannibalize level 5, do I become a level 6? Maybe that's a mechanism of the system she leaves out. If you consume the flesh of a level 5 and you're at level 5, you can ascend to level 6. Maybe, dude. Skunt on the YouTube says, when she talks about level 1s, she really must be talking about a particular person that is or was in her life, no? Yeah, that's a theory that I put forward from the very beginning of the video. Because a lot of these levels seem to be backed by her personal interactions with other people, I do think that there were people she talked to that she thought she could help out of a particular position, whether that's due to mental illness or just like generally feeling bad. And she couldn't. And because she couldn't, she wrote them off as like useless. And she said that they would be better off killing themselves or not existing. And yeah, it seems like a lot of this is born out of her frustration with people. Level 2s seem to be people that are interested in things that she thinks are petty and frivolous. Although she admits that she personally gets upset over petty and frivolous things even as a level 5, which to me sounds very level 2-ish to say, but who am I to judge? You know, I'm clearly not a level 5, so I don't know if I would be the best judge. And who are the best judges? Are level 5s the best judges of the different levels of people? It's an interesting system if you really like put your brain to thinking about it, because it brings up a lot of like very interesting questions. Like, it seems to be implied that level 5 should be the people evaluating everybody else's levels, but I'm not like too sure about that. If anything, I think that people that are in the level 3 or 4 position are probably people that are in the best position to be identifying level 2s and 1s, but who am I to say? Because I would imagine the level 5s who have achieved inner peace are people who are just not even interested in the idea of evaluating the levels of other people. And if you're disinterested in the levels themselves or bubbles themselves, I don't think that makes you a very good judge of those bubbles and of those people. I think that there's perspective you would lose moving to a level 5 that you would have had a better grasp on in level 4 or 3. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. Level 4s, of course, have more knowledge, so I think that they would be probably better for that. What happens if a level 1 attacks a level 5? That's the thing, is a level 1 would never attack a level 5 because they're useless people that really don't have any meaning or drive in their life. The very idea of a level 1 attacking a level 5 to me seems very strange. I would imagine that a level 2 who is threatened by the perceived power of a level 5 would be driven to the point of wanting to go after them because of some idea, whether that's an idea that's coming from their bubble or coming from the media and the petty things that they involve themselves in or whatever. I just think it's way more likely that we would see a level 2 attack a level 5. I think seeing a level 1 go out of their lane to do something like that seems pretty unusual to me, personally. If you can't clown on level 1s, who can you clown on? Well, that's the thing, is like level 2 should probably clown on other level 2s unless they're going to put policies in place that would eradicate the very existence of the level 1s who are basically weights in society. But yeah, I guess you could clown on level 1s, but it's a very level 2 or 3 thing to do. And I guess if you're a 4 and you're in your maniac period, then perhaps that would make sense that you're clowning on level 1s. But again, that's just because you lack inner peace and you need to find that. I would encourage you to, because you can't move backwards apparently from that point. We found a workaround to gain levels. Time to vor everyone. Okay, to be clear, I'm not advocating for the consumption of level 5s. That sounds really fucked up. Well, you know, I thought that too when I was at my level 4 stage. But once I found inner peace, I kind of realized that these are just petty squabbles. And they're squabbles, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on the way you look at things, that keep society turning. So it's kind of just part and parcel to keeping society working. Self-proclaimed level 5s are the true level 2s, let's be honest, perhaps. I totally understand at this point how the levels thing is a really fun meme, but I wonder how she feels about that. Like, people are using her levels like incorrectly or willy-nilly like this. Hey chat, has book talk with Rhizome? I have, privately. I only talk with Rhizome privately. I just realized that could be interpreted in a variety of ways. I like talking with Rhizome in a real way, and that for me the real way is like off stream. I like talking to streamers off stream. That's a thing in some tribes. Interesting, Leonardo. Tell me more about that. Maybe her system of levels was inspired by a certain scientific railgun. I cannot disconnect this association every time I hear level 5. Ooh. That's an interesting parallel. I see a bunch of level 1s in here. Well, I'm really important. As the electoral politics guy, as somebody very steeped in his political bubble, caring about petty issues like abortion or who's gonna win the next like race, wherever that is, and just kind of fills himself with this like news about people seeking power, about all these level 2As. I don't want to say this too seriously, but maybe in your unique position as a level 2A person, you should try and advocate for some kind of solution to the level 1s. And I'll kind of leave that up to your imagination. Because yeah, there are a lot more level 1s than I'm comfortable with, and they are causing real problems for the level 2s and other people that have to live in this system. So something has to be done about that, in my opinion. We can't let that get out of hand. Booksmarts. Do you think if you're at level 5 for too long, you would necessarily lose sight of what it's like at the lower levels? Yeah, it said that. Or do you think that do you think if that's possible, it means that weren't actually a level 5? Because to be level 5 is to be infinitely capable of comprehending these levels. Here's the thing, and you want to be really careful about this. Knowledge comes at level 4. But you don't have to have an intricate understanding of every inner working piece of the level 2s to be a level 5. So let's say I was a level 4 in like 2006. I may very well not understand all of the bubbles of the level 2s if I then turned into a level 5 and I am living today. So I may have an outdated understanding and knowledge base, but that's okay, because part of my inner peace personally, as somebody who kind of feels like they might be coming to be a level 5, is moving away from those spaces and really not focusing on those things, because they are very petty, and kind of to understand them, you really have to get invested in the way that they work, like Twitch drama and stuff like that. So I don't know. I don't think that being a level 5 necessarily means that you have this like deep understanding. I think you'd really want to go to a level 4 for that kind of information, which may be why level 4 people are the best judges of everybody below them in terms of their levels. Would you call level 1s untouchable? Let's be very careful. Just because I would advise that you do not engage with the level 1 because they are emotional vampires does not then mean that I think that they're untouchable. Unreachable may be a more apt adjective to be used to describe them, because I don't think that you're ever going to be able to change a level 1 out of being a level 1, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are untouchable. I wouldn't say that. Let's see here. Yo, caught a stream. What's up, Picto? Good to have you. I have a modest proposal with what to do with the level 1s. You should get in touch with IRI about that. Booksmarts, is this the excuse she tells herself because she doesn't have a real job? Wow. That's like pretty rude. I'm not going to touch that, Draco. I prefer not to speak. Streamers don't always have to talk online. That's true. I like talking with Rhizome offline. Book won't achieve level 5 until he can successfully ignore chat, setting him off for multiple streams. Well, here's the thing. Level 5s have human emotions, okay? And you know what? You set me off, sure, but I'm just playing at it. I'm just pretending I'm set off. Because then when I go into my room and I stare at my ceiling, I kind of realize how petty it all is. And then I return back to my inner peace. So that's just the thing with level 5s. You probably wouldn't understand that. Sounds like level 5s would have no problem stepping on level 1s as if they're ants. I think a level 5 would avoid stepping on anybody, if I'm being honest. Don't you see people are predictable and history repeats itself? You level 2. Jesus, now these are turning into like slurs. Euthanasia? Maybe if healthcare were to catch up with where we have arrived at philosophically and psychologically in our understanding of the levels, I could see us classifying level 1 as being like a health disorder, and perhaps the solution to that in some places would be euthanasia. But we would really have to, and I would really advocate that you look into this, IRI, looking into changing the way that euthanasia works. Because right now, level 1s would have to consent to euthanasia. And they would have to like consent at multiple points. That to me sounds like a level 4 thing to do. Level 1s, by definition, are not able to make that choice. So I think that that's something we'd want to be careful about. Level 2s might, but definitely not level 1s. That will require a solution that will go over the head of level 1s. So consent is kind of like a tricky thing that stops us from really solving that issue. But if you could solve that, that would be super. Would you want to poke and prod at Brit? I think you can make it happen. I have no interest in that whatsoever. To be clear, when I'm talking about all this stuff, half of me is playing along with the rules that she's outlined in this video, but like 90% of me is having fun with this and just shooting the shit. So if there are clips from this that go viral or whatever, and you expect me to get in some fucking debate with Brittany, I'm going to tell you no. I'm going to tell you no. And I'm going to be a snake. I'm going to be a fucking weasel. And I'm not going to stand by anything. No. I'm not going to play your level 2 games. That's not what I'm about. I'm still deciding on where I move from here, because I do feel like I'm understanding things and I am moving into the territory of being a level 3. But I think a part of that is choosing not to engage with it. So I'm not very interested in that, no. How much do I need to pay to upgrade my level? That's a really good question. Well, right now we're at $70 out of 200. We're nearly at 50% of the way there to our goal. That would be like a wonderful place to start. Just to kind of get it out of your system, get all that drama of the level 2s out of your system. And that way your soul will be like a little bit lighter and you'll probably be able to move on to a level 3. Once you reach kind of like a point of finality with your involvement in this level 2 circle. So if you're a level 2 out there, even if you're a level 1, actually, I would say especially if you're a level 1, you should donate to the Booksmart stream. You should type into the chat !dono, get that fucking link, put in your credit card information, and send some dollars my way. Because this is a fun and entertaining stream. It's probably the highlight of your day as a lowly level 1. And let's be frank, you're probably wasting your money on other shit. You should probably, as a level 1, do the responsible thing and give your money to somebody who has achieved or is looking to achieve inner peace and kind of sees beyond the bubbles of society. But I know that could be a difficult message to get through to your bubble, and it's been a long time since I've been low enough to even engage with level 1s, but that would be my recommendation. Do level 5s have the toilet paper hanging over or under? Here's the thing. Level 5s recognize that the societal construct of even hanging up your toilet paper roll is all an illusion. So what level 5s actually do is they either have a vertical toilet roll holder or they just like put it on the counter right next to them. That way it's easily accessible and you can two-hand it. So that's like a common misconception with level 2s is you think because you're stuck in this constraint of having that toilet paper roll horizontal that you have only this binary choice of over or under, when the reality is that the optimal toilet roll holder is vertical so that it doesn't matter. But you know, that's a little bit of a tip for you from a level 3. In a lot of Zen texts, the difference between a master and a beginner is less than a master and intermediate person. Damn, that was kind of crazy. You gotta touch them to shove them out of your life. Yeah, maybe. Push that emotional vampire the fuck off of you. So you would say Dylan was almost reaching level 4, but level 2B, Dan and Chud spent a whole stream dragging him back. I haven't watched this stream, so I couldn't comment on it. A level 3 or 4 lifestyle means that I'm not often engaging in this level 2 drama, so I actually don't know. I couldn't speak to that. The only difference between level 2 and 5 is self-awareness, but if level 5 chose to act like a level 2, is there really any difference? That's my problem with Brittany. That's why I don't really think that she's a level 2, because she's, or a level 5, because she really doesn't sound like she's fully embraced or found inner peace. Because the people that I know that I would say are level 5s in my life are people who definitely don't engage with that at all. They don't feel the need to masquerade around as a level 2 because they moved past that. And that's just not something that I'm picking up from Brittany's video. But it's been a year. She could have grown a lot. And maybe she's kind of found that she exists in a different level, or she's been able to move on. But that's generally a really long process. And based on where she was in this video, I think she's got a long way to go. But she has a level 5 helping her. I really hope that's a legitimate level 5 and not one of these fake ones that make videos about the level system. But I don't know. Can you progress from a level 1 if you can get your doshas in order? I've heard that Ayurveda has had some success, but I think that help has only come as a result of a misdiagnosed level 1. And I think that's actually a tragedy that IRI will have to deal with if he starts legislating against level 1s. And yeah, that's kind of a problem. But I think that has more to do with misdiagnosis. I don't think Ayurveda inherently can move anybody out of level 1 because it's not possible. Hello, I am here to be a Brittany hater. Are we hating on her right now? No, we're not. Not at all. We don't hate on anybody because this is a chat full of level 5s. Donating proves that you have dismissed materialism and ascended from 2 to 3. Yeah, maybe. Let's see some of that level 5 mentality in the Rift. I'm not playing League of Legends. I'll play off stream. I'll play off stream tonight, okay? If there are people in the chat in a few hours from now who are on the Discord and want to play League with me, I'll play with you. I feel like the amount you pay to ascended levels is not a linear thing. Like spending a shit ton will make it extremely unlikely you'll become a level 5. Don't tell level 2s that. Focus on that level 5 grind set. Very true, but have you considered that level 1s might be broke? Yeah, that's kind of the problem. Whereas someone who very occasionally spends okay money has better odds of... yeah, maybe. If you donate, prove you're not a 1 by definition because you've done something useful for someone. Ooh, that's a good point. Donating to watch level 2 drama. See, oh my god, this level shit, dude. I can't with this. My brain is fried. I really would have liked to have heard more examples of who she thinks falls into level 5 other than herself. And her master, to be clear. But yeah, I don't know. Level 5s don't wipe. Level 5 sit facing the flush button of the toilet because obviously that's a superior way to sit on the toilet. You can read books rather than do the level 1/2 thing of focusing on your phone. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Brittany, the kind of person to answer maybe kind of when asked a direct question, answer yes when answered an indirect question. Jesus, what a very specific roast. Can we play? We'll play later. Later. We love Brittany. We want her to accept her status as a level 2 and stop masquerading as a level 5 because there is nothing wrong with being a happy idiot. True. There isn't anything wrong with that. I feel obligated to tell you that if you play League with Book, you'll probably end up banned from... Hold on. Shut the fuck up, Vels. This motherfucker gaslighting me that you've never been a... You know what? We've had a few moments of Vels in the VC, okay? I'll leave it at that. You say you're level 4, but to be honest, jean jackets scream level 3 to me. This is like a very level 1 thing to say, so I'm like not even... You're trying to be an emotional vampire, and I'm not going to let you. My energy and my inner peace is far more valuable than playing your little game that you're trying to put me into, so I'm just going to disregard that comment. If you don't like jean jackets, you are a level 1. I think that's a far more apt comment. I think you should start taking notes. You are the reason that we need to legislate against level 1s. Just saying. This is a perfect example of why that has to happen. This is a different kind of stream. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. We're having a nice, lovely, relaxing time on the couch. You know, I think I'm actually going to take the jacket off. Not because that shitty level 1 told me to, but because it's kind of uncomfortable. Oh, I'm so comfy and cozy. I wonder what Brittany's reaction to the stream would be. I doubt it would be good. I'm sure it would be very frustrating and she would think that we're totally roasting her and stuff, which, I mean, to be fair, it's kind of what's going on, but I think she also realizes based on like the self-awareness she demonstrated at the very beginning of her video that like that's going to be something that happens, right? That's like an expected response. So I kind of fall within the norm there at least. Uncomfortable by an obviously level 5 jacket? That doesn't sound like you have inner peace via level 2. Don't you fucking use that slur at me, you little shit. You know what? Shenanigans. The next person to have the fucking audacity to call me a fucking level 2 should be timed out for 5 minutes. That's the way that's gonna work. Haha, you think you're so fucking funny, level 1s? Well, how about that, you fucking emotional vampires. You fucking useless burdens to society who don't even have the audacity, don't even have, like, the gall. They don't even have the fucking... Oh, what would Mrgirl call it? The chutzpah? To kill those. What a yiker. I can't wait. Now I'm actually starting to hope that we could cover the Mrgirl part of this, because I can't wait to see how his Jewishness would have anything to do with anything. Like, I've been racking my brain in the background this whole time thinking, like, how does any of this have to do with Mrgirl's perceived Jewishness? How do we arrive at that clip from this point? And I'm still at a loss. I have no idea. And I really, really want to know. Like, the part of me that is still wanting to be like a level 2 is like dragging me to that. I really would like to know. Booksmarts feels like the smartest level 1. Yeah, I'm a weight on society. Let's see here. The emotional vampire part confuses me the most. Aren't vampires pretty cool? No. I don't know if you've ever seen, what is it called? Like We Live in the Night or whatever. It's like a vampire like movie, and then it's a vampire show. They have vampires that are strictly emotional vampires, and they're like toxic fucking people that like sap energy from others. So like one guy is like super boring and he works like middle management in an office, and like, hey neighbor, oh, the weather's really, something today. I heard that, paper products are really papery, and what, like, he just says random bullshit, like takes up people's time, and that's how he like saps energy from them. This other chick, she cries and she like bitches about her life all the time to people and like tries to get them to like pity her, and that's how she saps energy from people. So based on the logic of that show, emotional vampires are like very boring and tedious people. Anywho, vampires are an existential threat to mankind. Level 1s are for sure. Oh, it's What We Do in the Shadows. Yeah, that's a good fucking show. Colin Robinson. Using your brain to ban negative comments. Desperately trying to find the context of clips from Twitter. If I speak, I am in big trouble. You know what? That's why I put the drama correspondence on the case. And that's honestly why I would never advocate that we do anything bad to level 2s. Level 2s are what makes the world go around. They're what provides the structure of society. They are a net good on the world. They're just kind of like misguided. But not all of us can be level 5s. And that's why I don't advocate that everybody try to become a level 5. Because in the pursuit of trying to become a level 5, you could very easily go insane. I think a lot of people are meant to be level 2s in much the same way that a lot of people are meant to be level 1s. So, I just try to make use of the level 2s in my life, seeing beyond the bubbles. And so these are people that are like intimately, familiar with their bubbles. And I'm trying to do a show where I cover these bubbles and point out maybe some of like the silliness of that. Then, why not? That's my thinking at least. But no, I certainly don't do that. I'm being called a level 2 now. It's not a bad thing. I don't mean to demean you, Saint. But yeah, you're like pretty much a level 2. I don't think anybody could make the case that you're not a level 2. Saint is the most like solidly level 2 person that I've ever met. Oh my goodness. Booksmarts, would level 1s enjoy the first episode of Steins Gate? I prefer not to speak. If I speak, I will be in big trouble, and I don't want to be in big trouble. Rabid woman talk. I can't understand. What the fuck? Rabid woman talk. Dude, I would love to have that on a t-shirt. Rabid women talk, and have some fucking picture in the middle. Maybe a picture of all the people in the view. I'm going crazy, dude. That video drove me to insanity. She was right about that, dude. It drove me to insanity. You haven't even touched your meat and cheese? I've eaten meat. I haven't eaten any of the cheese. This is actually, I'm eating this kind of to give a little bit of a callback to our boy. This is Danabo cheese. So, you know, I'm getting us prepped for that part of that drama arc with Dylan and stuff. So I'm eating Danabo cheese. I don't know what's real anymore. You and me both, buddy. Welcome to level 3. That clip comes from a stream she did afterwards where she basically says, I'm not going to let someone with a history of hitting women tell me how to conduct myself. Jesus Christ. Does Mr. Girl have a history of hitting women? Oops. Is that a thing? John Locks is the most level 2 person on this platform. It's incredible. I like how you're taking a shot at John Locks because you know he's not here. Also, isn't John Locks' name spelled with E? Isn't it E-O-C-K-S? I don't know. I've only ever looked at John Locke's Twitter and I was surprised a little bit. It's not a bad thing, copium. You're just an emotional vampire that trains you this world. I'm a level 1 who's trying to convince you I'm a level 5. Cheese ASMR? Maybe. Do you think Brittany calling herself POC is immoral? Oh my god. We're trying to have a fun stream. Why are you like trying to kill the vibe by giving me these kinds of questions? I'm just trying to have a good time and vibe. I'm trying to be a pretend level 2, and you're coming at me with this like crazy stuff. I'm not answering that. Danbo is not Danabo? Nice try. You're not gonna trick me. I can't get the cheese to like unstick from itself. I'm gonna go to the bottom. I'm gonna be unethical. Or unorthodox. Fuck, dude. It's all stuck together. I think I left it out for too long and now it's all stuck. Shit, fuck. Come on, man. You just want my fucking cheese. Cheese is good for you, right? That's an entirely different combo, but yes. I'm going to start my own cult. Seems like her boxing 90% of humans into one category opens the door to charging people for a score of crit. You know, Rabid Wombat, you are a chud chatter that I have enjoyed having here. And that says a lot. That actually goes to my point yesterday when I said that like we need to advocate more streamers having different spaces because there will be overlap you're not expecting. You're a chatter who I've really enjoyed having here, who comes from a community that's enjoying like really different content. So I like that. Cheese. There's a 40-minute video mostly about how abusive Mr. Girl was to his exes. Jesus Christ. Mr. Girl's had a video on how he stopped hitting women. Can you link me that? What? I love John. He's just the fastest clipper in the West, which is pretty solidly level 2. Maybe. Was that the same stream where she talked about Mr. Girl's Jewish affluence? Yeah, maybe. I think you're all level 1s, but if you send me $100 a month, that's sufficient evidence for me to upgrade you to level 2 based on financial capability. This cheese thing is disgusting. Can't just be me. No, it's just you. Just bite into it. You're fucking crazy, dude. What am I? You are nothing, Dre. You are nothing. You are the leader of the cooking club, and that's it. Cheese is bad if you're lactose malabsorbent. Well, I suck up cheese like a fucking sponge. Do you see me? Eating cheese on its own is socially unacceptable. Eating cheese with a cracker, totally fine. We're all in the pocket big cracker. No, I'm eating it with meat. So that basically means I'm like a Swiss person. Swiss people eat cheese and meat. I watch Chud and the Serfs, like very different communities, and I know that one of them isn't liked in a lot of communities. One of them or both. Send a Chud? Why? Why are you clipping me, bro? We should watch that abuse vid. The music in the back kind of makes it lulzy. Well, then link it to me. Why stop? Quitting is a level 2 thing to do. Eat it with meat and pork. No, brah. I like it. I like cheese. The taste of cheese on its own. Most people are level 2, but I can help you. If you try yourself, when you get to level 4, you will go crazy. Please talk to me. You know what? That kind of makes me think. If you're somebody who becomes disillusioned with the world, with the clicks, with social media, and you feel lost, it is a bit culty and not good to try and attract those people to you like you have answers. That is actually kind of a scary thing. I haven't really thought about that particular angle, but that is kind of not good. Cheese plus meat plus mustard and celery salt, continental bar food, interesting. But Swiss people are level 2? I don't know about that. Okay, we have the video. I found the vid on Mrgirl I was talking about. It's actually 55 minutes. How come you both link me different videos? Which, only one of these could be right? Let me see.
Warning, the following video exploring the
Mrgirl Disturbing Iceberg Documentary, or...
Warning, the following...
Wait, one has no music. Hold on, chat. Do you want to listen to the one with music or the one without music? While you answer that, I'm going to edit my scene here. There we go. All right. That sounds good to me. I'm happy to watch that. Remember to not put it on stream. Oh, fuck. Wait, that's right. Wait, we haven't even hit our dono goal. Wait, you guys almost got me to do something without making you pay for it. No, we're going to sit here unless we hit the dono goal. Sorry, because then I'm going to have to turn off Twitch. No. With music, it makes it funnier. Well, I'll listen to it. We have to hit this goal or I'm not going to cover that. You guys, you almost fucking got me, dude. You almost got me, but not fucking quite. If a level 3... Holy shit, this is long. Leave it to Tommy. If a level 3 knows that they are likely to suffer immensely at level 4, it may not be strong enough to not make the choice to stop being alive without help in time to get to level 5. Is it better for them to decide to return to level 2 or try to attract as many possible level 5s, even though you know some of them will go crazy? I think it's more ethical to go back to level 2. That's what I think. Taking me back to my days as a support worker with these sounds. You might want the one without music because it really adds to how fucked up it is, but comes off slightly manipulative. I think we'll watch it with music because everybody wants me to watch it with music, but we'll never watch it if we don't hit our dono goal. That will not happen. So I would highly encourage you, if you want that kind of content, to put your money where your mouth is. Otherwise... We've been streaming for nearly 3 hours, and I'm happy to cut it in like half an hour and make out like a bandit, dude. Booksmarts, can we listen to it? No? I don't want a chance listening to it. And I do want to hit the dono goal before we do any of that. So I am going to leave it up to the dono goal. And I will... I thought you can't go back? What do you mean? Oh, from like a level 4? Yeah, but the situation Tommy is describing sounds to me like a level 3, so maybe I just corrected it in my head. Has anyone made a rare candy joke about the levels yet? Oh, dude, drugs must be like rare candy. Because you could totally jump to 3 if you took drugs. Look at you little guys calling for the Oilers. I don't think we have any Oilers, bro. I don't think we have any Oilers, bro. It's not happening. Instead, just enjoy the next 30 minutes with me. Actually, I should set a timer on my phone to make sure I don't stay on longer than I ought to. Where is my phone? Probably in my jacket. There's no Oilers, no Mrgirl. Yep. There are no Masters, dude. There's my phone. I'm just gonna set a thing. I don't get paid until Friday. Someone pay him, damn it. I mean, let me do the math for you guys. So you're at 70, and you need to get to 200. So that means you got 130. Hey, Google.
I can't connect to the Wi-Fi network.
What is 130 divided by 4?
In the Google Home app.
32.5. If just 4 people donated $32.5, we would be there. Hey, Google.
I can't
What is
connect to the Wi-Fi
130
network.
divided
I wanna check
by
my connection
25?
settings in the Google Home app.
Shut up, other Google. Oh my god. If only 5 people donated $25, we would basically be there. Cover me in your sticky black goo. Ooh. Nice. I like it, Kabiro. Drugs are fuel for the high levels? Yeah, maybe. I think drugs are ways for level 2s to feel comfortable being level 2s, honestly. But, yeah. Quick, level 2s, we need 100. Yeah. Where do clips go? What is this? Let me click this. We'll listen to it. That reverb isn't that bad. I don't know why you guys are bitching about it, but that's not a very flattering clip. Here's what I wanted to do. I wanted to ask you guys, a bit of a heart-to-heart. Oh, let me go ahead and turn off this, because we're definitely not watching that. I don't think it's happening. What are like the qualities of streams and streamers that make you want to keep coming back, that make you want to keep watching them, that make you like invest like emotionally and invest your time into them? Because if you watch and follow streamers, you're having to spend so much time doing that as opposed to a YouTube channel, right? Like, because streamers typically, if they're not me, stream multiple days a week, every week for hours, and you watch all that content and shit. Like, what compels you to do that? What makes you choose to do that? And maybe at a bigger level beyond what the qualities of those streamers are, what makes you choose streaming over YouTube? Because we have platitudes about that. Oh, you get a chat. Oh, I'm in a community. Oh, blah, blah, blah. But you could join a Discord community of a YouTuber. You could go play video games and find friends and community. So there has to be a reason that you're choosing streams in specific. And I'd be kind of interested to know what that is. Uh-oh. Well, we have some Oilers in the YouTube chat coming through, so I'll go ahead and add these. And they're roasting me. Yikes. Oh, well. Let me... I'll let those go off, but I kind of want to find answers to my questions.
Looks like rain!
Ooh. In case you didn't know, that's from...
Your griff game is weak. Very much a 2B. At the moment, you only get 10.
I don't know what else you want me to do. I'm not super psyched necessarily to go watch that ish, but okay. Let's see what this person has to say.
For the donut goal, unclear if it's the convo or the hit piece. But either way,
I'll watch it all. That's what I'll do for you, baby girl. How about this for a griff game? Not only will we cover some of this domestic abusive shit, not only will I look at the hit piece, I'll also look at the convo. We'll cover all 3. We won't do all of the domestic abuse video because it's long as fuck. But what I will do is I will cover those other 2. Even if we need to put it at 1.5 and fuck the V Omega Little D losers, we will cover them if we hit that dono goal. Rest assured. Okay? So if that's enticing to you, if that steps up my game from a 2B to a 2A, Mr. Shit Talker in the YouTube chat, how about that? I'm up in the ante. You get 3 times the content for the price of 1. How about that? We'll get context. We'll try to understand it. Intelligence and ego makes you watch streamers like that. Interesting. Let me go ahead and edit the thing to reflect these changes. So not 70, but 10 and 10, which makes 90. Okay, there you go. Now we're at 90. Almost halfway there. Almost halfway there. Oh, I didn't even set the timer on my phone. I'm a dumb fuck. Hold on. I'll finish reading the chat, then I'll set it. I like when a streamer has a unique voice and do weird things that others don't. Perhaps it's how you found yourself here. I certainly do some weird voices. When you say voice, do you mean like literal voice, or do you mean like their perspective on things and how they talk? It's FOMO mostly. Like, you can watch the YouTube video whenever, but stream stuff you might miss if you don't want to dig through the VOD and find the fun parts. Good point. Then I wonder, if you're that type of viewer, if the streamer does a good job with their YouTube content and is always posting the best parts to YouTube, then you don't, like a viewer in your position, I guess, wouldn't really have a reason to watch the VOD. Whose voice is that? That would be Trainwrecks TV. Booksmarts, number 1, a big, fat, thick dumper. You know what? I'm kind of depriving you of the dumpy. Maybe I should flip my big ass around here. Oh, you're never gonna see it. I'm just out of frame here. Whatever. I'll put my ass on you, chat. Okay? I'll put my ass on you. Oh, you're putting your meat on my face. How rude, chat. Go ahead and take some meat out of here and put it in my mouth. Oh. Very sexy. Oh, 1,500 bitty boys. Should I count that?
If that's true, here's all my bits for the month to answer a question I watch streamers that put in check even when they aren't talking directly to me while watching stuff I do watch on my own. That plus people in chat are cool. I really like everyone.
I'm beginning to think I missed a $12 donation as well. Okay, I'll count 15 plus 12. That'll bring us up to 27. So I'll put 27 extra towards the goal just to be nice to you guys. 9, 10, 11 plus 7. That's 117. There we go, 117. That's climbing up there. I'm sure we'll hit it. Not. They have to have some sort of quality I admire in the streamer. So for Steven, it's his stubbornness. Interesting. And his logical manner of speaking. As for the streaming, the interactivity of the streamer and the community. That would make sense, because then it would be worthwhile to chat and stuff. So I could see that. Dopamine addiction, like an addicted gambler dumping half their check on the slots. Well, at least you're honest with yourself, but that does sound like a bit of a problem. I'm thinking I want to rework my channel point system. Maybe if I reworked my channel point system, you would have more of like a slot. You'd have more levers to pull on me and do more with the stream. And maybe that would be something that would help with that dopamine addiction people and get them involved. Honestly, like when you get into Life Smarts and Weeb Talk about on par with your line by lines. Wow, okay. Well, I definitely like doing Life Smarts and Weeb Talk. It's very easy for me. Live responses. You responded to every message I sent. I mainly have streams as second monitor content, which I can afford to zone out of while gaming. But when I send a message, you respond. I think that gets back to the point the other person brought up, where it's like, you know, if they're getting responses and if they're like, if they feel like they're being interacted with, then that's a very worthwhile thing for them. Hey, a book, you sick? Danish food that bad, huh? I haven't gotten sick once. And for your information, I've eaten more... Okay, I don't want to be yikesy. What kind of food is shawarma? Is that Turkish food? What kind of food is kebab? Do I say Middle Eastern? What do I say there? I've eaten more like shawarma and kebab-y stuff than I have Danish food during my time here, and that hasn't made me sick either. Oh snap, he rounded up. Probably unintentionally, frankly. Perspective. Although I love your actual funny voices. Gotcha, wizard. You are on my second monitor while I do some brainless stuff. Nice. Like a proper level 2, huh? Brooklyn Book is one of my favorites. The Gabagoo. Hey, this is my Gabagoo. I agree with Divine Koala. This is basically the only stream I try to catch live because of the way you interact with the chat. Oh, I'm very happy to hear that. Damn, Bookie, that type of streamer. Ah ha ha ha. Yeah, I am that type of streamer. Only when I'm in the mood. It's not the same, though. It's like you could watch videos of your favorite band live, but that's not the same as being there. You can watch the clips later, but it's not the same without chat. Okay, I'm glad you clarified more, because that's how I feel too. Like, being there live and being able to interact with the chat and feeling like you're a part of the moment that's happening is very different than watching the moment back, especially if you're reading the chat while watching the VOD of the streamer. Count it, it def counts. All right, I counted it, shut the fuck up. I don't understand the levels, maybe that's because I'm a 1. I feel like the levels made sense to me, but I don't really get the general, like, why one is better than the other or whatever. I don't know why they're numbered in the order they are. Come for the ideas and empathy, stay for the roast. Like, if I'm being honest with you, a true level 5 person who's found inner peace and is not engaging with level 2 bubbles, from the level 2 perspective, is indistinguishable besides their emotional state from a level 1. No? Like, they're both, I mean, if you really find yourself outside the system and find peace in that, you disengage from the system entirely. I think that's a necessary part, but she doesn't say that, so I don't know. Also, the memes here are good, but I think Discord would get too edgy. I'm pretty sensitive to that stuff. I mean, our Discord is stopped from being edgy. We moderate it like pretty hardcore. I like long form content in the background while I do stuff. If I put on a stream, I don't have to look for videos to watch. That's a good point. You don't have to constantly keep tabbing back into the window to click on stuff. You kind of just pick one thing and it's a convenient like 6-hour form factor for like having some nonsense on. However, and maybe this will give you some insight, maybe it'll fuck me because you guys won't watch my stuff. But I do that with movies, or I used to do that with movies. If I wanted long form content, I would put on shuffle a file that had all of my different movies on it. Because I'm a Yarhar Fiddly Dee, The Pirate's Life is the way for me. And I had a bunch of movies on my computer. And so I would just shuffle through movies and listen to them in the background. I found that very enjoyable. But it's not new stuff all the time. So I like discussion, both with the chat and the streamer. I'd say Middle Eastern. For the food question. Gotcha. Books putting his back out for content chat. Pay him. Rhizome, you're not supposed to see me like this. Rhizome, you and me have a private relationship. Stop. Go away. Don't see me like this. I'm a monster. Kebab is universal. Putting thing on a stick and cooking it is basic human evolution. Shut the fuck up. You know what I'm talking about. There's something nice about contention, not because I like the drama, but because I like hearing the arguments and it helps me analyze my own opinions more deeply. That might be why you are attracted to this channel, Hannah. Because, like, I know that Destiny will focus on logic, as will Relly. But I think that, like, because we dive so deep into stuff and I'm a hella big, like, pausing Andy or whatever, I think you get that uniquely here, perhaps more than you would other places. Have you tried currywurst? I don't think so. That's just curry sausage, right? Turkish German flavored sausage. Nah, I don't think so. Maybe by accident. I can't read anything, so I just point and go, ah, me want, me like, yes. Meat, give me sausage. So, I mean, I probably ate it at some point, just didn't know. I'm mostly a VOD viewer, to be honest. Love streams, but don't have the time when most people stream. Also, I like fast forwarding. Me too. You're a man of my heart. I prefer fast forwarding as well. Like, I really like Jake and Bake VODs and Jake and Bake videos, but I'm a V Omega Lol D loser because I can't stand watching it in real time and shit's like not happening all the time. It's not enough like content per minute for me to want to watch it live. However, somebody like Irrelevant has that. Irrelevant and Chud, their content per minute is really, really high. So I can find myself accidentally watching them for like much longer than I wanted to because of that. But like for Jake and Bake and a lot of IRL people, it's definitely not like that. I have to watch the VOD because I just don't get what I want. Rhizome says, in my opinion, people watch streams mostly because they're collaborators in the content when it's done right. A YouTube video you don't get to participate in. Yes, Rhizome, but that's a very streamer answer. You know what I mean? Like, I think based on people who have answered so far, that does seem to be the case for some people. But the reason why I put it to the viewers is because as streamers, we're level 2s, okay? We have our bubble and we have kind of like the platitudes that are repeated over and over again for why we have to do things. But when I look at streamers who are really successful, a lot of them don't really engage with all their chatters. Their chat's going, and they don't really respond to everybody. And they just kind of pick out the few things they want to. So for that, you're not really a collaborator in the content. And I wonder like why then they watch that. Maybe it's the content per minute thing. Maybe the person's entertaining enough to have on the second monitor, but it's not for the reason of being a collaborator. FOMO is a really good answer. I could see FOMO being the answer there. So like I hid that part of the intention about my question because there are people that watch these streamers where they're not really getting to engage or they have it on a second monitor. And for those people, I do wonder what they're doing. Book's gonna get too cozy and fall asleep? Yeah, I'm tempted to go get a beer and then I would probably fall asleep. I don't understand the purposes of the levels. Levels seem like a way to make sense of the world and how people interact with it. A true level 5 who has reached inner peace/enlightenment wouldn't find a need for levels. Well, I mean, if like Buddhism is anything to go off of, maybe you want to help other people to get where you're at. I'm more of a YouTube frog, but I watch Twitch for the like human answers. So like when Google can't give me the answer, I'm interested in the person. That's an interesting and specific thing. I like that. As a VOD watcher, almost exclusively, I come for the ideas and constructive criticism. Here, I'm gonna actually adjust y'all a little bit here. Give you that fucking sexy angle. As a VOD watcher, almost exclusively, I come for the ideas and constructive criticism. The indirect interaction is also really nice. I also, you let me debate Evangelion with you on stream. Can't beat that. Yes. Although I did kind of just concede to you, because obviously people can see whatever they want in art. Yeah, I work from home. Streams are just background noise during the day. Well, there's somebody being honest. Too late, can't unsee. Yeah, sorry, Ryza. Consuming movies without actually watching them. It's not like for my first time, like I don't put on a movie I haven't seen before and then listen to it. That would be Pepega. Obviously, there are movies I've seen enough times to be like, I can picture everything that's going on in my head. I can just listen to this movie and it plays out in my mind's eye. Can't do movies, want to watch them instead. Stream video content usually isn't as necessary. Interesting. I don't meet a lot of people that handle movies the way I do, but I can just listen to them. Since you're in Europe, it's all Asian food. Okay. Yeah, I shove Relly and Chud on. I shove? Maybe I put? I hope you're not shoving Relly and Chud anywhere. That would be a power imbalance. You're a viewer. Yeah, I shove Relly and Chud on while I am working on my other screen because I need background audio. It's either them or YouTube playlists. Gotcha. Where do you get your playlists from then, Kubi? Lamau, streamer answer means not a real answer. Not the answer I'm looking for, bro. I'm gonna put your answer at like a level 1. I'm looking for level 5 answers, right? So you're not gonna have them from me, bro. You can put TV on in the background too, but plot requires emotional investment and I'm dead inside. Well, it depends. I don't watch big streamers unless don't just listen. I see. Oh, so you mean what keeps someone watching a Mrgirl? Living vicariously through your streamer daddy. It's another opinion I don't care about because it's coming from a fucking streamer. I spit on you, you fucking streamer. These questions are not for you, you fucking idiot. But I'll go ahead and read it. Living vicariously through your streamer daddy. It's like you're having random... Because you know what this reads to me is somebody who is upset at the bigger streamers. There's a bit of like meanness in here that I feel like the viewers would never word it this way, which is why I don't really care about this. Actually, I'm just gonna skip it. Y'all are background noise to me. Nice. The chat engage with each other in streamer unless it's a really big streamer like Hassan. I purposely left out Hassan because Hassan does a lot of chat engagement. He just like sorry, I had to pull a new one out of my butt. Oh, did I fuck up my camera too? Oh, no, the angle. I changed the angle. That's right. That's right. I adjusted my angle here. I'm actually going to put it up just a wee bit more. Okay, I think I read this one. Politics type stuff is perfect because it's interesting to me, but I also don't have to listen intensely all the time. One reason I love watching Mythic Politics is he has OCD, so he has to respond to every single line of chat unless it's going really fast. Okay. I'm living vicariously through Booksmarts, surely. Haha, to be honest, I think a streamer would have a better get. Yeah, no, I'm not reading that one either. Did it just mute? No, it ran out of battery. Son sends his regards. Oh wow, only the level 5s can hear this comment. Yeah. And then people wonder why not safe for work is... Oh yeah, to be clear, if you ever join the Discord, not safe for work is outlawed, okay? What level are you? I'm like a level 3 at this point. Lamau, at Booksmarts, viewers don't know how to make an engaging stream. Well, I'm not fucking asking how to make an engaging stream. Okay, Ryza, I'm gonna warn you. You're starting, you're going to piss me off. And I'm gonna fucking roll up my level 2 sleeves and slap some motherfucking drama into you, okay? I'm gonna fucking hit you with some fucking drama. You know, knock it the fuck off, bruh. I am gonna slap you with some fucking drama. These ignorant ass things you say. You ain't even listening to me, bruh. I didn't ask how to make an engaging stream. I asked the people who are the ultimate judges of engagement why they're engaged with something or why they choose to watch it, okay? The dopamine hit when a streamer or a lot of chat laughs at a message I said is pretty unmatched. Unfortunately, I'm a filthy addict. Ah, okay. He's opening the 8th gate. No, obviously I'm fucking with him, dude, but yeah, it's not helpful at all. Okay, I'm gonna call a command, and then the other thing is gonna yell at me. Let's see if I can make sure the other one doesn't hear me. Hey Google. Hey Google. Set a timer for 30 minutes. There we go. 30 minutes. 30 minutes, party people. 30 minutes. We'll see if we can hit that goal. How much more do we have? 3 would make 20, and then you have 8 left, so 83. Well, up to you, Oilers. The people who watch you are going to watch you for a different reason than they watch Mrgirl. Obviously, bruh, you're getting annoying. I'm going to ban you, Rice. I can't wait till we have BGG and I can do /ignore. Just to be like, /ignore Rhizome 24 hours. I don't need the feedback, bro. I know why I'm asking, and I know that they're not gonna all be Mrgirl viewers, bro. Well, I'm not Pepega, believe it or not, Rhizome. I'm not handicapped. I'm not an invalid, okay? My brain works all the way, and I am thinking through, do the people that watch me all watch Mrgirl? No. So if I ask a question to them and I know that they probably don't watch Mrgirl, then may there be another reason behind my asking of the question. Could I perhaps be looking for an outsider's perspective on that, or maybe even seeing if that does exist? Because how the fuck do you know that a person that watches this doesn't watch the other shit? You don't. You're making an assumption that is out of the blue. I, for instance, watch bigger people. I do watch Mrgirl. I watch Jake and Bake. I would say that in the last 6 months, I've probably, in terms of hours, watched more live Mrgirl content than I have Destiny content. Whether that blows your mind or not, that is the truth. I have watched more Jake and Bake live content than I have Destiny content or Wicked Supreme content or IRI content, probably. No. Jake and Bake more than IRI, but definitely not Mrgirl more than IRI. I do watch a lot of IRI content. But you don't know if there's overlap, because you would be wrong even if you assumed it for me. Booksmarts just wants us to watch Booksmarts 1984. No, I don't care. Yeah, I suppose I misunderstood the question. Disregard me. Believe me, I would if I could. No, but I'll keep reading you, bro. It's the teleprompter, bro. And I'm like the guy from Anchorman. I can't help but just read everything. Keck W, man, you get triggered easy. I didn't even realize. I know I asked a stupid fucking question and I didn't really think it through all the way, and now I look like a dumb fuck. But I did trigger you. That was what I was trying to do. This fucking level 1, bro. Rhizome, you're a level 1, and if IRI makes the policy decisions I advocate for him to make, let's just say things aren't looking too good for all you level 1s out there. /S, obviously. Who the fuck watches Mrgirl? I watch Mrgirl. Can someone link me the donation thing? Because I don't get full price for bits. It's !dono, I believe. Let's see here. I thought there was another message here. What is this YouTube thing? What is this weeb shit, bruh? Cringe. What's the point of Mrgirl? Doesn't he just sit in his chair and Google stuff while people make content for him? I'll tell you what the point of Mrgirl. Hold on. This is going to be a self-report. Do I want to tell them what Mrgirl streams I watch? You know what? You know what? What is the point of Mrgirl? Yeah, I definitely just watch him when he's sitting in his chair and Googling stuff. That's definitely the Mrgirl content I watch. It's engaging because it feels like a casual conversation. It's like company while at work or chilling, like having a bud you can listen to in your pocket. A pocket bud. Mrgirl feels not as casual. Yeah, he's definitely not as casual for sure. Yeah, that's definitely the case. Miskiff streams more like Alinity stuff. Bruh, what are you talking about? Miskiff has a lot of streams that don't have Alinity in them. It's not an Alinity stream, okay? And I certainly don't watch only the Alinity streams. Otherwise, why wouldn't I just go watch Alinity, right? So, I don't know. And that's not even a meme. I don't watch, like... Well, I have watched the Alinity stream, but that's not, like, the main thing that I watch with them. I actually like a couple of other content creators that go on there with them. I used to listen to comedy podcasts before I got into the stream world. Nowadays, those comedians talk about things out of their depths. With streams, chat can correct in real time. Oh, that's a wonderful point. The chat really holds the streamer accountable if the community is the right one and can correct the streamer in real time. That's an interesting point I hadn't thought about. Interesting point there. Interesting point. Wait, am I missing something? No. I'd say interactability is key. The ability to jump to rooms all over the world and chat and bounce back off of streamers is an experience. It's like the world's biggest playground. The politics and analysis is a draw, but that's a me thing and not for everyone. Some people just love their gaming. Yeah. Listening to you audibly sweat over not watching Alinity makes me feel okay about watching Invader V just because she's cute as fuck. Hold on. I think it is totally valid to watch a streamer because you think they're cute as fuck. I watch a lot of VODs just because I think the person is cute as fuck. I'll be real with you. I am a parasocial simp. I have multiple streamers that I watch only because I think they're cute as fuck. Whether that's YouTube videos, VODs, or catching them live. But I'll be real. I'm be real with you, okay? So if you're in that position, that is totally normal. I think. I hope. Oh God, I hope it is. So that's totally fine in my opinion, okay? That's totally fine in my opinion. But yeah, like, I do like the Alinity streams of Miskiff because Alinity makes Miskiff uncomfortable randomly, and I do like that. I also think Alinity's funny. You may not like Alinity or know anything about her, but I personally think that, like, Alinity is a funny lady. However, there are other people who go on Miskiff stream that I watch it for that I enjoy more than Alinity. For sure. It's normal copium. Chat, everyone say they watch Bookie because he is a cutie. Nah, I don't think that's the case for everybody. I wouldn't believe that. Why watch a streamer just because they're cute? It's not just because they're... Well, hold on. Some people... So there is physical cuteness, right? Like, aw, she's cute. Aw, she's like hot or whatever. Aw, he's hot. But there's also the way somebody behaves, the way they think about the world, and the way they talk, which can also be cute. And for me, that's far more compelling. There are plenty of streamers who are like physically attractive or physically cute, but there are fewer streamers who are like cute in the way that they act or the way that they talk or the way they make jokes, you know, like, so like, it's not just about that, just to be clear. Hey, Book, do you watch Germa 985? He's one of those with a lot of content per minute. I don't watch Germa. I actually don't think I've seen anything but clips of Germa. Northern Lion, though, has, I think, good content. I watch him. I also love the donations that happen on Forston's channel. I think those are funny, too. But I'll be honest, I just watch YouTube videos of them. So you think it's common for people to get into streaming mainly so they can befriend or get to know streamers they watch? I don't think I've said that today, but maybe. When I initially started, that was part of the thing for me is like, oh, I could have access to these people and talk with them. And if I have a problem, I could address it. That was before I realized how not worthwhile it is to try and do that. It takes a lot of time and people don't change. You become more invested and then you have to kind of, it's almost like this level system. So at level 2, you like the person and you wish you could like engage with them and you engage as a chatter and whatever. Level 3 is becoming a streamer and then like making the choice to engage with them. And then level 4 is becoming super doomer about engaging with the streamer. Like realizing that they're flawed humans and dumb fucks and they're not going to change or whatever. And then you have to make a decision. Do you want to stay level 4, go beyond it and become level 5 and be a positive Andy like I'm really important? Or go back to being a level 2 or go back to being a level 3. Only engage with them in chat if at all, or don't engage with them and just be a streamer, or only engage with them in like a streaming capacity. And I think for every individual creator, the answer is different. Like, I love that by being a streamer, I've been able to become personal friends with Wicked Supreme and I'm Really Important and Rhizome and whatever, because I enjoy these people. And I enjoy that I was able to make a connection with them because I was a streamer. That also applies to chatters, frankly. I really like that I was able to meet my host for Denmark, both of them now. Lemonese, she is super duper nice. She's super duper awesome. I've really enjoyed hanging out with her, meeting her friends, exploring the city with her. Like, she's super cool. Same with the host that I had in my last place. He's super awesome, super knowledgeable. The dude is into a bunch of weird niche stuff and like, he's a treasure trove of information and a really cool guy, really down to earth as well. All the people that I met in Poland and where else? Oh, in Slovakia, in Austria. Like, I love meeting viewers as well. Like, I enjoy that position I have as a streamer. So, I think it goes a lot of different ways there. Also, remember, TikTok on that dono goal. I don't think we'll hit it, but, if there's somebody listening, definitely, if you're an oiler. Well, hold on, book. Is cute is what you're trying to say. I don't know, bro. I don't know about that. This is a personal thing for me, but I like when you are empathetic, and I know you get in trouble for your opinions, but usually ring true. Oh, for your opinions, but they usually ring true. Oh, that's nice. I don't think they're always good, but... Is there any way to donate without PayPal? Yeah, you could go on YouTube and use YouTube, the super chat thing. You engage with them and then they call you bookfucker and never listen to you. Yeah, it gets frustrating. But that's how normal people are. That's also why, like, I see myself in Brittany. It is very easy to get doomer on people that don't follow your advice or whatever. But, like, that's how normal people are. And you're like that with people all day, all the time. There's plenty of advice that's good advice that you're not in a position to follow. So, whatever. To answer the question you asked 25 minutes ago, I don't commit to watching streamers live. Even today, I've stepped away from the stream and then caught up at 3x many times. Nice. Hashtag YouTube champs. Yeah, that is the thing that makes YouTube a better chat for sure. What level is Dan? I don't know. I prefer not to speak. Never meet your heroes. Yeah, maybe part of that. To be honest, because of you, I stopped watching blood sports and only really watch productive conversations. I'm happy I could be the catalyst for change for you because I think that's a positive change. Supreme says nice things about you all the time. Aww. I feel like all I do is trouble Supreme. I feel like all I do is like bring up problems to Supreme, and Supreme rarely has any problems that get brought up to us. So the question is ignorance bliss? Probably. It's probably better to just be a chatter and never be in the position of being a streamer. Do you talk to Rage Pub often or just dunk on him in drama? I never talk to Rage Pub, no. What level was Denim's operating at when she fucked another guy on Destiny's bed without permission? Jesus Christ! Ah, it's a Chud viewer. Rabid Wombat. Sometimes I have you confused as a regular, chatter, and then I see this level of toxicity. I'm not answering that question. Jesus Christ. I had a blast streaming, but I'll be honest, any sort of long-term motivation I had to continue was so I could meet and befriend people who I enjoyed watching. Obviously, that didn't last. Yeah, that's a hard one. I've always hated the blood sports. Oops, let me scroll up here. I've always hated the blood sports, which is why I hate panel shows. Yeah, I mean, panel shows are bad for plenty of reasons. Even if you like blood sports, I feel like panels don't always hit the mark, you know what I mean? Some are good, some are bad. I'm eating Takis with THC on. Oh my god.
I hate the chat. They've turned me into an... I don't even know what that means. I can't be the only person who likes to watch you suffer occasionally. 1.5x is fine. No quarter for the VOD watchers.
Put in there that they want to fucking fuck the VOD watchers. Nice. I also like how because you put apostrophes and not quotation marks around Euler, Train just went Euler. And you're like, I don't even know what that means. That was such a perfect fucking TTS. Holy shit. All right, we'll do it. We've hit the mark. I'm 20 minutes behind. If you're still on the topic, the streamers whose VODs I watch a lot are either for entertainment or for getting a better understanding of the positions in fallacy practice. Nice, okay, so productive. Folks keep encouraging me to continue my crafting and art, but I prefer my hobbies not to be a job or an obligation tied to it. Yeah, I could feel that, especially if you run into drama while you're doing your streaming of your crafting and art. Then it's like really not worth it because you don't need that toxicity brought in there. And that can leave like a lasting impression on the way that you view your art and stuff. It would suck to have dabbled in streaming as a hobby and then some effect of that streaming thing had a long-term impact on your willingness to engage in your creative endeavors. That would suck. Hey, that isn't even a hypothetical. I'm submitting real scenarios for consideration. Yeah, clearly. Booksmarts, Rage Pup left Discord because he posted stuff in drama that was blatantly not safe for work and got warned. Sag, I hope he comes back. I hope he comes back too, but like, I don't feel bad that he was moderated against if he's posting not safe for work. Time to go to the YouTube. Yep. All the VOD watchers listening to that Euler. Let's hear it.
I'm like, what he say fuck me for?
Okay, let me set it up. I'll turn this on. I'm gonna skip this iceberg. Okay, I'll give it a little bit, do 1.5. It's really funny how different Rage Pup is on stream versus in Discord. Yeah, he's toxic as fuck in Discord, dude. That's why I don't feel bad that he got fucking moderated against. Well, I mean, he wasn't even moderated. It was just a warn and that's it. Oh, we need that warn command. There's so much I have to do. Anywho, no time for talking about that. Let's shift gears. Let's listen to this iceberg documentary, okay? We gotta listen to the iceberg documentary. Let me shift my shit over here. Over. Meow. And put this like meow. And then put this like meow. And then turn this on like meow. And get it started like meow.
The depravity of Max Carson, also known as Mrgirl, contains extremely disturbing footage and imagery, including depictions of domestic abuse, sexual assault, exploitation of minors, bestiality, and more. The producer of this video does not endorse any of the views expressed or actions taken by Mr. Carson.
If you know anything about Max Carson, also known as Mr. Girl, it's probably the common belief that he's a pedophile, or at least to this point, what some people may call a NOMAP, which is an acronym for non-offending minor attracted person. In other words, a pedophile who hasn't yet been caught acting on their pedophilic predilections. But unlike a lot of other videos looking at Max, that is not where this video is going to start.
Wait, are we already starting on a lie or whatever? I don't think. Wait, book ban? Wait, end the stream? Get off Twitch? Oh shit, that's right. That's right. Hold on. This isn't Max talking, okay? This isn't Max talking. This is somebody else. It's just a picture of him. Chill out, Twitch. We didn't do anything wrong. Everybody get into the YouTube, okay? Get into the YouTube. We're turning off Twitch. Bada bing. And Twitch should be offline. Let me make sure it's offline. Thank you for reminding me, though. Let me make sure it's offline real quick. Okay, it looks like it F'd on Twitch. I hope it doesn't stay F forever. I hope it just stops. Hold on, let me figure out Twitch real quick. I'm sure there's some way that I can stop it. There should be some way to close the stream. I just don't see where it is. How do I do that? How do I do that? There's no like button for it. Hold on. Fucking. I don't think there's a command or anything either. I don't know how to end the Twitch VOD. Sorry. Oh well. I'm not seeing an option on how to end it. Rip. Whatever. I turned it off on the other one. Saint Nick reporting in. Just unplug your computer. Shut the fuck up. That was real close. It was real close. That was certainly real close, dude. You near.
And that's because Max's favorite defense as of late to being labeled as a pedophile is that there's a difference between thoughts, fantasies, and actions. And because, while he speaks openly about his extremely disturbing thoughts and fantasies, there isn't any evidence yet that he would act on his most horrifying thoughts and fantasies. But as you will see, that's not true. This entire video is very disturbing, but perhaps most disturbing of all is where we're going to start, which is not in Max's past or his theoretical future, but in the present moment where Max has proudly broadcasted for the world to see his horrifying and relentless abuse of his current girlfriend, Shaylin. And as disturbing as the next hour will be, I hope that you will sit through it, because the only way we can root out evil in our society is by facing it and witnessing it as it unfolds.
I just don't have any money.
You don't have $100.
I won't have it if you want me to pay rent to you.
You have exactly enough money to pay rent, but not $100 more.
I don't have enough money to pay rent yet. I'm waiting on.
You're not answering my question.
Yes, I don't.
You will have exactly the right amount, but not $100 more.
I don't know, man.
You know what? They're not here. Let's just take a look. Normally I would never violate someone's privacy like this, but desperate times call for desperate measures. I will fucking do whatever I have to survive. And I looked at her room. And oh my god. This is how fucking explorers must feel when they find treasure.
Oh, I can use the... If I need to use the mic, I can use the other one, right?
Wait, what did that say?
This is how fucking explorers must feel when they find treasure.
Oh, I can use the... If I need to use the mic, I can use the other one, right? I just don't think to use these. I don't know. You are often using them. What thing do you feel I'm not responding to?
Nothing. The reason I'm talking, you're not responding to me. You're not responding to the fucking point of what I'm saying.
Which is what?
Okay. Are you aware that I'm very angry at you, generally? And are you aware that it's your fucking arrogance and refusal to admit when you're struggling bad at something, ask a question, or you don't know something that is, at least from my point of view, creating or partially creating a rift between us?
Yes, I do know that.
So you already know that.
Yeah.
And you aren't sure why I would bring up your stubbornness and arrogance right now. You think I'm just asking you about headphones and Bluetooth?
No, I can see why you're bringing it up, but I feel like you're inserting it into a conversation and without really knowing whether or not that's true, and I'm trying to answer
it. It doesn't matter if it's true. You don't know if it's true. You don't know why you've never used those headphones.
Yes.
So you can't say that it's true or not true. It's just something to discuss. It's an idea. It's a list.
What the fuck are we listening to? The music is like music on Ghost Hunter shows? Yeah, now I understand why people were like, do you want the music or no music? What the fuck are we listening to? Is he gonna make a point? Can he just make a point and then show me evidence, then make another point and show me, like, this is kind of boring. Okay.
Through which to view the conversation or view the conflict or view the interaction or whatever. But you refuse to look through that lens. And that's why I can't fucking stand you. Because I present a lens and you're like, well, I think if I look through that, I'll see something uncomfortable. I don't want to have to see what you're seeing. So I just won't. Even though I'm telling you, you're not thinking about it from my point of view and you're not listening to me. You still don't give a fuck.
Honestly, I think the hit piece is the less interesting thing. I can't speak for the other Oilers, but I personally wouldn't feel bad if you skip this. Well, that's enough for me. The fucking $99 Oiler said he wants to skip it, so I'm okay with that, dude. I'm okay with skipping it. Get me the fuck out of here. All right, next link. Anybody, any linkers? What is the next thing that we're supposed to watch? It's Mr. Girl versus who? Are we doing Mr. Girl versus Brittany or something? Mr. Girl versus Brittany, maybe? I think that's what we listened to, right? Or did Brittany do a video on him first? What order is this done in? Do you guys know? Hopefully my drama correspondent or one of them is in here. What do I do first? This whole video is just clips back to back. Oh, how fucking annoying. Skip the iceberg, Mr. Girl versus Brit. All right, Mr. Girl. Oops. Versus Brittany. Yeah, how annoying. Like, it's not a good video. Sorry. I'm not enthused, and I was like 5 minutes into it. Mr. Girl and Brittany Simon's awkward conversation. All right, I think it's probably this from Mr. Girl Returns. Let's watch this one. Oops. I can't hear him. Oh, he has a timestamp. Based. Based. All right, let me change this though. I'm trying to be a better streamer for you guys. That's why I'm trying to like update these title things and whatever. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to get back, trying to make this stream a little bit better every day, you know? Okay, this is first. Now 5 minutes behind. Yeah, the 1.5x is really fucking me over. Down to 1.7. Yep, you get fucked because the dono said fuck you, and VOD people don't pay for shit. So VOD people are the level ones of this world. Unless you're a Patreon supporter, in which case I love you, but for real. Let's see here. I think this is all set up. This should be good to go. Thankfully for me, it's already 12 a.m., so I'm safe from this hell. Good night, losers. Good night, dumbass. Do we say based on YouTube? Yeah, why not?
Did you just say that I'm gay?
I might have, but did you hear me? So you lied to me. You can't hear me.
I wasn't lying, I was wrong.
Oh, well, in that case, then yes, I did say you were gay.
Okay.
But I can't see you. Should I see an OBS icon?
Oh, you can't see me?
No. I'm gonna really need to see your face to understand you.
Would I ever consider doing an interview with Louis Theroux? I don't know.
Everyone wants everyone to talk to Louis.
Why?
Because he's interesting and he likes people and he's at his job and, you know, he's charismatic and fun. Why not?
Who is he? People have asked me
He is
to talk
a
to him
journalist. He's a documentarian and a journalist, and he talks to people for a living, and he's British, and he seems nice.
Okay, but is he like a race realist or something? I'm thinking of Stefan Molyneux.
Molyneux or whatever. No, he's not like that. He's like a professional. He's like a mainstream journalist. He's like someone people take seriously.
Change the stream title? Oh my god, you're so needy. There's not an easy way to do that on YouTube, so I can't. Sorry. Sorry, not happening. There isn't a good way to do it on YouTube, so fuck it, dude. I won't be lazy. I'll find a way. Hold on. Oh boy, he's making me go out of my way for the V Omega D losers. Let's see. Content live. I'll just copy this and paste it there. Why does he not capitalize his own name? Here, I'll fix that because that'll bug the fuck out of me. I will separate it so it's all different words here. Oh, fuck. Starts acting like a one right now? Yeah, bro. Those talkies are hitting? Nice, hyphen.
Seriously. Steven's a YouTube person.
Oh.
Molyneux.
Yeah.
I feel like if you've been enjoying your career on YouTube, I only take you YouTube bubble seriously, which is fair, I feel like. But also mainstream people I only take so seriously within their bubbles too. Like if they came here, they'd be nobody.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I can see me on my own screen.
Yes.
Why?
Well.
Oh, well.
That's a good question. Yeah. We'll figure that out in a second. Wait, how come? Okay, there we go. No, he's a famous BBC interviewer. Well, then I would love to talk to him. People keep trying to get me to do like a race realism thing.
Why?
I think because they think that I unflinchingly will talk about like gender in a certain way, and what else? Black Lives Matter. That I'm going to then, you know, be a race realist, which I'm not. So I think they're going to be disappointed, or they want to watch. I think race realists believe that everybody else is lying about race, and if they either want me to agree with them or prove that I'm a charlatan and that they want to see that there's a place I won't go, that I'm too scared to tell the truth about race, which is that white people are the best, I think.
Is there
or
a truth
Asians
supposed to be?
Oh my god. Well, luckily we made it before that timer. All right, chat. I'm gonna put you right here. Okay, so it feels like you're a part of the stream. I'm gonna let you lay with me right here. Okay. This is cute. Just pretend I'm your boy toy. We're just hanging out, you know, platonically, of course, just platonically laying with each other, and your messages will appear here.
Is there a truth I'm supposed to know about?
Yeah, they have.
Is there a truth you know that other people don't know?
Well, they have the races ranked by IQ.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe in IQ, but I'm an idiot, so that's probably why.
Yeah, I mean, give everybody a test, and then whatever white people score the highest on, we say is the most important thing.
Love that.
Yeah.
White people.
I don't know if that's fair.
Okay.
Or makes sense.
I don't know if does my screen, guys, hold on. I'm trying to be like Mrgirl right now. I'm trying to actually I usually just have my guests be like really small in the corner, but I feel like with you and me, we could probably get side by side a little bit. I don't know. I'm a tech boomer, so everyone knows my streams are not high production. So I'm going to say that sounds good.
We interviewed Nick Fuentes recently.
Really?
That's what the chat's saying.
Why?
Wait, no, biblically makes sense.
Oh. Nick kind of seems like a troll to me. He seems kind of harmless, like I could beat him up. I don't know. I feel like if I could beat you up, I can't take you that seriously.
I think Nick Fuentes is a Nazi. I don't think he's harmless at all.
A real Nazi?
Yeah, I think he's the real deal.
Basic. Okay, interesting. Well, no judgment. Have fun.
No judgment about what? Me thinking that?
No, him living his best life.
No judgment about him being a Nazi?
I don't know. I don't really know if I believe in Nazis. Like, I think people think they're Nazis.
Do you think that the Holocaust happened?
Yes, of course. But I think those might have been real Nazis rather than what we have today, which are kind of people who wish they were Nazis.
Yeah.
Like, I understand they might believe they're really Nazis, but I'm like, okay. I'm like, you know, it's just silly.
I think that, I guess my pushback would be that I don't think real Nazis are that different from normal people. Or they are normal people, even. I don't think there's something fundamentally different about the Nazis that made them, you know, able to do what they did.
No, I mean, humans are going to human, and I feel like it's a pretty human thing to do. Sort of were. It's a Holocaust.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Usually, I feel like Mrgirl is the one being awkward and making conversation difficult. She's coming right out of the gate with nonsense. And then she says these, like, vague lines to, like, throw everything off. Like, oh, well, humans are gonna human. Like, ooh. No! What? Oh, God. Okay. I'm not going to say anything substantive here and create like a whole argument. I'm just going to kind of keep playing it because I'm sure this isn't the worst of it. Now you see why I wanted you to cover this book. Yeah, this is really bad. This is really bad.
Sure. I'm not saying Nick's not human. I just think he's a...
Yeah, no, I think we're agreeing. Oh.
Well, we're agreeing about maybe the facts, but I don't think we're agreeing with how to talk about it.
Yeah, I think that's the meme my Discord has like granted me, which is I see problematic behavior and I go, oh, that's kind of funny, and then everyone else like has a whole like documentary they want to make on it. But I don't know. I'm kind of at this point where I'm like, oh, look at that. It's like phenomenon. Does it ever feel like that to you when you're watching people? Phenomenon.
No. I feel involved.
Interesting. Do you feel like?
I feel deeply invested in my my fellow man, and I want to stop, fascism.
That's a big goal.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's achievable. It's more like I want to be on the side like against fascism. You know.
Sure.
I know
Doesn't everyone?
Well, no, I mean...
Doesn't everyone kind of think they are against fascism?
Actually, I will say this. I'm very, very, very happy we started by watching the levels video. Because if she believes in her brain, I need to follow this levels thing, and that is the performance I need to put on, and that is the way I interface with the world, all of this makes sense. She's like, oh, well, the Nazis are in the Nazi bubble and they ascribe to the Nazi stuff and they haven't done a ton of bad stuff in a long time, whatever. So I just see, oh, cool, human phenomena. They're just like Christians in their Christian bubble, or Democrats in their Democrat bubble, or Republicans in the Republican bubble. They're all just level 2s. Then I can understand why she's acting like this, but I think this is a good demonstration of like, why her system is like fucked, because you end up acting like this. And I think a lot of us looking at this are like, oh, that's not what I want to be. Well, then ascribing to that belief system, probably not the best for you then.
Not Richard Spencer? No, I kind of asked him and he was like, fascism is fine, I just want to win.
Humans are gonna human is her catchphrase. She has it on shirts. Eek. Okay.
I think a lot of people feel like that. They just want to win, so they don't really care what the result is.
I think if you ask Nick Fuentes honestly if he's against fascism, I think he would either. I doubt he has a problem with imposing his will on others. I think that's what he wants to do.
I think everyone does that, though.
Yeah,
I haven't met many people who don't.
Well, I don't.
Oh, usually when I hear that, it's on a spectrum of I have an opinion, you should consider it, to I will create or vote for politicians that will limit your rights because I think it's better for you. All they're kind of the same to me.
You think voting is the same as marching people into a death camp at gunpoint because they're not the same as you?
No, but it's the same. It's the same. When I say like people want to create legislation to like stop LGBT people from having rights, it's coming from the same place as the people who marched in Nazi. It started at the same place.
Well,
You're thinking you have the right to limit people and dictate what their happiness and joy is.
Yeah.
It's all kind of the same to me.
That to me isn't fascism. I guess I'm talking about fascism strictly as like a form of authority and how power is expressed and wielded. So I'm not saying he's a Nazi like how he feels about Jews or black people. I'm saying he's a Nazi in the sense of if he could push a button to be like the dictator, he would.
Oh, okay, interesting, cool. That's Nick Fuentes. Or are we talking about Nick right now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I don't know much about him.
She has to have a moral system to judge different bubbles from each other. I don't buy it. Maybe she remembers what herself when she was at a 3 or a 4 did about judging 2s, but I do think that compartmentalized somewhere inside of her, she does have a distinction between all these things and does realize one's bad, one's good, one's this, one's that, and can weigh them all out. I do think that exists in her, and I think she's probably consciously making an effort to put that aside when it comes up. So yeah, I would agree with you. I think she definitely has the capacity and like the framework of thinking about it. She just probably pushes it down.
I've only seen him in Debates with Destiny, so it's not exactly a
or at least light. That's what I want to believe, because it would make her like a more normal person. I'm gonna put this at a 1.4. I'm putting it at 1.4. Okay, just a small concession, because it's a bit difficult to follow when I'm like laying sideways and tired. Mrgirl is gonna attempt to pop all her bubbles. Well, let's see.
That makes sense, but I believe you.
I mean, it's just my...
How are you today, by the way?
I'm okay.
Just okay?
Just okay, yeah.
What does that mean in Mac's world?
It means... I don't like the question, how are you?
Okay.
I usually dodge it.
It's too late, you didn't dodge it. You already told me you're okay.
That is a dodge. Because it doesn't mean anything.
Okay. I actually emailed you to ask you onto my show, but I'm on your show at the same time, so how do you want to do this?
Oh, however you want. If you want me to be on your show, that's fine.
I think we're both on each other's show.
Okay.
If you want to call this a show. I don't know what it is.
It's a show.
Well, here comes the good old Mrgirl awkwardness.
We do introductions. It's hardly a show.
You know, well, I think both audiences know who the other person is at this point, right?
Hopefully. If not, this is Mrgirl. This is Max.
This is
I'm a Brittany.
Okay. Yeah. So, well, I messaged you yesterday. And I was like, hey, you were like talking a lot of shit about me a few months ago, saying that I'm boring or that I'm not introspective or that I think my inner monologue is objective. All these things you were saying about me, I think mostly in January, maybe a little trickle into February. And I figured like most people don't like me the first time they watch my content or any conversation I'm in. So I figured that might have changed. So I wanted to ask you beforehand, so I don't come in guns blazing, if that has changed. And you said yes, but it seemed like we were going to wait until we're talking to
discuss it more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to get a sense of where we're starting out at.
Yeah, well, I have a question. Why would you have come in guns blazing, even if I did think those things very strongly the same?
Because they're not true, and it pisses me off when people think those things.
Okay, so you don't think your belief systems are objective? You think they're subjective?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So you don't think like... Okay, so when you push your ideas forward, you're pushing them with the understanding that they're subjective.
Yeah, I try to couch my beliefs in like, this is what I like. This is what works. No, it doesn't even work for me. It's just what I do. Like, this is how I think of myself, and the way I think is like my preference above, whatever else. If I'm disagreeing with something, it's more like a lens. God. I think I try to present my views as a lens you could look through. If it's helpful to you to look through it, fine. I'm not trying to get you to glue it to your face, though. which I think that when you do that, then it gets into more objective.
Did you watch my videos on the levels?
Yeah.
Do you think that I'm a black and white thinker that thinks she is the objective truth for people?
I mean, yeah, to some degree. I know that you have some. I mean, you ended the video with like, I'm just an idiot. So I know that you.
Wait, you motherfuckers! There was a video we were meant to watch before this. Guys, this is the reason why I need drama correspondents. You guys fucking... There's a video that comes before this. No. Did you see the 2 streams? President's... I don't watch President's Sunday. You fucking keep it a buck 50 with you on that one. What? Where is the video that she... Oh my god, you guys suck. Did you see... I already know about the levels, but I didn't hear this that they're referring to, where she's talking shit about him. Guys, you failed me. I'm disappointed in you. This is 8 days ago. This is, I don't know, because YouTube changed the way to display information. I can't see when it was posted. Oh my goodness. Behind the Veil? Yeah, for context, that video sounds important. Yeah, exactly. Somebody said Behind the Veil, but I don't, that doesn't help me. I guess I could look up Brittany Behind the Veil. It's not that important as someone who has seen the whole thing. Okay, whatever. We'll just fucking play it in.
Don't like fully feel that way, but you are presenting a pretty rigid value system of like good versus bad. You also said they're not judgment, but they kind of are.
Gay judgment. We gay judged here.
Yeah. So I think you're...
So my assessment of you... Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So I do think your value system is a bit rigid. You do like a take it or leave it thing. But it does come across like you just think you're right. And obviously you've constructed a level system, level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with yourself as a 5. So there's that. And I think that for anybody who's not familiar, your level system is basically levels of introspection. So 1 are useless people who are a burden and drain on society and the world around them. And in your words, so useless they can't even kill themselves, which is...
Poetic, right? It's one of the cleverest things I've ever said.
Yeah, that I find that pretty disturbing. So I'll probably not argue with you about that. 2, it sounds like, are like normal people who are kind of stupid, but they're happy. And we need 2s to like, be like garbage people or whatever.
But 2s can be very smart too, obviously.
Yeah, they're smart, but like they're choosing to live in the moment and not understand their...
Hold on, why are you wording it this way? I hate the gay judge thing she does when she says she's trying to act like she's not judgmental. It feels really dismissive. I don't know why you're calling it gay judge, but yeah, the phenomena where she does something judgy and then says, I don't mean to judge. It just seems like she's acutely aware it's a judgmental statement. And I think it's just a verbal tick or whatever, or like a psychological tick. It does nothing to help her, and it will start to wear on people. She says that. Yikes, why does she call it gay judge? Okay.
Place in society and have little cosmic understanding or historical understanding or philosophical understanding of what's going on around them.
There's nothing wrong with that.
That's not true, but so you say that, but clearly it's like 2, it's not, 2 is less than 5. It's just giving the levels numbers.
The only reason they're numbers is literally because my co-author is like, let's name them really cool names. I was like, I will forget them. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm an idiot.
That's fine, but in making that decision, you clearly are putting 2 below 5, literally. 3s are above 2s, but they're not quite 4s. So 3s are stuck in limbo. They're uncomfortable. They're on the edge, and it's a very dangerous place to be a 3 because you might go insane and kill yourself. There's like allusions to suicide at every level. So
did you take Max? This is the best. Like I love your. Did you really watch the video? I am in love with this. This is so nice.
I watched your video, and then 4. A 4 is basically almost a 5, but a 4. So 4 has ascended. And understands their place, but they're still kind of like on some kind of fence. But I think a 4 can be like fulfilled.
I'm working with some 4s right now to see what will happen. All of them end up asking me how to be a 5, which is funny to me because it's not like I can write a book. So it's always like a personal journey, but what we're waiting to see if anyone can stay a content 4. Wait, they can't a content 2. A 2 is much easier to be than a 4. 2 is very easy, like in comparison.
And then a 5.
Is there any info out there on her co-author? I'm not willing to look it up. I don't think it's important.
5 accepts death. Accepts history, accepts the universe. A 5 knows the truth. the truth which cannot be told in a video or a book, but can only be told in a number of paid sessions with Brittany Simon. And that is
you could even watch the YouTube videos and get there. You don't have to pay for the sessions. But that's the thing, right? It's like you don't have to pay for the sessions.
Okay.
But yeah, that's a really I'm so in love with this moment. That was a great summary.
Okay,
that was great.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we're on the same page then.
Okay, and let me tell you, since we're like, I'll gush about your work for a second. Now that you just gushed about mine, but I'm gonna, as a narcissist, take you gushing about my work.
Okay.
You were gushing about my work because you actually paid attention to it. So
I did.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment. Okay, so.
Okay.
Wait. Is she being ironic when she says as a narcissist, or is she being literal? Because I feel like she's a lady who normally is literal. And in the last video, she said, I think this could be interpreted as narcissistic by people, or this other thing by people, didn't address the narcissistic thing. Is she a narcissist then? Like a clinically diagnosed narcissist? I'm trying to figure out what number I am in her system. Maybe a 2, but I don't consider myself stupid. I don't think all 2s are stupid. Like, if I were to take her system and be like judge and jury, executioner of the whole world and whatever, I would say 2s aren't necessarily stupid. She seems unhinged. I wish she wasn't so unlikable so I could be more objective. I mean, I'm trying to be personally, so I'll do it for you. She thinks all social media creators are narcissistic. Sure, but she is probably ironic because she is aware of how people perceive her. Okay.
Because a narcissist just likes attention, whether it's positive or negative. That's what you're saying.
I mean, we are YouTubers, are we not narcissists?
No, we are. I'm just clarifying. That's why you said that. Like the way Trump just likes. He just wants you to write a news article about him. It doesn't matter what's in it.
Yeah. Basically, I will say I do prefer people who seem to be critical of my work, and you're already like giving me that energy of like, he might tear me apart, which you know is a kink of mine. Like, tear me apart, please. Like, I'll get excited. Yeah. You know. So when I saw your work in January, I was really annoyed with it because people were like, Brittany, he's the next thing for you. You're gonna love talking to him, and I was like, I don't. Okay. And then I watched it, and I didn't, as you saw, quite feel connected to your work. Mm-hmm. And then I saw the video you did called, I think it's called Chasing Women. Mm-hmm. And it really changed how I saw you. And so I went, and my brain went ding, 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 ding. And I was like, I know where to put Max. So I do like categorizing people. And I think I miscategorized you the first time I saw you. I know I don't know yet because I haven't talked to you, but I want to bet.
I know about the borderline thing. I'm just asking about the narcissism thing. That's all.
But I did. Therefore, I get the exciting moment of like, maybe I did it wrong, which means I can do it right this time. And that's my happiness. That's my happy place.
Because you thought I was a 2, but actually I'm a 6.
So something like that. Sure, something like that. Something changed, and there's something that means that there's more interesting things here for me. So I'm being a little selfish. I hope this is a symbiotic relationship where we both get something out of this. Sure.
I mean, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of people are predicting that I'm gonna yell at you or make you cry, but you did disclose to me that me yelling at you would be arousing to you.
Oh, 100%. I even wore underwear for this. I was going commando all day, but now I'm in underwear. So.
Got to protect your seating.
Okay. I can't lay down and listen to this. I'm feeling gross. I'm gonna sit up. Because this is kind of grossing me out. I'm gonna grab a beer as well. This is gross. I need help. I'm cringing. I can't stand this. No thanks. I need help. Okay, chat. I am having a beer. Do not take what I say seriously. If there is a clip that is taken from this stream after this point, and somebody tries to get me to debate somebody else about it, I will reject the debate because this is not meant to be a serious thing. I am joking. This is an active parody. This is satire. We're diving in deep here, okay? Because I'm not fucking with it anymore, okay? I'm not going to sit and defend things I say when I drink. I'm not going to sit there and play your logic games of being super duper point by point this and that. I will tell you what I think when I am sober if you ask me about this topic again, and then we could talk about it then, but otherwise I am not interested, okay? That's where I'm at with this. All right. Uncomfy party. Yeah, exactly. I should change the title again because it's about to get uncomfortable in here. I can feel it. I can feel it. This isn't going to be a fun one. This is weird.
Well, I'm in yellow pants.
Oh, okay.
And so I don't want them to soak through and then be rude for the internet to see.
Understood.
Yeah, I try to be considerate.
Right. So, well, I don't know if that's true, but so that complicates any. I mean, if I lose either way now, because like if I fight back and I get angry, then you win. If I tear you apart, you win. If I win, you win. If I lose, you win. If I'm nice and compliment you, you win. Yeah.
Isn't that good though? Is somebody supposed to lose?
Why does it have to be a win-lose thing? I don't know. That's cringy too. Wow. What an interesting combination of people this is. This is going to be difficult to watch the whole time. I can already feel it, dude. Which beer? Today we are drinking Tuborg Gran. Okay, we're drinking Tuborg today, the Danish special. If Booksmart starts to go off the rails, it is our duty as chat to Joker moment him. That too. Yes, that too. I will hold me accountable. If I start to steer out of my lane, let me know. I find it interesting that Lauren Southern and Brittany got on really well. I don't. I understand that. These two, it's weird. It's like trying to make salt and oil. They're just slipping and sliding past each other, and it's kind of gross.
Because right now, I hope you win at the end of this too.
I don't know. Well, yeah. So the way it's set up, you're gonna win, and maybe I'll win too. I guess that's how you have it.
Yeah. Well, do you think that fives always win?
I don't believe in your level system, Brittany.
You do a little.
I don't think so.
It's a little.
I don't think so. I don't think I think of people that way.
I don't think people are differently introspective or introspectively different.
I think some people are more introspective about certain things at certain times and in certain ways, but I think there's so much variance. Like, I mean, like Steven.
Mm-hmm.
Occasionally extremely introspective, occasionally not introspective.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was like a carpet cleaner before streaming was invented.
Mm-hmm.
If streaming had never been...
Why do you think she and Lauren get along? Because she and Lauren are both accommodating people. Like, it seems like she will try to get along with like basically everybody if she's cornered in a room with them. And I think that Lauren Southern, for the most part, would also try to get along with anybody that she's cornered in a room with. You can pick topics where you might try and make, Brittany uncomfortable, but I think she'll resist it at every, turn. You could try to push Lauren into a corner where you get her uncomfortable or get her aggressive, and that might work out for you. But like, I don't see Brittany trying to do that with Lauren, and I don't know, they're just two agreeable people, in my opinion, to borrow from Jordan Peterson.
Invented, and it would never been a way for him to he basically invented streaming. But if the technology hadn't been there for him to merge the idea of talking about ideas and playing video games at the same time, he might have just been a carpet cleaner who played video games and had like some interesting conversations with his friends. But in your assessment of him, like from afar, you might have just say, well, he cleans carpets. He's a two, and he's happy doing that.
Wives can clean carpets, so
sure.
I understand what you're saying. Like his life could have gone in a specific direction. Maybe. I think certain people are destined for certain things, but not really, because I don't really,
But then other times I'm talking to him and I'm like, I'll say like, oh, so I think you must feel X, Y, Z about something that you obviously feel like. I know what you're feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Steven. And he's like, no, that's completely wrong. And
I don't like this. I know what you're feeling bullshit. I don't like it when Mrgirl pulls it. I don't like it when any other creator pulls it. I don't know. I don't like this.
I can't. I don't believe you. And so in some ways, he's not introspective. In some ways, he's extremely introspective. And I think he thinks the same thing about me. And I think you think the same thing about me. I just think we're like, if we accept your level system, I think sometimes I'm a 1 and sometimes I'm a 5, and it just depends. So I guess I just think it's too simplifying to say that someone can have that label all the time. I just think it's a moving target.
Okay, good.
Ooh, I've heard this often where people go, can I go from one to the other? I think in ways, in a metaphysically way, but not like in a literal way. Because once you know something, you cannot know it unless you have like brain damage. I can't not know things once I know it.
I don't think
that's
true.
What I mean? I know them.
I have.
So here's the thing. I thought she's educated on psychology and stuff. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, the way memory works is not like on a computer. And even on a computer, every program is not aware of every other file that exists on the computer. It's not accessing it and considering it in every decision. It needs permissions, and it has to go out of its way to execute commands to retrieve those files and look through them and parse them, right? Like, you can know a lot of stuff, but you can still make mistakes. You can still operate in a way that would demonstrate that you weren't aware of something. Or like, you have to bring certain things to the forefront of your brain, unless it's something like motor skills or whatever, where it's automatic, or musical stuff, which seems to even survive like massive seizures and amnesia and a bunch of other things. Music works in a weird way like that as well. But like, memory is an interesting and complicated thing, and it doesn't work in the simple way that she's talking about. But it's also not that you forget. It's that things aren't at the forefront of your mind at all points in time to inform your behavior, right? Like, and she seems to be sort of aware of this, which is why she leaves an opening for emotions and stuff, even at a level 5, to take over, or that people pretend and play along with being a level 2. If her information thing was correct and you always had all of the information that you knew at the forefront of your brain all the time, I don't think you would ever see a 5 pretending to be a level 2. Because being acutely aware of the life of level 2s would make you not engage with being a level 2. So this absolutist idea of how memory works doesn't even comport with the system she's put forward. I hope she doesn't tautologically say that you don't know it if you can forget it and can't retrieve it at will. I hope they don't get to talking about forgetting. I don't think forgetting is like necessarily the silver bullet here. I think the silver bullet is like what you can keep in front of you in your brain at once. But I have a weird way of approaching this conversation. We'll see.
Met many people who...
She's talking about memory. She's not talking about memory, but perspective/insight. And she's still wrong in my opinion. But anyway, I'm glad you put that in there, because in my mind that there is no difference between these things. At least at like the nuts and bolts level of how the brain seems to work. There isn't a difference between these two ideas that you put forward, but yeah.
Seemed to know something at one point, and then like it just disappeared.
Sure.
Did
they know it, or did they think they knew it? No, it's currently minimized. That's, I think, how you prefer it, correct?
It's up to you. No. I'm going to hide mine. I just noticed that they're asking who you are again. So I just want to say one more time, this is Brittany Simon. And when we're talking about these number levels, we're talking about her belief system called the levels that she invented along with an anonymous person. And they're basically levels of introspectiveness and acceptance of kind of reality and your place in it. A widening of perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's pretty good. So I agree that you can watch people, like I say, oh, I'm in a 2 moment right now, everybody. I'm having like a 2 moment. So here's my 2 moment opinion, and then here's my like 5 moment opinion. So I kind of play that game, but realistically, even when I'm in my feelings, there's always a logical end that I default to, which is like my 5 brain, to say, Brittany, you've already done this work. You've already gone through these crises. You've already met these people in these bubbles, that everyone fits exactly where you've categorized them, even when you want to argue that they are what they are and you can't make them anything different. So I do it as a comforting thing to myself, which is like categorizing how I've experienced why people make decisions. Like, it always confuses me sometimes when people I admire do certain things. I'm like, what'd you do that for? And they're like, oh, because of this. I'm like, oh, we're all just people, huh? We had this discussion in my Discord yesterday where I think everyone's kind of basic. And someone's like, Queen, you're not basic. I was like, I'm basic, bitch. Come on. Like, when the internet's not happening, I go home to a pretty basic life. And it's pretty good. Pretty peak, right? So like, the levels isn't meant to judge people truly. It's meant to just say, hey, if you find yourself questioning and wondering, is there more than just like this SJW bubble or this YouTube bubble? Like, yeah, bro, there's a whole world out there. And you don't have to assume that we found the answers in these bubbles, because the answers are limited. How many times are we gonna have the same conversations? I said it today on my stream. This morning, we're still debating what's a man and what's a woman. At what point are humans going to accept that we've discovered things? Or are we just going to always continually go through these cycles of questioning, like, what is? If that's the case, then it makes sense. We are giving birth to new babies every day, and new babies are born 2s, and 2s have to go on their journey of introspection and fall in love, and then, you know, maybe go to jail or be a politician.
What do you think a woman is?
I'm a woman. Chromosomes are a woman. That's good enough for me. I'm pretty simple.
Okay, so
secondary.
Reggie? Transphobia, Reggie? Hada. We're just going to keep bumping into problems in this conversation, aren't we? And to Savant, to your point, yeah, most people aren't going to have a full understanding of the full spectrum. I'm gonna have to watch her video on levels. I don't get it yet. Here's your TLDR, Marty. There are levels of introspection. At level 1, you're useless. She says that it would be better if you just killed yourself, but you don't have the will to kill yourself. You're a burden on society and you make up a small percentage of the world. Most people are level 2 of introspection. They engage in bubbles of reality like Republican, Democrat, Twitter people. They seek positions of power and influence and things like that. They're in a rat race. Then there's level 3. These are people that see the existence of different bubbles that people live in and the structure of the world and the meaninglessness of it. And then they're faced with the choice of continuing to live under that meaningless system or accepting the meaninglessness of it and then embracing becoming what we would call a level 4, where you feel like you're outside of all of that. You have the knowledge of the existence of all of these bubbles. You're very depressed and separated from everybody. What you lack is an inner peace with that knowledge. Then, if you're able to kind of accept that reality, then you can become a level 5 where you have an inner peace. You've come to peace with the knowledge that you've attained about the structure of the world, and you become indifferent to it to some extent or another. You may still have emotional moments. You may still have play along as if you were a part of these bubbles or play into their drama. But the reality is you know that you're separate from it and you have peace in that. That is the TLDR of it.
Next characteristics, yeah. Like I'm pretty content with the way we fundamentally categorize men and women. I think it's pretty reasonable, even on site alone. We're obviously like different looking at us. It's kind of fun to look at us actually side by side.
Okay, so do you think trans women are women?
In one way, yes.
Well, you just said XX.
Well, I think they're women, right? In the way that...
Well, they don't have women chromosomes, and they don't have female sex
right,
characteristics.
they're not cis... Right, they're not cis women. They're people who identify as women. And that's good enough for me, too.
Okay, so they're not women, but
Pretty
they
easy.
think they are. Or they say they are.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good enough for me.
What does that mean?
I think people hear me say that and they go, oh, so Brittany doesn't believe in trans people. It's not really like that, though. I meet a lot of really cool trans people. They're
Well, you
obviously
believe
like men
in
and
trans
women.
people, but you don't believe what they're saying.
I believe...
You don't agree with them.
It's not even that, really, because I feel like, not to be so woo-woo, but I meet trans people all the time. I'm like, I get it. I get how you're not cis, but I also get how you're cis and not cis. Like, I get how they're men and women, but also don't live as men and women, if that makes sense. Like, I understand from an energy, like a feeling perspective of like, yeah, like you can't be anything but this, even though you're not, but you are.
Okay.
That's a lot of gobbledygook. That doesn't mean anything. What is going on? I think she's gonna get away with it too. I don't think we're gonna logic bro her and like stick her on anything here either. Goodness gracious. Thanks for the TLDR. Sounds like I'm a level 4 then. Yeah, maybe. Sorry to hear that, bro. I hope you find inner peace. Okay, goodness gracious, dude. Well, that's interesting, dude.
Your level system is also a business.
As I thought, she's gonna get away with that. We're not gonna focus on that one. We're gonna go back to levels thing, which, to be fair, that seems to be the main topic of the conversation. Mr. Girl probably doesn't want to get lost in the weeds on trans issues, so yeah, I guess moving on from that, huh? She expressed herself well enough. I don't know, makes sense to me what she's saying. Then that's all that matters. I'm doing okay. But I don't think... So here's the thing. Independently of whatever Mr. Girl said, her saying all of that may have made you feel like you understand what she's talking about, right? Cool. Valid. We have that here. Her answering what Mr. Girl was asking about or satisfying Mr. Girl's inquiry is outside of that. That is not happening here, because that also works independently of your thing here. I don't think she really answered what Mr. Girl was asking there in any kind of satisfactory way. She explained something in a way that some people might understand it, but it doesn't really address what Mr. Girl's getting at with, well, you said we already know about this, that we're creating new definitions. Here you are making a new definition with cis versus not cis. And again, here you are saying that like it should be XX chromosomes, but it seems to be more complicated than that. And beyond just exceptions, it seems like you have a whole other system here. Then when she explains the system, it's very wishy-washy. You may have understood it, but it's not nuts and bolts technical when she's talking about we advance as people, we understand things through science and whatever. It's not really comporting with any of that. So while you could understand it, answering what Mr. Girl is inquiring about or giving a sufficient answer to his general line of inquiry, it's failing to do that here. And for me personally as an audience member, it fails for me as well to be something I could understand. For me, I'm still left with the question of like, does she think that trans women are women? I think that she would just say that that's kind of a stupid sentence, which if she said that, that would have connected with me more, right? I think asking a question like, are trans women women, is a gotcha-y question that is just bad on its face. Because then it's... But Mr. Girl starts with asking the definition of woman, which is important. And I think that is a necessary component to that question. If you put forward that women are people with XX and it's chromosomal, and then I ask you, are trans women women? And you say, well, trans women aren't cis women, but they're trans women and they live this life or whatever. Like, well, that was a simple question, right? Like, after we have your definition, it appears it doesn't meet your definition, right? Like, I think she's just not smart enough to engage with this stuff, so she just rambles about nothing or says humans get a human. I disagree. Maybe, okay, Mr. Girl, buddy, I'm gonna borrow from you here. Pardon me. I don't believe the act that Brittany puts forward. Brittany seems to act like a children's show character that is meant to be the character that was like raised by wolves or something and is like above all the human stuff and acts like it is the embodiment of wonder about the world and doesn't understand other people and whatever. But Brittany is a full-ass woman who understands about the world and isn't this childish caricature. So I think that inside of Brittany, she understands lots, but to the outside, she just puts forward these like simple statements, these childish statements, and she covers that by explaining that like she's not attached to the bubbles and she's above everything in the world and escapes complexity by shitting on the complexity itself and saying it's unnecessary and it's all made up. And I think that that is an extra cognitive filter that's being put on what she's actually thinking in her brain. It skips all of the logical structures that exist there that form the basis of how she views the world. And she then pushes it through this fucking thin filter. So what we get out of the end is a little like child's poop of a personality that doesn't really touch on any of the complexity that she's using to understand the world. That's what I think. Okay, you're blocked. Congratulations. Inside of Brittany is 5 pretending to be a 2. Maybe. I honestly would prefer her saying I don't know. That would demonstrate some honesty. Maybe. I don't think it's that she doesn't know. I think she might be confident in her answers. She just doesn't want to give them. I guess she'll just say being a woman is very important to trans women and couldn't be... Hold on. Let's not fill the gaps with what it is that she thinks, because she's just not giving it to us, and I'm not smart enough to make a guess as to what it is. I just don't think it's what she's giving us, because she gives half of an answer that seems to indicate that she's thinking about it, and then when pushed on it, she gives a bunch of nonsense that sounds like she's not being honest with us. And if I don't believe she's being honest with us, I don't take the extra Mr. Girl step of pretending like I know. Because if you're being dishonest with me, I only don't believe what you're telling me, but I don't know what the right answer is there. I just don't think the one you're giving me comports to your reality. But then I don't go the extra step and go, well, I know what you actually think. Like, no, I don't really know what you actually think. I just don't believe it's what you're telling me.
Yes.
That should be acknowledged.
Yeah, no problem, Baba. And I don't mean to, personally against you or whatever. I'm just trying to be very careful as a streamer here, as careful as I can be while doing this.
Yeah, it became a business after a while. I went to a priest and I said, hey, I'm doing these calls with people, but it's not formulated and I don't know what to do. And he's like, well, don't you have like this whole level system? I was like, yeah. And he's like, so be a professional conversationalist. Use the levels to talk to people. It brings people in and you should just talk to people. And Socrates' day, he said that people would just talk to people for a living. I was like, great. So I branded myself a professional conversationalist and listener. It made people feel safer with me because they knew what I was aiming for.
Safer
and so
than
sometimes... then I don't want to be a scammer, so I don't want to like take people's money just to take it. And then I'm not just like some loon on the side of the road who's like, the earth is flat. I have a reason to believe the things that I do or / help people, but I think I meant to only impact a niche community of humans. Mostly people who are probably more similarly brained to myself.
Okay.
Generally speaking. So I do calls, but all the calls are out. Some of the calls aren't even above the level. Some people just call me to play like video games or watch anime and get high with them. So we just do whatever. It's whatever the person wants. They get.
that we already have that rapport established where you get that if I ever point it out, I'm not trying to be a dick to you or anything. Okay, good to know.
To decide how the calls go.
There's also a sexual element to something.
My OnlyFans, you mean?
I don't know.
Yeah, I have OnlyFans. That's
your
what
whole
you mean.
presentation. I mean, you've been pretty aggressively sexual in this conversation, and then you're OnlyFans. I assume,
well, I'm a. Go ahead.
I assume some of the motivation for the private calls is coming from a sexual place.
Oh, the private calls? No. You'll get banned if you get sexual.
Well, even if you get sexual, that doesn't mean that it's not part of the motivation.
From whose perspective? Clients, you mean? The customers? The patrons?
I don't know. Either one.
Well, okay, so I separate my energies. So I tell if you come to Patreon.
Okay, yeah, I know, but you could be a porn star. You could be a porn star and be like, I have totally non-sexual service where like we can just play checkers.
But it is so yes, so you can look at it like that. But I've been in sex positive circles my whole life. I'm a queer woman. Like I protested naked. I've run around naked around like the streets of Seattle as like a form of like pro nudity.
Where do you live?
People who often I don't share where I live.
What do you share?
America.
That's it. You don't
live in America. Yes. I live Texas or West is what I tell people because I ain't doing the cold.
Okay.
Except yeah. But like the insinuation, I understand. So certain bubbles will see me.
Yeah, it sounds like people pay her to play games with her and to talk with her.
Different ways, but people who come to me through the one-on-one calls, like you're coming for something other than sexual gratification. And even OnlyFans, like I don't create content for people to masturbate to. If they do, that's great. I don't care. But I create content that I think is pretty and that I like. And I've noticed that my work is not what you would call traditional sex work. It's much more, I think, like I call it queer in nature. So it might not be what people are looking for. Like I'll just like fold my laundry naked, or sometimes I'll dance, sometimes I'll masturbate, sometimes I won't. Like sometimes I'll just talk to people about camera angles. I like being naked, and I think being naked is awesome. And so I kind of have that energy there.
Okay. You're a fucking liar. No, I'm just kidding. It sounds like sex work.
It's sex work.
Okay.
I think so. I think you can categorize it as sex work.
Yeah. So that's sex work. And
just hear complaints sometimes where people will come to me and they're like, you don't make good sex work because I couldn't masturbate to this. I'm like, sorry. I don't make it for people in mind that way. I don't even make YouTube with people in mind that way. I just make it because I like it.
Isn't that just voyeurism, King? It doesn't matter. Oh man, what a complicated topic. So, why are we getting porn spammers? Because YouTube, bro. There's nothing I can do about it. I already have things in place to stop it. It's just, I can't help it. I can only ban them so quick, and they're going to get the messages in, and they're going to be on screen, and we're going to be fucked. It's a YouTube problem. I don't think it matters what her intention is with it at all. I don't think that matters. I don't care. If you're posting videos of you masturbating on OnlyFans and doing things naked, I think the masturbating is the best example. I don't, hold on. Because I'm drinking, so I gotta be very careful here. I don't have nuts and bolts here. I haven't got a logical framework. I am working on emotions here. As a person, as a human being, as a human doing human, you tell me that you're posting videos of you on OnlyFans of you masturbating. I don't give a fuck what your reason is for doing it. I would call you a sex worker. Like, I don't know, bro. Maybe I'm fucking backwards and conservative though. You could certainly tell me, but I don't really care. I feel like I don't care what her reason is, dude. Sounds like she's coping. That's the other thing. Who cares if you're... I don't know, bro. It's so complicated. I want to be so careful because I don't want to say shit and then somebody DMs me.
Actually, Booksmarts, I'm actually somebody who's a queer person the way that she's queer, and I actually just post pictures of myself nude on there, and I don't have any attention at all, and I think it's an important distinction to make, because I'm not a sex worker. If somebody calls me a sex worker, I'm not working to do sex, okay? I post the occasional video of me masturbating, doing things naked, and that's not the same thing, and blah, 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 blah.
I just don't care about any of that. So if you are that person and you want to DM me, I don't really care. I might like respond to you nicely and stuff, but I really just don't care. It would take, I don't know. I'm not even interested in changing my opinion on it. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff like that in this space. Like the idea that everybody thinks logically and uses some system through which they behave. Like I don't care to argue against that, but I don't believe that. Like I very much have like the Mr. Girl attitude about particular things, and that this is like one of them. So Brittany has an OnlyFans account, yet she doesn't claim she doesn't claim to do sexual content. Yes, because her intentions aren't sexual in nature. Whatever, we'll move past this because I don't have anything to contribute. I'm just saying this is so weird to me. Who's this queer person who sounds like Gilbert Gottfried? It's the wolf that's inside of me, dude. I have multiple wolves living inside of me. She does call it sex work. She just explicitly doesn't care if people can masturbate to it. Why does that matter? Okay, whatever. Then this is just such a stupid fucking point. I'm just gonna let it play.
So why everything I make is designed to be masturbated to.
Believe that. The way you sit on your bed, your thighs peak. You got great thighs.
Thanks.
You're welcome. What about you, though? I watched your documentary last night. Not quite a porno, but kind of, but more of a documentary. I liked the feel.
Yeah, I made a pornographic masturbation documentary.
Is that your first time being naked on the internet?
No.
Is that your first time masturbating on the internet?
No, I don't think so. It's my first time masturbating. I was in a couple porn movies, so definitely masturbated on, and like art movies. I was in.
Oh, cool.
I've been filmed masturbating or naked or photographed masturbating a number of times. I don't know where all those things were destined to end up, so I don't know how much of it's like on the internet. This is definitely the most high profile first time. That's the first time I posted myself masturbating on Facebook.
You posted it on Facebook?
I posted a link to it on Facebook. Yeah.
Did you get banned?
No, I think you can post links to porn on Facebook. I think.
Oh, great.
I don't know.
Why did you do it? What was the motivation?
I actually made a video called Why Did I Make a Porn Movie, but that we'll go into this in more detail. But for a few reasons. One, I was feeling exhibitionistic, and I thought it would be enjoyable. Two, I wanted to kind of explore the idea that we all masturbate to porn, and yet it is seen as a very lowly thing to create. And I think there's a lot of hypocrisy and like sex negativity around consuming and relying on the naked bodies of others while also looking down your nose and saying that these people are disgusting degenerates for making the content that you like need.
Totally. I agree. Yeah, I think so too. I will say I'm very selfish in my work, meaning like I really do it because I love it too. Did you do it in any way because you loved it, like the feeling of it or the look of it?
Yeah, I probably have more mixed feelings about it. I feel like I enjoy being exposed, but it also feels kind of like bad.
In what way?
I don't know. It's just like violating or exposing or embarrassing, and like that just like kind of adds to the thrill of it, but it also is just sort of unpleasant at the same time. But I think that I think porn should have more conflict in it, and so that's another thing I wanted to do. Is like I feel like most masturbation porn is like, oh, look at my nice hotel room and I feel good in it and I'm having a good day. Ooh, gosh, this feels so good and everything's fine. And it's like that. I really don't like that. That's not been my experience with sex in real life. It's not been my experience with any woman I've known, and their relationship with masturbation has not been this like completely easy, fun, free thing that just makes them feel good and nothing else. And it's just weird to me that in most porn does not expose people. It conceals them and just gives you like a new, like it exposes their bodies. But that's just part of what is like arousing about porn. And I think some of the most successful porn actors bring more of their personality to their work. So I was interested in exploring that, but I wouldn't say it was like I've only posted twice on Pornhub. I think I am filming a pornographic version of my Real Doll review, and I might post it. I don't know. Got to talk to Jamie, but and then I got to see what.
Can I skip this section?
Why don't you do an OnlyFans? Do you have one?
Because I don't No, I don't have one. I don't want to be a sex worker.
Oh.
I think the...
Oh, it's almost done. Okay.
Beyond what I already am. I think filming yourself jacking off can be fun. Having to film yourself jacking off in order to pay the rent sounds like a level of coerciveness that I would be very, very uncomfortable with. Yeah, I mean, I've done some sex work. I wasn't reliant on it, but once the money gets involved, it gets pretty confusing for me from like a consent perspective.
Well, if I may push back a little bit on that, just to share how I do it, but like everyone knows on my OnlyFans, like there are some months when I will post twice a week or twice a month or whatever I feel like, because I refuse to make content when I don't want to, especially not naked content. But I don't that's what I need to say. When you sign up for my OnlyFans, you are not getting a person who thinks, oh, my customer is going to be upset with me. No, I think you're getting a random like erotic artist brain who's like, today I will film my pussy. But like it's at the whim of my artistry, not at the whim of the customer. So like, don't you think you could find that balance?
No, because money makes it so that it is at the whim of money. Same with streaming.
I make money and I don't care.
You don't care because you're making enough money, but...
Does sex make you feel uncomfortable, Bookie? I've been wondering, okay? Like, I have been wondering lately. Let me go ahead and switch scenes here, just for 2 seconds. I need a fucking break from this, dude. I can't. I've been wondering if maybe, just maybe, I'm like... So if sexuality is on a spectrum, maybe I'm closer to the part of the spectrum that just doesn't care about it. I love art that has sex in it. I love like sexy things, but I'm like not huge on like needing sex all the time or anything. And like, especially with traveling and stuff, I run into opportunities, and whether it's because of logistics or like hassle, I just like opt out. Like there's something satisfying about getting to the point of like knowing it could happen and then dropping from it. Like, I don't know, maybe it's not, but that has nothing to do with this. With this, it's just like, I'm not interested in people talking about making like sex content or this abstract feelings about it, or I'm queer, I'm not creating sexual content, I just do things naked. Like, all of this, I just could not give a fuck less about, and I don't like listening to it. I'm not interested in it at all. It's not that I don't like listening to sex workers talk either. I like listening to like a couple of different porn stars on like podcasts and stuff talk about it. Like, what is his name? Xander Corvus, one of somebody that I like. I've listened to him talk about his stuff before. Lil Ray, I've listened to her talk on Jake and Bake and other places about what she does. Like, it's not that I'm uncomfortable with those conversations. I'm uncomfortable with this conversation between these two people. It just feels very weird to me. And again, maybe I'm conservative. Maybe I'm weird. Maybe I'm like asexual or something. But it's just, it's boring and cringy and weird to me. And I don't really enjoy this part of things. Speaking as a hornball, you're definitely not a hornball. It's noticeable. Okay. But I mean, I make jokes about it and stuff. I think it's fun to joke about. And so I wonder if to you guys, it seems like I'm this uber sexual dude. But like, anytime it comes up as an opportunity, I'm not like jumping on it. Like, even recently here in Denmark, I've like turned down opportunities that could turn into that because I'm not interested in that. And that's also why I try to make that clear to you guys. Like, if you're willing to host me or whatever, I am like actively opposed to that. Like, I don't really want that. So you don't have to worry about me being weird. I would hope that any like woman or man or NB or whoever that I've like been hosted by or had interactions with could like speak to that and could be like a character witness. Like, I'm never like that, especially with people who know me from stream. That's also why, like, when you guys, and I've seen this about Lemonies, when you guys had mentioned that about Lemonies, that makes me really uncomfortable because that's not at all like the relationship that I have with Lemonies. That's not how I treat her. That's not how I see her. So like, that makes me uncomfortable. And I worry that that makes her uncomfortable too. Like when I raided into her the other day, I saw people saying that and it's like, that's not cool because like it would be different if there was any indication of that from me, but I don't feel like I'm putting out any signals that are like that either. So I don't like that, dude. I've become asexual over the past year since my wife passed. I turned down 2 gorgeous women that propositioned me. Never would have done that in years past before I was married. Yeah, maybe it's just like a change. Because like in past relationships, I've been like a horn dog for sure. But like, I don't really have that in me anymore, it seems like. But maybe it's just about the, you know, something else. Yeah, Lemonese is the... And I'm not staying with her. She left and she's going out and doing something else. And while the house is empty, she's left it to me. So that's the situation with her. Isn't this portion kind of important if Mr. Girl feels like this work is wrapped up in her levels stuff to understand? It might be. I just would want to skip it because I'm not comfortable listening to it. I would prefer to skip it. If I was listening to this on my own, I would skip it. There's this one porn star named Lycan on Twitter. I would listen to Lycan if Lycan wanted to talk about any porn experience he had. Lycan is the exception to everything I've talked about here. Lycan's a very cool person. Let's see here. Mr. Girl would probably claim you not gay for no other reason other than because he says so. Interesting, insightful. Shipping people IRL is kind of cringe. It's giga cringe. Sure, but like at the same time, I don't pretend like I don't understand where you guys are coming from because I've been on the other side of it and I do it with anime characters and random shit. Like I get it. It's just like, yeah, from my perspective as a streamer, it's uber uncomfortable, especially when that's not what's going on. But for instance, like with Lycan, you ship me with Lycan, that's different, you know? I'll play into that, but not with these. Anywho, I'm digging a hole. I'm gonna take a bit of a break because I have to use the restroom, and of course, the Tinder person is back. Let's go ahead and block them. While I go, I will leave you with a little bit of music. This time I'll do, no, I'll have to do Kent because I don't have a lot of other options here. We'll do Clown. We'll do Clown. I think Clown is good. No. Let's just put it on shuffle and we'll play something else from him. It froze for me too, but it's back. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, I have to go to the restroom real quick though, because I gotta pee. I gotta pee bad. I actually have to poop. I didn't poop the last time I said I was gonna poop, so I have to take like a quick poop. Okay, and I'm very sorry for that. I'll give you the fun starting soon screen, okay? But I'll be right back, because I definitely gotta go to the restroom like really, really quick.
honest, I'm a bad dude. Tell a girl I love her, then forget her, cause I'm that rude. Why y'all watch my every move, nigga? This ain't YouTube. Everybody comes around when they see them W's. Really don't get it. Piss it on your presence. Nigga, pay attention. Get off about my mentions. Live it up, but I don't give a fuck about none of you niggas who live it up. I ain't turn that shit 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 up. Yes, let's get to jumping, no discussion, ain't no time to waste. Liquor in my system, drink it quicker, ain't no time to wait. All up in the function on some fungus came from outer space. I see bigger picture with this mixture, ain't no time to waste. Yes, let's get to jumping, no discussion, ain't no time to waste. Liquor in my system, drink it quicker, ain't no time to wait. All up in the function on some fungus came from outer space. I see bigger picture with this mixture, ain't no time to waste.
Get the fuck out of here.
White girl, no bro, medicated Adderall. Came in, popped off, medicated so low. Watch the snowfall from my pockets on and on. Demon sing along, cause I know this what you want. Addicted to pain pills and prescriptions, wait. I'm addicted to that green, it's my delicious weight. I heard that it's good for my knees, I got precision weight. I see that you stuck, what the fuck, you ain't getting weight. It's a crutch, no free lunch. Drink it, roll. I got heavy punch. What the fuck you want? Talking down my stuff. Hop in the pit and get stuck. If you got a problem. Let the hell fading away on a permanent bagay. Working on making it stay, cutting off other that way. Let the hell fading away on a permanent bagay. Working on making it stay, cutting off other that way. White girl, no bro, medicated Adderall. Came in, popped off, medicated so low. Watch the snowfall from my pockets on and on. Demon sing along, cause I know this what you want.
What the fuck you want? Cut it up and then it's gone. I leave all my problems below me and watch them sing along. I don't need the help, still hearing it going on and on. Aiming for the brain and I'm watching it falling when it's on. Take it out your hands if I need it like I deserve this. Ain't shit changed, I'm burning up all these hearses. You want attention, you got it, I guess you earned it. I don't want shit from anybody, so curve it.
White girl, no bro, medicated Adderall. Came in, popped off, medicated so low. Watch the snowfall from my pockets on and on. Demon sing along, cause I know this what you want. White girl, no bro, medicated Adderall. Came in, popped off, medicated so low. Watch the snowfall from my pockets on and on. Clout demon sing along, cause I know this what you want.
Cause a series of events. Hit the bottle was my potion with some cigarettes, yeah. Hella faded on the highway one too many times, yeah. On the surface I see fine, would think I was sublime. Subliminal messages pacing through my mind. Self-hatred got the best of me, still feel it in these lines. Ego was inflated, deprecated all the time. Stuck up in a cycle where I couldn't just rewind. Pause, had they reassess my laws, yeah. Had my sis and foes, not afraid to tell them all. Put the writing on the wall, real shit, all I spit. Still got women on my dick, see you do it for the money, that's why you ain't
I'm back. I did a bit of a pinch and run maneuver, if you know what I mean. I think it was mostly that I was gassy. The second I sat down, it was like, I was like, oh, that's what I had going on. And I think whatever's left in the tank is going to be a bit of an endurance test to get through. So, yeah, I'm back. Probably TMI. New beer. Again, we're drinking Tuborg today. So if you're at home keeping track, let's go ahead and have a toast. In Denmark, I shook this bitch up when I pulled her out of this. They say, skål, 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 I believe it is. I always fuck it up. Skål, bink. Ina. All right. Let us get back into it. Let me open my chat up here. Do you guys... It was the cheese. Get it all out? No, bruh. Okay, do you want this view or do you want the other view? We'll call this view number 1, or do you want view number 2, where it's like mostly focused on the video? Completely up to you. I'm indifferent. I'm doing the same thing in either scenario. I'll keep it as 1 for now, but I'm happy to switch it to 2 if you'd prefer that and see the video. Totally up to you. So definitely let me know.
If you start to not make enough money, or it turns out that you, I mean, I don't think you can know how you are feeling about something when you are being paid to do it. Same thing with streaming.
2, 1, so far
how much would I stream if it was purely just for fun, like organically? I probably stream a lot less. And it is fun, but I don't know how fun it is because it's also paying my bills, and so now I have to stream.
We're still at 50-50.
And even if I don't want to, and I don't exactly even know when I want to. Now it's just like I know I just show up and do it because it's my job, and it's a job I like. But it's okay for me to be kind of confused and to have a fraught relationship with streaming because I only do it a few hours a week, like 8 to 12 hours a week or something, and it's not penetrating my body. If I was sticking a dildo in my ass 8 to 12 hours a week, and that was paying my bills, then like the question of like, do I want to put this in my butt? Like, oh, I don't really know, but I'm gonna do it anyway. That's a much more, to me, feels like much murkier water to be dragging yourself into. And streaming itself, I think streaming is already bad for you enough. It's like parasocial sex work. So.
Totally.
Yeah.
No, I feel that. Okay, wait a second, because this is interesting. Because I guess I would say, this is so funny. You remember there was a time when my grandfathers had both died, and then I was sick, and then I was just not feeling up to it. So I hit up OnlyFans, and I was like, hey guys, no offense, like I cannot feel sexy right now. Like I'm not gonna force myself to feel sexy to post. Like I'm just going through it. And so for like a month, like they just let me off the hook basically because they understood. And I think I have the luxury of having such a good audience that they don't make me feel obligated to post. But also I make it clear that I just won't. Like I'd rather just not pay bills. Like you know what I mean. But you're right that I'm at also a position where I have a savings, so I do have the luxury of not worrying about it. I'm also a person who used to post nude for free, and I still do. Like I just don't care that there's like I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like I posted 1 because I love it, but 2, you're right that the job element is there. So like think about like for my birthday, I have this whole shoot planned. So those things all exist at once, right? Like that turmoil between us. But like you as a Max, like how does Max feel about it? Like does Max have any issues, or is Max only reacting to his life? And so do you feel like you're pulled by that? Or do you feel like you can get a hold of it and pull the balance between the money and the performance?
No, I don't. I don't think there is a balance. I think that's why
What do you mean? I'm telling you I'm doing it.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
Well, in what way do I have to qualify? I don't understand. I feel like I'm...
I just feel like I'm... Yeah, go ahead. I don't... So this is one difference in how we think. I am not going to stamp something with, I have found balance. Or I know how I feel about this. To me, the door is always open. And that's why when you say, how are you? I don't have an answer because I don't know. And I know that I don't know. And so... And
I know how to live in the present? It's exhausting to do it constantly, but do you not know how to do it temporarily, like for a second, like live?
I'm saying that you don't know something. I'm saying I'm better than you, and I'm explaining how. The way that I'm better than you is that you label things with a sense of surety about this is in the good pile and this is in the bad pile. And if the good and bad aren't enough, we'll just do 1 through 5. So that's we're gonna have some nuance here. We're gonna have 5 things instead of 2 things. I'm saying that when you say, yeah, but did you love it? I'm like, there's not an answer. I don't have an answer for that. I can tell you some of my feelings about it, but at the same time, I know that I have a big blind spot. Money is blinding. So the more money I make, the less I know how I feel about what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. And then combining that with sex and all the associated trauma potential, Okay, I was thinking about this about sex. People act like, I was watching you react to my conversation with Destiny about sex, and I was saying that every sexual encounter has some element of coercion and rape and trauma, and it's all horrible on some level, and that people act like it's so nice and easy, but like it's never actually like that. And you were like you're making all these fucking faces, and I was thinking about how if sex goes well, the ideal is it feels good, and then you remember it for a couple days, and you know, you do it again or whatever, you bond with the person, or you don't, you get your rocks off. But if it goes badly, if the person could do the same exact thing to you, but if they don't ask the right questions first, or you're not in the right mood, or you tell them not to right beforehand, they could do the exact same things, lick you and touch you and penetrate you in all the exact same ways and places, and it can scar you for the rest of your life. It can make you never want to have sex again. It can make you never want to hug again. And then, but then we talk about it like we're not playing with fire. Even though
it's great.
But we absolutely are. And so knowing that like I could do something to myself or something, like, so one thing that happens a lot is people multiple times.
But like this applies to everything insofar as like, I don't know, like I guess sex is particularly dangerous, but like so is riding a motorcycle or driving a car or having a moment with family. Like at any point, like my mom or my dad could say something that like irreparably damages our entire relationship with it. I don't know, bro. Like I totally get what he's saying, and sex is a particularly whatever thing, but I don't know. I kind of feel like this applies to lots of stuff, right?
Times in making videos critical of me will take stills from my porn of me jerking off and take my face while I'm like mid-orgasm and Photoshop it onto somebody wearing clothes and be like, Mr. Girl is like a fucking idiot. Like, well, like whatever you're saying about me, you doing that is worse than whatever you could possibly be accusing me of. But I just find it so violating and like gross. And and like I know Christ. I opened a door to that, but like there's
Hold on, let me adjust the fucking YouTube settings here. There should be some way to do it. Let's see. The settings. I thought it was in settings, maybe not. I guess not. YouTube is not responsibly designed for some reason. Hold on, let me try and exit this. Come on, YouTube. Close. There's some option here, I just don't know where it is. I think it's maybe in live settings. I'm gonna set it to slow mode, not 60 seconds though, let's do 30. That way people can't spam and it can get like one message in before I have the time to delete it. Cause that spam thing is annoying, but it's a YouTube thing. There, as far as I understand, there's not an easy setting I can just turn on and then it makes it impossible for them to do it. I could also make it subscribers and they need to subscribe for 5 minutes before they can. I'll do 1 minute before they can come on. There we go. And that should curb a lot of that. Surety is the blind spot of the old quote by Upton Sinclair. It's hard to get someone to understand something when their salary depends on not understand. Yeah, sure. Yeah, 110%. I do agree with you. Are these bots usually this active? Yes, all the time. Man, there should be a way not to see deleted messages. There should be. There isn't on Restream, so it's unfortunate. Anywho.
There's a feeling I get of like just violation and dread when I see that.
Sub only is the best way to stop them? Okay, I'll have to figure out a way to make sure that is the default setting. I'll have to find a way to do that.
That's not like anything else. So yeah, I'm saying
the vulnerability of like, is the vulnerability, what is it? Is it like, be specific because I don't want to assume for you. Is it like
yeah, it's like that when somebody the difference between somebody hating you and saying I hate you and like you deserve to die or whatever, and somebody saying that while they're like looking at your dick is it like hits you pretty differently, or me, it hits me pretty differently. So I mean, even without that, there's just so many things that can go wrong. So I just think that when you're doing sex work, you're just opening a door to a very dangerous thing. And you don't know what's dangerous, and you don't know how it's affecting you, and you can't know. And so that's why I'm saying I'm better than you, because I'm not going to simplify my answer and just say like, yes, it's good or it's bad, or I figured out. I don't believe it can be figured out.
See, but that's a little, isolating, right? You're limiting yourself and your ability to problem solve and say, oh, okay, I am smart enough to come to this conclusion at least, and then to build off of this conclusion. Like, even if you start off with thinking that we're humans and even existing itself is playing with fire, I think being alive is crazy and magnificent and just insane how we survive every day. I do things every day to myself where I'm like, I could have died, and I didn't. Holy shit, another day where I get to live and play, games and get high like crazy. And then I just put that knowledge against everything I'm doing. So when I do drugs, like I did DMT a while back, and when I did that, I made a decision that, hey, if this goes bad, this is how I'm going to react. Or even when I do BDSM, I usually call my sister and I say, hey, let mom and dad know that if I die, like I died happy. Because I do kind of risky behavior when I do BDSM. The idea is that life is risky. And so when you play with fire, you should be cautious and be safe if you can.
But when
then enjoy.
Okay, so you are aware, you agree that when you're doing sex work, you're playing with fire?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Do you agree that you're playing with more fire than when you're doing your non-sexual calls?
I don't do sexual calls.
Yeah. That's why I said non-sexual.
Oh, you did say non-sexual. I thought you said, sorry, I heard sexual. I was like, oh, wait. I don't know, because depends. If you say, like, my calls can get... Some people think I'm playing with fire because some of my callers are quite intense journeys.
Yes, you're playing with a different kind of fire. That's true.
Yeah, so I think all of existence is that way. I think me even being here with you is sort of playing with fire, but I'm hoping to get burned in the good way. A masochistic, delicious way.
Yeah.
Reba 1000 base.
I guess.
I think, look, if you ask me, like, is my sister taking less of a risk with her life being a teacher than I am as a sex worker? Yeah. But everything in my life is playing with fire. My dad's told me since I was a child, Betsy, you play with fire, you're going to get burned. And girl, I've been burned a lot. But for me and my personality and what I desire out of life, the curiosity is worth it. That's why I'm a cat. So I've lost many lives. I want to know.
So it's not...
When I'm asked the question, wait, Max, when I'm asked the question, how am I want to know the answer. I don't know how you're fine not knowing the answer.
I just don't think that you can. That's why I'm a level 6, because I know that you can't know.
I feel like you can't know everything, and most of us will die not knowing very much. I know very little. But I think what I can know is what I'm experiencing. I can know me and my consciousness.
Yeah, I don't agree. Well,
okay.
I mean, are you defining your consciousness as what you know, or do you, like, I think one thing I run into with a lot of people is I talk to them is that they don't know how they're feeling. So I talk to everybody
I do that
like,
too.
Yeah. So it's assumed that there's a large, the rest of the iceberg that you don't know about. Do you agree with that?
I think there is the rest of the iceberg, which is why you should spend your life exploring it and figuring it out and putting it in different situations. That's how you know the self. That's how you know other people. So you put yourselves in situations.
Do you agree that there's a large amount of that you can never know? A permanent
about the self or
about yourself, about your feelings, a permanent blind spot.
Sort of. I've been experimenting with LSD, shrooms, and weed, and I've been trying to do this experiment where people told me when I first did acid, they were like, do not look at yourself in the mirror. And I was like, oh, why? And they're like, you'll see things you never thought you'd know about yourself. I was like, really? So I went to the mirror and I looked at myself and I was like, it's the same old shit. And then I was like, oh, you guys don't do that regularly? I literally examine everything about my body, about who I am. I sit with myself constantly. But then I also put it against other people's energy. I go and I talk to people and I'm like, hey, what would Max do if he had me? Max, do something.
I will comment on this a little bit. I think the reason they tell you not to do that is the same reason that you should be careful with who you have sex with. So, like, there are certain things you can do. And sorry, mom and dad, if you see this. Yes, I've taken drugs. There are certain things you could see or experience or, like, put yourself into the situation of when you're taking something like LSD or, like, a large amount of LSD. And it's going to be rife with, like, problems. Like, looking at yourself in the mirror can throw you into, like, a weird place. And that weird place, like, kind of rolls the dice on things that you'll see or that will stick with you. Like, you might see, like, oh my God, I'm so old. In my mind's eye, I see myself as this much younger man. And here I am, and I look so old, and I'm going to die, and I can see myself aging, and blah, blah, blah. And then you might freak the fuck out. There are certain things that you could do when you're under the influence of, like, LSD in particular that could send you into this, like, spot. I think that the mirror thing is just similar to, like, trip setting advice. There are things you could do that generally work for people to help them have a better time, and there are things that are going to make them have a worse time. I think it falls in the same line as advice, like make sure you're in a good space mentally, make sure you have somebody that is a trip setter, avoid upsetting things, right? And so I just feel like it's advice like that. It's not a guarantee that something bad will happen or whatever. It's just like, yeah, a lot of people, when they do this, they have a negative experience. Your face just gets melty, and if you're not in a good headspace, you can spiral, seeing your face look different, but that can happen with anything on LSD. Yeah. But I hope you can agree with me that the mirror thing can be particularly weird and trippy. right? And it's your self-image, and when your self-image is the subject of the trippiness, it can lead to bad things, I think. But yeah.
What would I learn about myself if Max had it like his way? Then I could learn something about myself, you know? Maybe he'd do something insane, or maybe he wouldn't do anything. Maybe he would just look at me in a room and I'd have to be okay with him staring at me. Maybe he'd bring out the sex doll.
If Max had me?
Yeah.
What is it?
Like as a... Have you ever, sorry, it's a little BDSM-y, I guess, but like, you know when you go to someone, you say like...
I'm familiar with the terminology. You can just...
Well, okay, so I have this idea that if I put us in a room together and said, let's just like see what happens, there would be an organic...
So, Sir Callousness Lot says, I was mid-sex with a partner in acid, and I saw their face melt like wax. Had to look away and take a moment. Yeah. So that would be another good example. Faces can be trippy. And certain advice around like time loops and things, like if you... Oh, here's a good one. If you look at something that could trigger like... what is it called when you're afraid of like dots and crevices on something? Like looking at a sponge, or looking at like a wall with a lot of holes, or skin with a lot of like cavities and cysts. What is that fear called? That's something that could be tripped up when you're on it. So like that would be something I would advise not looking at or having people show you, right? Faces can be like that too. I'm getting old, but my 2 younger brothers look 10 plus years older than me. That makes me getting older much easier. Folks, protect your face from too much sun and use lotion on your face every night. Good advice, Marty. Yeah. That trypophobia. That trypophobia shit, even if you don't normally have it, you could have it when you look at like trypophobic images, and it could spiral you and not be super fun.
Interesting sort of dance of energies that could occur. And I don't know what it will be, and maybe we can preemptively negotiate for some sort of safety barriers, but in general, I think you can kind of see where things go, and you learn about you learn about them, you grow, and you learn more about that.
You're talking about a scene.
Yes, I'm talking about a scene. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So you learn more about the iceberg.
I have a girlfriend.
I think there are... Yes, I'm aware.
We're very happy together. She is nice.
I figure as much.
You're getting weird again.
So would this be uncomfortable for her? Should I pull it back?
I think it's fine to make her uncomfortable.
Are you uncomfortable?
There's a forwardness about your sexuality and your sexual fantasies about me that feels like if I were to do the same thing to a woman, it would be you're using your privilege.
Well, I don't really want to have sex with you, though. I want to have a non-sexual moment with you, which we are naked and together, but we are not sexual. I don't even want to,
Yeah, whatever. If I said that to a woman, it would be pretty scandalous.
Well, maybe most women. I think so, but I think I am unlike most women. I have an incredibly high drive.
About the society. I'm talking about the
fuck them. They're not around. We know that, but we're talking right now, just us. Right? So, like, are you uncomfortable with my forwardness, or are you uncomfortable with the way society is going to perceive this conversation?
I'm uncomfortable.
That's a good question. If he's uncomfortable, like, just say so. Like, I don't know.
Comfortable with your forwardness because of the double standard
set on by existence instead of just us together. Like, we're having a moment.
It's not just, no, we're not having a moment. We're broadcasting a show to hundreds of people.
Should I be considering them right now?
I am.
Max's audience. My audience is fine. They're prepared. They're crazy. Your audience.
Well, you're also the woman. I'm just pointing out that it's like when gay guys touch women's boobs when they're drunk, or when women are drunk and they grab your dick. It's not fair.
Okay. Well, let's make it more fair by showing people we can have this conversation. It will be nice, and I'll like it after. And I won't accuse you of anything, and it'll be great, and then we can change society all in one conversation.
I don't know. Wait, why did we get onto whether it makes me uncomfortable?
Because Shaylin, is that her name? Shaylin, is that how I say it?
Yeah.
You mentioned her, and you mentioned facetiously that you're in a relationship. I'm not sure if I should. Are you negotiating with your are you negotiating your boundaries, or?
No. I'm just
making a joke, right?
I'm not just making a joke. I'm acknowledging that I feel her presence here.
I think she seems nice and interesting. Would she?
I
hope she doesn't
nice.
think I am. I don't know her. So I'm basing her off of what I've seen.
Based on what I've seen, she seems nice.
I ask you a question. Do you not like that my eyes flicker back and forth? Do you think I'm reading chat?
I don't. No, that's fine. If your eyes. Why are you asking that? I don't have a. I didn't
notice.
I don't have a preference about whether your eyes flicker back and forth.
Okay, just checking.
I
noticed it could look weird. I'm looking at both of us. I have two of us on the screen, so I'm looking at both of us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking back and forth. I assume that you'll tell me if you look at you.
Yeah, I won't bring it up just yet. I can't. I get too distracted, so I won't hear you if I'm reading the chat. Okay. I won't. I will literally zone you out, so it doesn't work.
So yeah, I feel women are pretty rapey, and it makes me uncomfortable.
Wow.
You saying I understand that? I just want to make sure.
Sexually entitled.
Some of them can be, and I just want to make
You
sure.
are.
Should I reel it back? And are you asking me to consider your feelings, and I will reel it back?
No, I'll tell you if I want you to stop.
So you want me to keep going, but you don't like it, or do
It's
you?
not that I want you to keep going, or I want you to not do it. I want to say how I feel about it, and how I feel is, I mean, it is weird to like have somebody talk about their like physiological arousal on a stream with you the first time you meet them. It's very forward. It's not something I would
Well,
do.
it's more like a mental one. It's more like I'm attracted to your brain, and I think that we could create an interesting thing mentally,
Yeah,
more
but
than
you're talking
orgasmically.
You're talking about your underwear.
Yeah, but that's just like a physical reaction because I'm mentally turned on. Is that okay?
It's fine, but it's a bit rapey.
I can see that. I can see it. It's too forward, so I can reel it back. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not
I
telling you
don't.
to reel it back. I'm just labeling your behavior as rapey.
I guess, but I think for me, rapey is only.
I hate that he does this. Like, it's. I hate this. I feel gross. I don't like this conversation. I don't like listening to these people, dude. Oh God. Okay, Booksmart, just take a moment here, bruh. Take a moment here. Put your mind in a happy place. You don't have to focus on the nuts and bolts of this. People aren't expecting it. They just want you to sit here and play it for them. This convo sounds very meta in a boring or bad way. I don't know how to put it. I don't know how to put it either, and that's part of what makes it upsetting for me. It's just uncomfortable. I would click away if I was on my own time. Like, it's just weird because it's like, I think Max is uncomfortable by this, but he always just says like weird shit, like with Shaylin. Well, I think it's good to make Shaylin uncomfortable. Like, oh, okay, what a weird statement, but okay, we'll just let that one pass. Like, well, I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, but I'm saying you're being rapey. And she just never responds to that statement the way a normal human being would. A normal human being, if you said, I think you're being rapey, gets triggered by it, then they respond to it in some way, but she won't respond to it. So she doesn't respond to the bait the first time, doesn't respond the second time, doesn't respond the third time. He keeps putting it out there. It won't bring the conversation anywhere. Eventually he'll drop it. He'll awkwardly move on to another topic, and then he'll find a new thing to do on the next topic. He just constantly does things to make people feel awkward or uncomfortable. And when other people do things that would obviously make normal people feel uncomfortable or awkward, he points it out and then does the same thing with that behavior, but flipped on the other person. And we don't get a lot of like the human element of it. Like, just say that, I mean, he's not saying, because I guess he's not like uncomfortable particularly, but like I would be like, yeah, not like in most people would be. There's probably good advice in there for her about like, it's more than being forward. You are like almost imposing on people. You're breaking like rules of politeness that could easily make people more than uncomfortable, could make them feel threatened, could bring up trauma for them. We've already talked about how sexual stuff is like rife with like the possibility of problems, right? Like it could be confusing for men if they like you and they don't know how to read this. You tell them you want to lay naked with them platonically. It's like weird. And that's the other thing, is she keeps doing it too. I'm in love with your brain. I want to like lay naked with you, but not in like a sexual way. Like, what the fuck are these two people, dude? What the fuck is this conversation? Like, maybe that helps you understand it or like verbalize it on your own. For me, it's just a series of unfortunate events. It's a series of awkward events. It's a series of like uncomfortable statements and habits and conversation from both people that never ever connect. So at least with Lauren Southern, at least with Destiny, at least with other people, they'll respond to what Mrgirl puts out there that is awkward or triggering. They will respond to what she's putting out there that is obviously blatantly sexual in some weird queer fashion. But neither of them really responds to the things that normally trigger responses in other people, and they keep trying to flip it on each other. But it's almost like watching Brazilian jiu-jitsu between two 400-pound samurai people who are like covered in baby oil. They just like slip past each other, and it's not like real Brazilian jiu-jitsu because they don't have the frame for it. and they're sliding past each other so it doesn't work how it normally would anyways, plus they're uber overweight. It's like, it's just so uncomfortable and strange and slithery and weird that like it makes the whole thing difficult to wrap your brain around. We talked about LSD earlier. It's almost like watching like worms have sex if you took LSD. It's this weird sliming around each other and violent convulsions that you can't really track because there's not a lot of sense to it. And that kind of is weird. It's literally just sexual harassment. She's never gonna say that though. For her, it's just being forward. And I don't, like, yeah, a role reversal would show, like, if I was like, oh, you know, I had to wear like a jock strap and tight jeans today because if I normally wear sweatpants with no underwear, but if I wore sweatpants with no underwear, my fucking bulge would show and it would like try to poke out of that little hole that I pull it out of to piss. Like, what the fuck? What's wrong with it? That's the same thing as her saying like, I might get like a little aroused because you're gonna like yell at me and that makes me wet and such, like, and I don't want the mark on my pants. Like, the fuck? This is the very beginning of our conversation. What the fuck is this? Like, it's like, that's the weird statement. Like, and that's setting aside all the other shit, dude. It's like so strange, dude. Stop sexually harassing chat. My bad, bro. He's like the empath version of extreme hypotheticals. I guess, dude. Why is Max trying to make her angry? Just say you're uncomfortable without doing this whole I'm just trying to tell you how I think Max likes to point to phenomena in a very backwards and upsetting way. So here is the trigger. The trigger is like, this is uncomfortable. If the roles were reversed, it wouldn't be allowed. It would not be permissible. And like a stand-up comedian, I'm going to find a particular way of approaching this feeling and situation, except I'm not going to make it funny. I'm going to make it uncomfortable. And then he devises a way to pose the thing that makes it uncomfortable, and he presents it to the person, and then normally the other person reacts in some way that then keeps it going and it's entertaining. But with her, it doesn't work that way. And so, yeah, I view Max a lot of the time like a stand-up comedian. He sees things that are happening in a conversation or in a reality, but instead of making a clever joke about it, he creates an awkward situation. And I don't really enjoy that. But a lot of people do, you know? But anywho, let's just keep going here.
If it's not wanted. So if you don't want it, then it's rapey. But if you like it, then we're just flirting. I can
No,
shut it down.
No, you can like something that's rapey. I'm not saying...
you can like the fantasy of rape, but the reason it becomes...
I don't especially like it, but I don't especially dislike it. It does make me a bit uncomfortable, and the reason it makes me uncomfortable is that I think it's presumptuous and rapey. To say that if somebody likes something you're doing, that means it's not rapey is insane. Lots of people like rapey things or situations.
Well, I like CNC and I like rape as much as the next person, but only in a fantasy. When it's real rape, well, then it kind of ruins the mood. Now the mood is ruined.
I don't think that's true.
You think the mood can't? Okay, that's fair. I think
lots of people experience orgasm, arousal, and joy and pleasure during actual rape.
That's different. Yes, of course, but that's different, right? That's your body reacting to a thing that might make sense for you. But mentally, there's like a different relationship happening, but not always. So I'm open to all of the individual experiences that could occur. But right now, I want to make sure that we're not having a meta conversation about your boundaries or feelings.
Yes. No, I'll tell you if I'm setting a boundary. We are talking about my feelings, though. I'm saying I feel off-put by the rapiness of some of the things you've said, and kind of by your whole empire.
Okay. What is it about my empire you don't like?
I find the blurring of sex work and self-help work and cult establishment. It feels culty. It's like a sex cult, really.
Good.
And that seems kind of inherently rapey to me.
I guess if you look at it in one way, it could be.
Yeah, I mean, you can imagine.
I don't think it is objectively. I don't think it is, right? Because like we're on Discord and YouTube and we're having calls, and most of the calls are about people's life. They're here for a particular reason. It doesn't operate like a cult. They can come and go as they please.
Yeah, but you're telling them that you can offer them the real truth, and if they follow.
No. I can offer them a tool. To
Yeah, that's what a cult leader says, and you can offer them. I'm just here to open doors. Yeah, whatever. It's up to you to blah blah blah. But sign up and pay me.
I think you're right. Look, Max. In the same way that consensual sex and rape is the same thing because both of them involve sex, the energy and the context changes it. So I agree that from the outside, you can see what I'm doing and be like, it's the same. Okay.
If I join the cult, then I won't think it's a cult anymore. That's how all cults are.
You can't join it. There's nothing to join.
That's not true.
There's not a living entity. The only place that's where is the living entity?
Your Patreon.
Does it exist? You have a Patreon. Do you run a cult?
To some extent, not to the same extent that you do, though. I'm not telling people that they're going to find enlightenment by giving me money.
I don't tell them that either, though. That's just how you see it.
It's how everybody who watches that video will see it.
It's fine. It's not for everybody.
Okay, that's fine, but
we enter into such a strange territory here because it is a bit of the... hold on. I've been drinking. Pardon me. I'm going to talk some shit. It feels to me a bit like the pot calling the kettle black. Because a lot of Mr. Girl's stuff is about similar things, like giving people answers and psychological advice and relationship advice, and he has a Patreon you could pay to be there, and I like that he at least admits that his stuff is culty as well, but I don't know, bruh. This is so weird to me. Okay, I guess we'll keep watching this, though.
I think other people think that I'm telling people they can be enlightened if they give me money.
Okay.
I think people think that if they give me money, then they can rest assured that I will pay my bills while I have weird conversations with people on YouTube, and that I will continue to make weird YouTube videos. But I don't think... Well, no. Other people...
Been on YouTube for 12 years, Habibi. Been on YouTube for 12 years. I just started the levels a year ago. People have always been giving me money to hang out, do conversations. I've been doing conversations before I wrote the levels.
Okay.
Just now, people incorporate the levels into the calls.
That does not contradict anything I just said, which is that you are telling
I'm just letting you know that it's not like I invented the YouTube channel for the levels. It's not like I invented the calls for the levels.
It doesn't matter why you did any. It doesn't matter why you're doing anything that you're doing. All that matters is, for the purpose of this accusation I'm leveling at you, is that you are telling people that they can achieve a higher level of introspection and consciousness if they follow.
Not guaranteed.
There's a hope that they could if they follow your teachings.
If my teachings are right for them. If they're not right for them, then it won't work. I could be the wrong tool for them. They could be a different person.
Yeah, that reinforces the cultishness. Because to have a good cult, you want to split everybody into diehard converts and then people who think that you're crazy. And then you want to shunt all the people who think you're crazy out. And then it's even better for you when they call you crazy, because then that reinforces the inner sanctum of the cult.
Yeah, I think it would work that way if I didn't do everything I could to avoid the cultiness. But I agree that from the outside, that's what it looks like.
Okay.
I don't think you're doing everything you can to avoid the cultiness if you're telling people that you can teach them the ultimate truths about themselves and you're a sex worker. And you're having private conversations with people for money.
Disagree.
You're like a therapist, a sex worker, a priest, a friend,
whatever they need me to be.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. But Brittany, I'm whatever you need me to be. I'm like a ditto in Pokemon. But you know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Because I think life is much more nuanced and interesting than we've laid it out to be. The construct of our society is pretty good, but usually helps the general public. And I think people like me, who are not the general public, we need something a little bit more niche.
You're like Dr. K.
So that's why I do it. I have a part of my audience likes Dr. K. They recently got me into him the last year.
Yeah.
I think your obsession with Dr. K is very human.
It's so strange, this whole conversation. I feel like I'm on an acid trip, dude. It's so funky. It's so psychedelic. Like, she accepts everything he's saying and whatever, and she's doing it with like a smiley demeanor. And she wants to move on from it. And in that same smiley demeanor, we get the shot at him that will never, ever, ever be admitted to as being a shot at him. And it's all steeped in the exact thing that he's talking about the cultish behavior and the language there. Isn't it fascinating? You know what? It kind of is. It kind of is. And yeah, to Tommy, yeah, like I do see a relationship there as well. Oh man, the way these folks talk is just so interesting. You know what? In terms of line by lines and rhetoric reviews, these are the kinds of people that really should get them. It's like Vosh, Mr. Girl, this Simons person, or Simmons, however it's pronounced, because we're still not definite on that. These are the kinds of people that should have that, because there's so much that goes into when they say something, whether it's like their general demeanor versus what they actually believe versus their history, and like what they intend to do with these statements, what the patterns of behavior are. Like, they're wonderful subjects for it, but at least with these two people, it's not interesting to me, and it feels very strange and like makes me uneasy. But I know that that's what you guys want.
I think it's like, I think it is what it is. You have belief, you think it's right,
that's
you
also,
want to...
those are all insults.
I think I do the same things, so I guess I'm insulting both of us.
Maybe, but that's an underhanded criticism to say.
And there you go, she'll always be able to wriggle out of it.
I think you're XYZ, it is what it is. Or I think it's very human.
I think it is very human, and I think it's your right to do it, as I think it's Dr. K's right to exist. You and I differ in the sense that I don't want to stop people from living their one life, and you want to put limitations on people. That's where we differ. You want to limit things based off of Max's idea of values, and I don't.
Do you think that it should be,
care.
do you think there should be a law against murder?
Kind of.
Okay, so you do think there should be some limitations on people?
Yeah, I believe in I try to get as, I'm not much of a rule follower, but I think rules are like guidelines.
Okay, so do you think it should be illegal to steal? Like, do you think if I find out where you live, I should be able to steal your couch?
No.
Okay, so you do agree on some limitations on people's behavior. So that's not,
and I believe I have stringent ideas of how you...
I'm surprised you think it's both strange and uninteresting simultaneously. I'm not intrinsically attracted or interested in things that are strange. Is that weird? Not everything that is strange is interesting, because I see through it. I think that Brittany is putting on an act, and I understand what the act is, the reasons for it, the components of the act. I think I understand who Mr. Girl is. I understand the act he puts on. I understand the reason that he's doing it. And once I understand it, I'm out. It's just weird to see them interact. It's strange to see them interact. It's strange that these people act this way. But I'm not interested in it at all. In much the same way that I could think it's strange that people can read the Bible, that people can listen to the teachings of Christ and come away as the most unneighborly, judgmental fucking people that exist in the world. But just because it's strange doesn't make it interesting to me. If anything, I'm uninterested because it's just abhorrent. I just don't care about it. It's just gross, right? Like, I'm not interested in it, because if I had the opportunity to, I would look away. In much the same way, if I saw two homeless people having sex, and one of them I was like, or both of them, I'm like, oh, they're on drugs? Like, they keep falling asleep randomly in the middle of it. He's like putting his wiener in places that a wiener wouldn't go. Like, this is strange, but I'm taken aback, and I wouldn't want to keep looking at it. I would look at something else. Much the same way with this. Like, it's strange, but it's completely uninteresting. I wouldn't want to give it more than a second of my time. There are much better things to be thinking about or focused on. Reminds me of when you try to say something smart in school, but in the most refined way. Yeah. If Mr. Girl found out my address, the last thing I'd worry about is my couch. Jesus Christ. I think that's a weird definition of strange, though. From strange, I thought something would be opaque, and I wouldn't get why they're doing it. I suppose, but to me, that's mysterious. I don't think it's mysterious. It's just strange. It's weird. But it doesn't mean that I don't understand it or it's opaque. Mr. Girl and Brittany have a similar shtick. They both tread on edginess, but don't really have much interesting to say. Sure, that's one opinion. I don't think they don't have anything interesting to say, but I'm just not interested in their conversation. Maybe off-putting is what I meant to understand, what you're trying to say. Yeah, off-putting. off-putting for sure. If you want to substitute strange for off-putting, that's fine. But off-putting is one part of it. Things can be off-putting that are not strange. But this is strange and off-putting, right? Like, it's weird. It's like a warped version of human behavior. There are normal human behaviors that can be plenty off-putting. There are normal human performances that can be off-putting. This is a strange human performance that's off-putting. Mr. Girl convos, the verbal equivalent of putting wieners where they just shouldn't. Jesus Christ.
Need to be to interact with me. So Steve and I talked about this. How Brittany has very black and white rules of how to deal with her. But in terms of what other people are doing with their one limited time on Earth, I'm much more lax with what other people are doing than what people are doing around me.
Okay, so you think it should be illegal for me to steal from somebody else, just not you? Like if you saw me breaking into somebody's house, you've never met this person before, and I said...
So I agree with what Dash and Scan says. It's not strange in an entertaining way anymore once you've been demystified. Once you've demystified the reason why it's strange. Yeah. It's still strange. In much the same way, if I understood the particulars of worms having sex, it's still strange to see. Thank you, Victor, for the $5. I do appreciate the support. I know the support will likely dwindle.
After going through this video, this is the least I could do to my face.
I know support will dwindle because we've already hit our goal and stuff, so I do appreciate you paying for that. If you're enjoying the react for some reason or another, I do appreciate the support. Yeah, I'm just weirded out a little bit here. It does have the same feeling as a lot of the cursed content I watch and enjoy. Yeah. This conversation is very uncanny valley, like watching two aliens try and talk to each other. Uncanny valley. It's in that territory for sure. It's not straight. Yeah.
Say, hey, I'm gonna steal all this person's stuff. They're on vacation. Would you?
That's probably wrong.
Okay.
That is wrong. To Brittany, that's wrong.
Would you do?
I think stealing is wrong.
Would you call the police?
Probably not. I'd probably talk to you.
Like, these parts are normal. At least on Mr. Girl's end, because he asks like normal questions and stuff. But every topic is punctuated by where he starts to spiral into his weird thing that he does. Where he like finds an opportunity to say his stand-up comedian thing. And then we never reach a fun conclusion. It doesn't keep going all over the place with other people. Instead, she pushes back in her way, and he pushes back in his way, and she pushes back in her way, and his way, and her way, and his way. And eventually he runs out of energy, or she runs out of energy, and then they change topics. And then it spirals into the weird thing, spirals and spirals and spirals. And then we move on to the next topic, and then it spirals and spirals and spirals. We don't have forward progression. We don't like, there's nothing going on.
No, yes, if I said, you know, I hear you, but I'm going to steal all this person's valuables anyway. Goodbye.
Yeah,
I'm not going to the house.
I don't know what I would do in that moment because I've never been quite in that situation, but I would definitely take it as it came. So I'd probably talk to you through it and be like, I just feel like you're being really inefficient. Like, why don't you just like do X, Y, and Z? And then if you're like, nope, I'm still going to steal, I'd be like, okay, then I'm going to call the cops and we're having a negotiation.
Okay,
for what's
so
about to occur.
all my point is that basically you're just saying that you have different values about what should be allowed, not that things shouldn't be disallowed. You do think some things should not be allowed. And I think what Dr. K is doing should not be allowed, and you think that it should be. I think that what you're doing should be allowed. I'm not trying to stop you.
I'm not licensed, right?
Yeah, there's no.
That's your argument for Dr. K. Yeah.
Well, there's no board you didn't sign a thing saying you're not going to do what you're doing.
See, like that's a normal thing that she does, in her own way. Is this kind of dig, like, you know, and then it's acting normal. It's acting normal, and I'll see when we hit the strange bit.
Right.
And there's no law against what you're doing, so.
Right.
There's no
Even
reason.
if there was a law against what I was doing, would that be the, like, does the law decide or does Max decide?
I don't think there should be a law against what you're doing.
Okay. Do you think there should be a law against what Dr. K is doing?
Yes, there is. And
because he's licensed.
Yes, there is a law against it, and I think it's a good law. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a law against, if you told people you were a therapist, that would be against the law. I think that's a good law. Because you can't be a therapist.
And see how even when we have a normal conversation, they're both not interesting. Sorry. I don't I get that we're entertainers and it's a mean thing to say, but I'm just going to be honest, they're not interesting or entertaining when they have the normal part of the conversation. So it doesn't keep me engaged, because he will go, well, yeah, I think there should be a law against that. Oh. And she goes, so you would think blah, blah, blah. And of course, because blah, blah, blah. Okay. And it's like, okay, this is really, really boring.
And not be licensed and not be trained and be, having unstructured conversation, video games, stuff like that. Like you need to have more of a plan if you're going to call yourself a therapist, and more training.
Yeah, I make it pretty clear that mental health is a completely different thing than I do, but I find that spiritual or philosophy help often helps the mental health. So most of the people I talk to have therapists or psychologists or people that they go to for their mental health. It's a good balance, I find. So I think my work works because I can't help with the mental health stuff, not really. Like I have to go to a therapist for my shit. You have to go to a therapist for yours, but then you can come to me after the therapist stuff. Just like going to a physician. After you see your doctor and you get the cancer figured out, come to me for the other stuff. Because there's still more than that. We're more than our bodies. We're more than our experiences. We're many things, I believe. Not everyone has to be forced to be in tune with that thing either. Like, I don't think we should go.
Oddly enough, it feels like they need a straight man like Destiny for any of it to make sense. That's because both of them normally play off of normal people, and that's what makes their conversations interesting. When it's two weird people talking to each other and it doesn't get entertaining, it's just weird the whole time. They need a sounding board that is like a regular person to be made uncomfortable by their conduct for it to be entertaining. And I don't find this to be that.
Go around telling people, in my opinion, I don't want to go around telling people. Like, I don't want to be an evangelical. I don't want to convert people. I want people to make the decision on their own. If they want to engage. If they don't want to, don't do it. You should just work to be joyful, whether you're 2 or 5.
Well, you need to convert people in order to make a living. You do want to convert.
Hardly.
That's not true. You clearly.
And here's the dig and the beginning of our spiral.
No.
Why would you? This doesn't make
any sense.
Why?
Do you know why? Because half the people in my Discord ask them, they bully me all the time. Sometimes we'll start off with a call, Brittany, I think the levels are bullshit. I'm like, fantastic, hit me. And like, we'll have this conversation. Or sometimes we're like, I don't even want to talk about the levels.
And she starts out interestingly because she's getting upset, but then she's going to go into her bumbo jumbo about her weird perspective on life.
I want to talk about this philosophy thing. I'm like,
that's
great.
Fine, but clearly you made. I'm not saying you want to convert everybody.
And he gets sick of it because he doesn't like it because he is his own version of a drama queen and a weirdo. And so he's not happy with her getting to be a drama queen and a weirdo. And so then he's going to push it further because he's not getting the response he likes. And she's going to spiral and be able to talk on and on and on at a gazillion miles a second about her own interesting perspective on whatever.
Maybe you do, but you need to convert some people.
Why? What's the purpose? I don't need it. They don't need to.
And we spiral back up to the top of it with the exact same thing he's already said.
Be anything different than what they are.
Because it's your job.
Oh, no. Because my job doesn't work. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Convert them to making an assumption. You mean my way of thinking, which is not necessary for my work to work. So convert them to
followers, customers.
Maybe.
And then we get to the normal part where she asks a normal question. He gives his fucking 3-word response, and we're just waiting to the next spiral.
Like, yeah, I think if somebody's paying you $250 to talk to you for an hour, that you probably don't care whether they believe in your levels or not. I believe that. But
yes, I guess the way I run my calls though, because look, money's not first, right? Everyone knows I've turned them away from calls. People ask how many people I've blocked and refunded. Ask how many people, if I think the call's not working for you, I'm like, you should probably talk to someone different, right? Because it's not about the money. If it was about the money, I'd make a lot more money. But it's about making a living while attaining my goals and offering a service that works. I don't want to be a used car salesman. If it's not going to work, I'm not going to sell it to you. It has to work. And I have a pretty high success rate of people benefiting from those interactions, whether they come once or for 5 years. There's just a huge benefit. I've seen a huge benefit in their lives. And when it's not, they get kicked out, or I get told, not rudely. I tell them hey babe, you do much better in this arena. I'm not helping you the way I think I should be. That's how I live within my moral structures, to say, I don't want to be a used car salesman. I'm not the Dada Matilda. I'm trying to do something better here. That just being a therapist I've met who just takes my money and doesn't care if I get better, versus the therapist I did have that really helped me and saved my life. I want to be, I want to actually do good with my work. So yeah, I can see the issues and I do my best, but people are going to people max. I can't live my life and limit myself and how I can impact my community because a few people might not interact with me in the way that quote unquote saves them, which I never promised in the first place.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're building an unethical cult empire around yourself.
I'm saying it's almost unavoidable when you're an online figure, but you do your best through the process to communicate clearly with your viewers.
Think it is
parasocial relationship. Well, I think you can balance it. I think you can remind people, look, I think it's beautiful and poetic when a person comes to me and they go, I really feel wait. go, I really feel connected to you. Like, I feel like you see me. And I have to be like, oh, take me off that pedestal in that parasocial relationship, right? I'm just a person. Right? So the moment you...
But you're not, but your whole philosophy is based on the idea that you are a level 5. So you're not just a person.
I wasn't when I even wrote it. I wasn't even a 5 when I wrote it. Like, that's the point.
Every cult leader starts the story with, I started out just like you.
I'm still like everybody else.
Every cult leader says that too.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you're right, no matter how you look at it. But what I know is really happening is I know it's not happening. It just looks like it's happening that way, but it's not.
What if you're wrong?
It'd be really sad, but I don't think so. I think I'm very transparent, and that helps me feel very...
And you see, we hit this straight point where, like, oh, we get a question, and she gives an answer, and he just takes 10.5 years to respond. And
confident that I'm not running a secret cult.
I don't think so.
Maybe. Well, then I don't...
You're like my worst nightmare of what I'm gonna turn into.
Why? Why? People are cool.
Because I don't...
They're awesome.
I don't want to be a cult leader rationalizing... brainwashing.
You say that, but you're Destiny's largest disciple. Like, you're his biggest fan. You know what I'm saying? Like, I believe you. But I'm saying if you were where I was,
I don't think
would
I'm
be able to...
How am I? Why do you think I'm Destiny's biggest fan?
You treat him like he's your cult leader.
No.
Versus like
no.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You gave.
And then I honest to God, I find it more interesting when she begins a line of conversation that's serious than when he does. But maybe it's just because, like, I have my own stuff with Mrgirl. But I mean, her digs I find more interesting than his, but they don't ever play out. So I mean,
somebody said something to you the other day. What was it? Something like, I would never talk shit on Destiny, or I would never betray him. He's given me everything. He gave you a moment on the internet. It's hardly everything. Gave you a second on the internet, which is just like what happens on his channel. Give him a lot of credit for your career, but you are also the thing that makes people stay.
I know that. Oh, I give myself plenty of credit for my career. I'm a big fan of my work, but me being extremely grateful to Destiny for launching my career is different from me being his biggest fan or being like a disciple.
Maybe your language doesn't say often different.
I think I openly disagree with a lot of things he says.
My viewers openly disagree with my levels. They make videos about it. They criticize me constantly.
Yeah, but I'm not like his viewer.
Do you mean
you're not repeatedly giving your viewers like airtime on your extremely widely watched stream. And it's not just that he's giving me airtime.
Been on before. People have
but there's different kinds of benefits. She's giving them all that other ish, like the private stuff, the Patreon, the OnlyFans, right?
Been on before. What do you mean?
That's like the same version of benefit. I don't think that there's this DGG cult thing. To be clear, you're gonna have some DGG people in here that are whatever. I watched about 20 hours of his content. After about 10, I started to really like him. I hated this conversation. I find her position much more distasteful than his anyway. Gotcha.
I've done streams with viewers and Discord people.
Okay, so then I think it makes sense for those people to be more grateful to you.
I'll be honest with you. I don't watch Mrgirl's solo content. It could very well be he's awful in conversations. That could be a possibility. Tell me this. What's this person's name? Living Alien. If you were to compare his conversations with people, all the popular ones that I would have seen, and his solo content, the solo content has got to be a lot better than his conversations with other people, right? Like, you don't really like him for his conversations with other people, I would imagine. When you say, you've seen like 20 hours of his content, is gotta be solo stuff, right? It's definitely not conversations like these, right? Like, I don't see how these attract a ton of people. For me, these convo just looks like what you'd expect from two teenagers who think that they're very profound but just have a model of the world that's full of holes. Maybe. Did she actually just get him? I just think he doesn't know how to respond to this stuff. So maybe. I disagree with Destiny on a lot of stuff, but I use a similar approach to questions. I see. How much did your offline context for Mrgirl help you understand and read what he does in convos? That's a good question. it was like the straw that broke the camel's back. It made me lose my charitability because it seemed clear to me that Mr. Girl wasn't interested in understanding me or conversing with me. It seemed transparent to me that Mr. Girl wants to make content, and that is the purpose of picking fights, at least with me in particular. I offered to speak with him in private. I offered him questions that would be easily answered in DMs. He either ignored or brushed them off with his responses and wanted to do like a public thing. The way that he engaged with me in private, when I talked with him about things he was saying in public, and the divide between those indicated to me he is doing this intentionally to make content. And at that point, I was done with it. I think a lot of other people in my situation would have made that call way earlier, but I made that call at that point, which I feel like was fairly late in the process. Like I had a lot of indicators to that, but I didn't make that decision until then. So I guess it was a big part of it because it was the last thing. And then I was like, oh, okay, I'm done with this. I'm not going to interact with or spend more emotional energy on this dude because that's what he's doing. And a lot of people in this space do that with a lot of different things. So, you know, it's not a thing unique to him, but it's just not something I'm interested in spending time and energy on. Because I genuinely liked him and wanted to be friends with him at the very beginning. He treated me really poorly in our conversation together. I wondered if it was something that I fucked up or that I did, and it was confirmed to me it wasn't something I was doing or that I did when I saw the way he engaged with me in private. So that was it for me. Let's see here. His solo videos put on this artistic confrontational to the viewer, while the conversations in confrontational to the guest and the viewer. I picked and chose live streams a lot more. Okay. That sounds like a very roundabout way of saying that it's going to be that solo content and other kinds of content that's focused on the viewer more than the content that's focused on the conversational partner, I guess, right? Let me know if I'm summarizing that incorrectly. His combo is one of his worst. His other combos are more interesting. He has some interesting convos, but a lot of the ones that are popular, I just don't understand. His solo content is not listenable to me, at least, That's his basic formula with everyone except Destiny. Yeah, he doesn't do it with Destiny at all, which is another reason why I'm like, right? Like, I would like to think that when you see me interact seriously with other people, I'm interacting the same way I interact with Steven. Maybe I'm a little bit more easy on Steven than other people, but I don't think it's like a huge difference, you know? Unless I'm being totally memey and mean or something like that. Like I guess Hans, when we had an anime discussion, or Chud Logic when I came on to talk with him about Ayurveda. He had a very similar experience with Supreme, I would say. Yeah, he did. I think he really didn't believe you. It's what a ton of people absolutely hate from him. I really don't believe he's doing it for content or for drama. That part of it, no. But the approach, remember I told you, he's like a stand-up comedian. He will take an event that could go a number of different ways. It may be problematic. The seed of it could be that he doesn't believe you. Now, what do I do with this? How do I do this? Same with having like a bad experience at TSA at the airport. Sure, it was a bad experience at the TSA. But how do I tell this story? Do I tell it boringly? Do I tell it in a funny way? Do I exaggerate certain parts of it to make it more funny, right? And he's choosing to do things with that seed of not believing me that make it more toxic and dramatic than it really needs to be. So that's what I would say there. That's interesting because everybody says he's a super authentic guy. Yeah, and it bothers me, and that's why I don't deal with it. But obviously, I'm more of a fanboy than the average, and I very well might be blindsided. Maybe. Oh, you had another message. Let me read that first. Yeah. Okay, that was the one I just read. Yeah, like, yes, but let me give you an example of something where the seed of it I don't think was nearly as powerful as what he put forward. The thumbnail thing that happened on Twitter that I asked him to talk about and whatever. That's very different. And the way he handled that told me, okay, you're doing the same thing with other things as well here. And you're not interested in listening to me. When you find something that you can disagree with, that you can purport to be lying and whatever, rather than trying to flesh out the other side and see one way or the other how it turns out with facts and logic and whatever, you're very interested in continuing down the path of assuming it's a lie. And much of the way he's continuing down the path of assuming that our thumbnail and title was meant to make him look like a pedophile, like a crazy, deranged pedophile, when that's not at all anything that went into it. So, you know, it's annoying. Mrgirl is super obstinate and unmovable with everybody but Steven. Yeah. He's a content fiend, which is fine, so is Chud, but his fans don't seem to see it. Yeah, at least with Chud, he's transparent about what he's doing, and his fans seem to be on more or less the same page. But I'm glad your internet seems better. I'm plugged in today, so yeah. Let's see here. Also, this might be a Joker moment. Fans might be clip fishing. Maybe. Okay, good. Yeah. I suppose, but again, like I said, with these two people, I'm not going to talk with them about stuff. I'm not interested in a conversation. This isn't like something about like Chud Logic or Destiny or Supreme or I'm really important or like I'm not having a conversation with these people. But yes, I understand. I'll try to be more careful. Thank you for the Joker momenting me. I'm doing it for clout explanation comes off as a cope 9 times out of 10 in my honest opinion, including for Mrgirl. Fair enough. I just don't think he's trying to understand people. Might be a better way of putting it. Perhaps. Chud is honest content hound and he does create some great memes. Yes, he does. Okay, let's just continue.
I'm just saying that I don't see my relationship with Steven as like a fan creator relationship.
Right, but I also don't see the relationship I have with my fans as a cult. But I'm saying from the outside, that's what it looks like.
Well, even from the inside, definitionally, I think that is what it is. Like it has all the hallmarks of a cult.
It literally doesn't. They have the right to come and go. It's their money. I don't decide if they're here. They decide if they're here. I don't even know if they leave.
That's how all cults
work. That's how religions work. It's the difference between a religion and a cult is usually your ability to live without it. They can live without my channel. I'm just a YouTuber. They should most certainly leave and go live their life one day and never think about me. Why would they spend their life thinking about some random YouTuber?
The difference between a religion and a cult is that a cult is around a person pretending it's around an idea. I could be I could be a Christian, but like Jesus doesn't know that I became a Christian. No person like individually needs me to become Christian if I become Christian. That's why it's a religion. It's just like a belief system I can buy into. And I know you're presenting yours that way, but you're all
And I will say this, Savant. My conversation with him, yes, it was complicated. There's a lot of things that were broken there for me that are boundaries that were crossed that would have led me to not want to talk to him again. I have a huge thing where if you call me a liar and whatever, like Steven recently did, that is extremely off-putting to me. And I hate that. And I have a personal problem with that. I don't like that at all. It triggers the fuck out of me. And then I have another thing about like, if you're actively trying to like misunderstand me, I have also another thing about kids. I don't want to be perceived as somebody who is intimate with children or who has an attraction to children. I've worked with kids a lot. I've worked as a tutor a lot. I've worked as a teacher online. Like I have had so many interactions with children. I don't see them that way. And if a parent or anybody even thought for a second that that was something that I was interested in or whatever, I would cut it off. Okay, then let's not do this, because that is not what I feel. And if there is any hint of that in your brain, I shouldn't engage with you. I shouldn't engage with your kids. This should be done. It's just disgusting to me. It's vile. And it's not who I am. And that gets back to the lying thing as well. These two things feeding into each other. It's disgusting to me. And I can't stand it. And that's unpalatable. So yeah, it's complicated for a lot of reasons, the conversation I had with him and why it went wrong and how it was particularly upsetting to me. Like, I can't stand that. I've seen a lot of his content and he is clearly incapable of accepting anything that is inconsistent with his, in my opinion, in my honest opinion, humble opinion maybe, narrow worldview. That's why he has such edgy teenager energy. Maybe. That idea is also misandrist. I don't know who you're talking about or whatever, but...
Also a person.
Yeah, a YouTuber. So, like, of course, my audience is going to come to talk to me specifically. That's the point. Is that I am the thing they are talking to.
Yeah, but you're
and when
telling
I
them you
die,
have all the answers.
no, I'm telling them I have specific answers for specific brains.
You're
Help me
literally
on my
saying, you
journey.
literally describe level 5s as being like having reached this state of self-actualization and peace and harmony. The highest state that it is possible to reach.
Okay, so I don't believe in the way that the gurus have like explained like peace and happiness and
I'm
balance of
talking,
life.
I'm talking about
it is-
your own words.
Right. So when I say these things, what I'm offering people is a better, more foundational understanding of themselves in relation to existence. People feel like they're in chaos. I felt like that. I was depressed, suicidal, all these things.
And she refuses to zoom out here.
You're not engaging with anything. I'm
Your
saying.
no. I feel like we're having a great conversation. What do
I
you
don't
mean? This
think
is
we
great.
are. I don't think you're responding
What's
to what I'm
wrong?
saying.
Well, I'm trying to get there, but I feel like you have to understand how my brain works because you're categorizing me like I'm like a guru or something. Like I think I'm this big a deal. I just think I'm a human who shits like everyone else, and I figured out
You're
a
saying
specific
word
way to
for
exist.
word. You're going down the cult leader playlist and saying word for word.
I know that.
everything. Okay.
But Max, nothing I say will be good enough for you because you've already decided it's culty. Because if you knew what a
Yes.
cult was, you know I wasn't a cult. Habibi, have you never seen documentaries on cults? I'm way too lazy to be a cult leader.
So all we're
And none of these casual dismissals are ever going to work, and so they fall flat. This is just so weird. The idea that man interested in childcare is misandrist, I mean. Let me see. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what this word means. I'm like lost. A person who dislikes, despises, or is strongly prejudiced against men. Relating or character... hold on, let me read this one more time. The idea that a man interested in childcare is misandrist. I still have no idea what point we're making here. Can we use words that aren't misandrist and like explain it? Because I'm lost, Ezekiel. I missed the levels discussion / video, but it seems like Scientology. But the TLDR is if you're at level... I'm not going to do it. She's just reciting her script a little bit. At Booksmarts, doesn't that go to his point though? The reason you would never be honest about your attraction to cuties is because you have that history as a teacher and don't want to be perceived. You could look at... Hold on. So the thing here is it's a lot like what she's talking about. If you assume something from the beginning, you could find all kinds of evidence for it, but your motivated reasoning is what's driving that. You're not looking at facts presented to you and then arriving at a conclusion. You're allowing a bias from the very beginning to taint the entire process of fact-finding. That's the problem. So yes, there's plenty of things about me. You could look at that. You could go, oh, hey, this guy likes moe anime. This guy likes K-On. This guy likes anime where it's like an older dude and it has to adopt like a young chick and like raise her or whatever. He likes Yotsubato. He you could pick a gazillion things to prove this point. But the problem is you're starting from the point and then working outwards. You're not like that. That's my problem with it, right? Like, yes, you could find a gazillion things about me. You could follow me around all day. There's this kid in the neighborhood who rides his bike around and waves hi to me and I wave hi back. You could even read into that interaction that I'm somehow a pedophile. Look at the way he smiled to that little boy and waved at him. Why is he spending attention on little kids? That's weird. And it could just keep going, bro. But it's my whole point is that it's motivated reasoning, and you're not listening to the person talking to you. He means pedo jacketing male teachers and stuff. Yeah, sure, that's misandrist. Okay, now I understand. Sorry, the idea that a man interested in childcare is a pedophile is a misandrist idea. I'm drunk and I didn't fully develop... No, you're good. I totally missed that. I should have understood that. Okay, that makes sense to me. I don't think that's what he was doing. I think he started from a point of just assuming that everybody feels this way about children and then found and projected onto be whatever because he already believes that about everybody. I understand what you're saying. It's been long enough now that I'd have to rewatch it to truly comment fairly, and I think you're probably and understandably beyond wanting to relitigate. Yeah, I don't want to relitigate it. Mrgirl doesn't understand that empathy is a skill that requires deductive reasoning to understand someone. He's like a bumbling detective of empathy who just comes to conclusions without any clues. I don't think he's an empathetic person. I don't. I'm gonna shenanigans it and not keep talking about it because I'm gonna get in trouble by what I say. I feel like her non-committal interaction with reality makes it really hard to hold her to anything. Yup. Her answer to everything is yes, no, but both, none at the same time. Yeah. She has a lot of sayings to get out of things. Yeah, I understand that that's the biggest problem I have with Max is his conviction about these things is unfalsifiable, and he wants you to accept that even if that harms you unfairly to accept. Yeah, and here's the thing: different things I would be able to stomach this with people, like with me. I have this thing where I believe that your environment and your habits make up 90% of who you are. And I think that they explain a lot of who you are. So when you tell me that you're this person because of this cognitive process and this cognitive process and this, that, and the other thing, I think a lot of these are filters that you've learned to create that obscure why you actually do things. And I'm okay with some people having things like that because it's based on whatever. I don't want to get more into it. Let me see here. Empathetic people don't purposely try to make people uncomfortable in front of thousands of people. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't think that's the... Is Book's camera frozen? No, it's just you. I don't like the fact that he views someone as being dishonest if they don't have a raw or extremely layered opinion. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm just going to keep playing because I don't want to get in trouble.
Doing now is seeing how much of this you're willing to own, and the answer is none.
Well, I don't want to misconstrue what I'm doing very clearly, because what you're doing is you're bringing, here's what you're doing, Max. Now people are going to hear this and say, Brittany has unlimited time and energy and no boundaries, and like a cult leader, she'll welcome me into her arms. No, bitch, I'm a real person, and I'm going to make you have a distance from me and have a space from me. When I hear cult leader, I think the cult leader wants attention 24/7. Girl, I only want it part-time when we working. Otherwise, I'm a human. I got feelings. I want to watch anime.
That's not what I said when I said
that. That doesn't have anything to do with this. It's totally valid if she doesn't want people to come off with this, and her idea of cult is different than our idea of cult. That's totally fine. Come on, Booksmarts. Be charitable. You're supposed to be charitable. Go back into charitability mode, big brain. Go back into charitability mode. So she has a different idea of what cult means. That's what's coming to the surface here. I don't think that us in this chat or Mr. Girl thinks that being a cult leader means that you're making unlimited time for every member of your cult. I don't think that's an average opinion or an average primary thing that you think about cult leaders. But if she wants to dispel that, independent of whether we think that that is a normal characteristic of cult leaders, it's okay to dispel that, but it's not at all what Max is pointing to here, really. And when she says something like, I just won it during the call, that's exactly what we're talking about, but she just, I don't know. I'm lost with this, dude. Mental break? Yeah, I'm gonna go pee real quick. Makes sense why Mr. Girl doesn't get as much charity as normal. Why doesn't Brittany, though? I don't know. I was gonna give a misogynistic answer that maybe it's just that people hate women, especially women that have disorders or stuff, or talk very fast, or come off as intelligent, or whatever it is. You know, I think that she is a character of a person that people can easily disagree with, and much the same way of being the character of a man who people suspect is a pedophile is going to be somebody that people don't give a lot of, credence to, or don't like, right? It could be that. I have no fucking idea. I don't follow anything about Brittany, so I don't even know what people say about Brittany. I know about what people say about Mr. Girl. I have no idea about Brittany, so I couldn't really give an educated guess as to what that is. There's my shot in the dark, though, before I go pee. Especially women that have Jufros, don't tell her she has a Jufro. You're gonna piss her the fuck off. I'll tell you that right now. All right, be right back.
Okay. We're going to take a little bit of a breather because I find that with my anxiety, when I get anxious, which I really am right now, I try to speed things up. I'm moving very, very quickly. And things aren't moving very, very quickly. There's no reason me stressing out in my brain doesn't make this move any faster. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna chill out, center myself. The faster I go, the more mistakes I make. We don't want to have more book joker moments than are necessary. Just have fun with it. Your job is fun. This is fun. Hey, look, we hit a $200 donation. That's wonderful. That's great. And you laid on a couch. People told you were handsome and sexy. And hey, you know, remember when you started? Remember when you tried to be friends with everybody and you didn't accept that some people you're just not going to be friends with? Go back to the moment before that. What would you say if you're trying to be friends with these people? That's probably a better way. What if they're not characters? What if this is just who they are? Some people are just strange, book smarts. So what? You had a couple of bad interactions, you got some bad vibes, that's totally fine. Just enjoy the present moment. $50 an hour sounds pretty poggers. Sure, dude. Just want to say while you're getting nervous, I've loved this stream today. I know I don't always catch stream. I've been trying to more recently with you streaming more. Today's been lovely. I'm happy to hear that. Tommy, I love streaming for you. You in particular. I love your comments, even if they're long sometimes. I love seeing you in more of the streams lately. I appreciate it. I'm happy we were able to get past our hiccup of like me being mean and, you know, whatever. I'm happy that you're still chatting in the way that I like you chatting. I'm happy you're not putting itty bitty messages. I'm happy you're giving me longer messages to chew through and that you don't feel like you have to like keep yourself contained for me or be quiet for me or whatever. And beyond that, what's above and beyond is that you even show up to more streams. Not only are you not like censoring yourself for me, you're like showing up to more, and that's fucking rad. I'm happy to hear that. Is this a bit? No, it's not a bit. I need this. I need self-affirmation and self-talk. It's the way I get through it. It's late in Europe. Yes, it is. I think you're a good guy mostly. I think he's a good guy mostly. I think YouTube needs both kinds, mostly good guys. I agree, Living Alien. If you're still here, just know that I think that I may have problems with other people, but I ascribe to what I thinks, that the space needs all kinds of people. A rising tide lifts all ships. Look at you. You like Mrgirl. Maybe you showed up here today because you're a fan of Mrgirl. Yet you came here, you said I'm a good guy, you like the content. That's great. I might not have had you here if it wasn't for Mrgirl streaming as well. And that's a wonderful thing. So even if I say these things about the people that are reviewed on stream, at the end of the day, I want everybody to stay. I want everybody to keep doing their shit. Some people not so much because they have demonstrable harm. But like for the most part, yeah, I think it's good to have all sorts of people here, you know. I like this frame you paused on. Okay. P.S. You're very handsome and sexy. Honestly, it is a huge confidence booster for me to hear that from you guys. Just know that. Nice shirt, thank you. I think it's very cool myself.
I have some content that I wanted to make, but I haven't wanted to put it out because I am a very private person. This stream is making me reconsider. I might link you to it. Okie dokie. Let's get back into it, shall we?
Cult leader is a very specific
time.
energy. That's what it insinuates. So it implies to the audience who hears the word cult.
I'm happy you're someone that makes me want to do better at those longer messages because you explicitly point out our disconnects. If you want why I watch you, it's somewhere in there. And your accents are funny. Thank you. I do appreciate it. And yeah, like, for as long as I can still do it, I want to take your guys' comments seriously and respond to you. For the most part, I think I can bridge most disconnects with people. I'm confident in that, like, and I want to keep doing that. There's no point in me raging at you guys or raging at these people, really. Sure, it makes for content for you guys, but that's not what I want to do. I'm not Chud Logic. I don't enjoy doing that. I don't look back on it and feel good about it. So let's just take this seriously and keep going, because we're not even halfway through this. Holy shit. It's 3 hours? I'm sure at some point this ends. Yeah, okay, it does. It ends like 2.5 hours. Okay, cool. Well, we're almost 1.5 hours.
Okay.
I am encompassing not only my ideas into other people's brains, but I am encompassing my life into running a cult. What kind of a cult runs not full-time? Be efficient with your cultiness.
Do you think Jordan Peterson is a cult leader?
No, I think he has a cult following.
Okay. I think you are trying to amass a cult following.
I literally, not like his though. I don't like that. I want a yes girl, we're going to be better, and then I'm going to leave you when I need to cult following. If they're with me for 3 months and then gone, that's what I want. I want them to follow their joy. If I bring them joy, great. Once I stop, leave. The idea is that I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, whether I have an audience or not. I've always been doing it. For 12 years, I've been doing this. For years, people told me to quit. I just like talking to people, like exploring. I feel like I've really found something in existence that is like peak good. And if people who want it can find it through my work, I've lived and fulfilled my happiness in life. That's all I want. I'm selfish, so I get something out of it. I learn about people. I get a chance to talk to you. It's exciting. The day it all has to end, though, right?
I don't think you're engaging with what I'm saying.
Disagree. People treat me like a cult leader. I put them in their place and remind them that, like, that's not what I like. I don't like it. It's uncomfortable because it's not real. If it was a real cult leader, I would embrace it. I'm not. It's exhausting, and I think it's creepy. It's what humans do. It's like a part of it's a part of our, it's just normal. People fall in love with you. They mistake who you are. They put you on a pedestal.
I think our first interaction was when you were high and you said you didn't trust me because of my Twitch username, edgelord666666. Lol. I was a cherry mod. Don't hold it against me. Keep doing you. I wouldn't hold that against you. I don't care if you're a cherry. I don't care if people are diehard cherry fans. I don't even care if they held a position against me in the cherry thing. I didn't go on stream and tell my whole story to defend myself or whatever. It was a whatever thing, you know, like, I'm not gonna give a bunch of context that fucking spills details about Cherry's personal life or whatever. I thought what happens in that house is between us, and you know, it is what it is. I don't, you know, it's whatever. I don't care. I don't care about you being a cherry bot. That doesn't have any impact on how I think about you. That name, though, come on, bro. If your name is edgelord666, I mean, come on. I think that's a lot more reasonable. You know what I mean? But yeah, okay. I'm good to have you here. And I saw you in Twitch chat earlier, so cool to have you. I hope you know, we keep a relationship here.
So you take them down, you hold them in your arms, you go, that's not how we're doing it, pat them on the head, and send them on their way.
The insanity of saying that you don't want people to put you on a pedestal when your philosophy is a level system, 1 through 5, and you yourself are a level 5.
Yeah, that's you get the joke. Like, I didn't do this on purpose. I really genuinely gave it numbers so I would remember their names. But also, I can't change it. It's already done. I ain't gonna go back and redo all my work. Like, it's too late. And also, like, I don't ever plan on writing anything down because I don't think it's that kind of a system. I think introspection is a personal journey, and that's all it's navigating. Look, at the end of the day, when you talk to conservatives and you say you're only talking to me through this conservative lens, are you really gonna tell me they're as introspective as somebody who's really acknowledged we're evolved animals over time? Most likely. And if that's the case, then everything we're doing is just silly. Like, our whole life is a construct. Our whole existence is just us figuring it out. All of our ancestors putting in blood, sweat, and tears to figuring this out, and now we're here, in modern time.
I think you just revert to this, like, cosmic lens whenever you get cornered. So if I say I think you're doing something unethical, you say human's gonna human.
No, but you haven't pointed out anything I'm doing that's unethical according to whose value system.
Mine.
I'm telling you, within my value system, I operate accordingly, and everyone knows my value system. I'm very strict with my boundaries with my viewers for this reason, and I'm doing my best. But of course people are going to be obsessed. It's normal, and then you tell them, no, Habibi, you can't be obsessed with me, and then you send them on their way. Because that's what happens in life. People fall in love with you, but they fall in love with an idea of you. That's just normal life. It happens everywhere, even outside of cults. It happens at work. It happens with everybody you know. Someone admires you long enough, they fall in love with you. Maybe that's just a woman's perspective, though. I don't know. I'm just used to it. So you just remind people that, like, you're a human and that this isn't appropriate, and you send them on their way.
I think he had a good point with the cosmic lens thing, but yeah, I don't know. She has a good point with the love thing as well. I'm trying to be nicer, guys. I promise you I am.
Okay, so you think it's a big misunderstanding?
No, maybe not, though. Maybe
if I joined it, then I would say it's not a cult.
Oh, not even. Look, when I go home to my family, oh, here comes Brittany, the philosopher. Oh, here comes Brittany running her cult. Everyone makes fun of me. Why wouldn't they? It seems silly. It's so silly. BDSM is silly, and sex is silly, and porn is silly, and life is silly, and
humans
this thing I'm doing is silly. Yeah, it's just
so here we go to the cosmic lens thing. Everything's silly.
Silly. Why not? So silly what I'm doing compared to anyone wearing a dress and holding up a piece of bread and calling it Christ. All the same to me. But it's not, too, at the same time, right? Because I'm just claiming like a personal tool.
And then there is the, oh, it's silly, but at the same time it's not, you know? Ay. Let's hear what you have to say.
Finally got my food stamps in a couple days ago so I could budget stuff out. Appreciate what you're doing here, book. Just got my appendix removed. Would have tipped sooner.
I can't respond to that positively. You got food stamps, so you're spending $10 on this? I mean, those $10 to you sure mean a lot more than $10 to somebody making, 10 grand a month or something. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. That's a lot of money for somebody who is on food stamps. You don't have to spend it on me. I would much prefer that when you're out of negative situations that you spend, whatever on me. But thank you. Obviously, big appreciate on that. I'm happy that your appendix got removed safely and that you're not in a bad position. Holy shit. That was a level 2 dono? That was a level 4 dono. Oh my goodness. Everything is silly, therefore I am not silly, but you are silly at the same time, right? Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you for supporting the content. If you can support it, I think that's an inspiration to people who do have the $10 sitting around to definitely support it,
It can help the personal experience. Maybe not. Maybe you come to me and you go, no, Brittany, I don't believe you. And you're not doing it right. Okay, well then I'm not doing it right. Go pay someone else.
I'm also a bit disturbed by your claim that the world would be a better place if all of the level 1s killed themselves.
Probably would be, but I have a 1 and he's mine, and I'll kill anyone who comes at him because he's mine. He's a piece of shit and he's useless, but he's my piece of shit and he's
What
useless.
percentage of people do you think are level 1s?
Very little. Very few.
What percent?
I'm being honest, I think like 90% are 2s, and like most likely like over 80, at least, definitely over 80%, maybe up to 90. Then I'd say like 1s are probably...
Here's the percentages.
1 is a very specifically special person. I haven't met very many in my life, so even like 2%, 3%.
I've gotten way more out of this content for a month than $10 personally. Yes, but this content doesn't come with the price tag, and that's the thing, right? I would not fight against that claim. I do think that you could easily get more than $10 worth of content out of me. I think that's fair. I have enough pride in myself to say that that's true. But the content comes free, technically. The paying is optional. Whereas if you look at something like, playing an arcade game where you're putting in quarters or doing slots at the casino, like nickel slots, or doing, a video game that you pay for and get so many hours out of, right? Those come with an upfront price tag. So just bear that in mind, But I don't want to minimize this. I do very much appreciate that. And I'll keep it coming, you know. As long as this is helping me pay the bills and stuff, I'll keep it coming, man.
Very many. 5s, a little bit more 5s than that, I think. And then 3s and 4s, they're scattered. But maybe not. But I could be getting my numbers wrong.
I'm not going to turn this into an Invader Vibe moment. Although, hey, if you're on YouTube, knock, knock, that motherfucker's on food stamps. He's spending $10. What the fuck? Who are you? Are you sitting out there fucking making real estate deals, making fucking 20 grand on a single sale? Hello? More than $10 worth of content a month? Hello? Must be nice to have a form of entertainment that you don't have to pay shit into. Come on now. You could give something. I believe in you. I believe. Because I know only so many people are donating. And I know most people's situation, especially the people who tell me, I'm a lurker and blah, 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 and I really appreciate that. You have a steady job. You have some money in the bank. You got an account that's fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 digits. I think you could do it. I think you could. And I think it's an investment in the future because the more that of you people that get in the habit of donating something, whether it's $10 like Chibi, or whether it's $50 or $100 what was your name? Cap something. All of your letters are together in your name, so it's harder for me to remember. You know, if you're in these positions, it is the individual decision of each of you to donate some portion of what you make to me that enables me to do more of this. If every time I turned on the stream, I knew I can make $200, I can make $500, I can make $1,000, don't you think that incentivizes me, the homeless dude, basically, to make more content or to make the decision of, maybe I should stop traveling and maybe I should settle down for a few months to keep making more content because it's productive for me every day. It would enable me to do more with a vacation. I could just fit in more fun trips that are more dense with things to do and pay for a travel. You know, like, you enabled me to do more of this, and I'm more likely to do more of it if I'm able to make money. So, like, just bear that in mind. And I hope I make clear to you that oftentimes I am putting time and effort into this that is either unpaid right now, like all the club work that I do, or all of the research work that I do, or, you know, investing into it, looking in front of me now. We have a $150 monitor or $200 monitor that I've had to buy twice because I broke it. We have the $20 stand that it's on. We have the $3,000 laptop that I still haven't paid off that's on credit. We have the fucking $50 light. You know, like we I do put money back into everything. I'm wearing expensive cans. I got the fucking $100 wireless mouse so that I can do these couch streams, right? Like, I got the fucking $300 microphone. Like, I'm putting money back into these things. I don't do my taxes good, so I can't write off any of this, right? Like, so I'm just saying, I put the money back into it as well. I put my time back into it, and the more that it makes financial sense, the more I'm able to do. I could pay the drama correspondent people to make sure that we have a good fucking review for you every week. I could take the time to do the research for things like the Supreme Court stream more often. I could pay people to help me with the Discord and with community events and pay for graphic promotions for the clubs and stuff like that. I could pay for ad time on YouTube. Like, I could pay a second editor to do clips and stuff for TikTok, for Instagram stories, for YouTube, for short form videos that are more life smarts. Like, there's so many things. And of all the streamers, I feel like I'm one of the only ones that really has a business brain, really works with teams of people, has the know-how to do it, and could put your money to use that it wouldn't be put to with other streamers. So if you wanted an Invader Vi moment, or Invader V moment, here's my Invader V moment. And it's gonna be done in a Booksmarts way. I think if you invest in my content, that investment goes a lot farther than it would with any content creator that is comparable to me in this space. I think the only exception I can think of would maybe be Rhizome or GapEV, and that's it. I don't think your investment goes as far donating to anybody else really, because I think I have the potential to really go far with this, and I've demonstrated that I'm willing to put the time and effort in. So I hope that's my hope. That's my whole spiel. Jokes aside, many hands make light work, folks. Books giving you more life skills than the rest of political Twitch put together. I don't know about that. Destin gives out a lot of decent life advice. I don't know that. I closed a $5 million deal yesterday, Pepe left. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is there somebody watching who may even be a VO Megalol D person right now? And they're like, oh, that's funny. It's like he's talking right to me. And to that person, I want them to hear it. The same way that when I put out a message about doing a trip through Europe and I'm like, hey, email me if you have a hosting spot, there's a lurker who watches all the VODs who's like, oh, hey, he's talking to me, and then does it. You know, like, I appreciate the donations, even when they're not on stream, even when they don't get TTS. And if you enjoy the VOD, you're never going to get a TTS because you're only ever going to watch the VODs. So hey, VOD people, if you're hearing this right now, this is for you. You can support the content too. There's a ton of it I'm putting out for you. And if you think that's worth it, if you have the disposable income, I super duper duper appreciate it, you know? Stop personally attacking me. I'm sorry, fellas. I have to do it to you. Look at that. Look at that. Becoming a member. That's another good thing that you could do. I would highly prefer that you spend your money on donating to me through the !dono link, because the least amount of money is taken out of that presently. I do appreciate the membership thing though. Now you have access to a bunch of emotes, and if you keep it recurring every month, that is income that will happen every month and is very good for me, because I can guesstimate how much money I'm gonna make every month. So thank you to Jason as well. Anywho, enough of the shilling. We've had enough of that this stream. You forgot to mention all the money you put into booksmarts.twitch. I haven't put, so I paid a designer person initially to give me designs of the website, and I paid different graphic people for different ideas about things, but the team is volunteer effort. But there's time invested into it and organizational effort invested into it. So like, I'm not gonna pretend like I'm paying the developers on booksmarts.gg, but there has been money that's been put into the design of it. But anywho, yes, booksmarts.gg. Like, again, how many Twitch streamers do you know who are able to organize teams of people efficiently and effectively and like manage that? Like, maybe Dylan Burns gets close to that with his production a little bit. But you know, like, I'm just saying, I keep forgetting to renew my Twitch Prime. I was going to do that earlier, but their TOS is garbage and book isn't live. Well, there you go. Technically, you could go there and you could do your Twitch sub and it will show up here though. Just bear that in mind. Okay, sorry. Let's keep going here. With the club integration. Oh yeah, booksmarts.gg, hopefully in the next week or two, we'll have a calendar then that'll tell you all the community events, and then that'll be the first page you have accessible publicly for the booksmarts.gg website. Anyway, enough, that's enough. Let's keep going.
Realistically, it's probably not even that. It's probably like 80% twos or 60%, okay. But you know what I mean.
So a few hundred people are watching this right now, right? Probably somewhere like 500 to 1,000.
Hey.
I think I have ethical issues with telling 3% of 1,000 people, that's 30 people, that the world would be a better place if they killed themselves.
They wouldn't know they were ones. They just think they are. Most of the people, when I say that, I have people writing me going...
I still have ethical issues with you doing that.
Why? I didn't say they should do it. I said, be clear.
Well, you said you said it would be better if they did. You said they're so useless that they can't, but it would be better.
It'd be better from a community perspective, but it'd be worse on their direct. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're telling people that they're a burden and that the world would be a better place if they killed themselves. And you're asking me why I think that's unethical? Because I think if you're in the position of making yourself some kind of thought leader, or even thought opiner,
sharer
on societal issues, and you're broadcasting this out to people, I think the ethical thing to do is to tell people that we need to make room for you, that we need to all work together to construct a society that can shoulder the burden of its most useless members, not a society that tells people to kill themselves.
No, thank you. I don't want to live in that society. Seems inefficient.
Oh God.
Inefficient. Toward,
yeah. So
what do you think? What do you think it is that society should be doing that helping less fortunate people makes it.
Well, they're not less
for,
fortunate. That's why ones are special. They're not less fortunate. They're people with every reason, accessibility,
so lazy,
status,
whatever.
They're not lazy. They're making a choice, and I respect their choices. I respect their ability to make the choice. I don't respect the choice, but I respect their ability to make it.
Okay, whatever.
So I don't
you
infantilize them. I don't victimize people who make decisions.
What is it that you think they're stopping society from doing that it's supposed to be doing, that it would be inefficient to carry them?
Well, we already do, which is why I think society is a little bit more burdened than it should be. We don't know what to do with our ones, but the ones don't make up enough to actually cause. Like twos are primarily the reason the world is the way it is.
Do you
more so
understand
than ones. The twos are the number. I think so, but let me. Okay, ones are very specific kinds of people, Max. They are quite literally like you're. We use this example in the Discord a lot. They're in the desert and they're starving, and I'm like, "Sir, there's a cupcake right next to you." And they go, "Ooh, we can't eat that cupcake." And I'm like, "Okay, but there's nothing else around. Here's a cupcake." And they're like, "Nope, don't eat that cupcake though." And I'm like, how many times am I going to try to convince this person to eat a cupcake when they don't want to? And at what point am I going to go, all right, I respect your decision to not eat that cupcake.
But you should kill
I can go
yourself.
about my day and stop worrying about you.
Okay.
Right? And then from a societal
concept.
level, I don't think society should feel a need to rescue a person who won't eat the cupcake.
Okay,
Can't even, you know what I'm saying?
they're willfully self-destructive.
It's
Right,
different.
so let them, if that's how they want to exist in their one life, I think they have the right to do that. But if they ask for help and they're genuine in that desire, then I can understand people reaching out, mostly falling on the burden of their close family unit or friends.
Here's my
or
question.
Less,
You're saying that it would be inefficient to help those people.
No. Inefficient to make it mandatory for society to bear the burden of those people.
Okay, it would be inefficient to make it mandatory for society to bear the burden of helping those people. Inefficient, the word implies that society is trying to do something and that would get in the way of what society is trying to do. My question for you is, what is it that you think society is trying to do?
Exist cohesively, like smoothly as possible, as smooth as we can get. Believe that should be their goal, at least, to try to exist in a world where we're causing the least amount of friction and unnecessary suffering. Sometimes life is also suffering. So ones in some way play a role because they help humble the twos and the threes and the fours and maybe even get us to fives because they allow us to see parts of ourselves. The ones I've interacted with are quite fascinating humans, but they're extremely exhausting because they don't have a point to them. They're goalless. It's very interesting. They're very usually smart, which is even more frustrating. I think that's the frustration with the ones a little bit.
Okay, can you give me an
You
example?
can hear Ayn Rand's influence here now. I'd be interested if you could expand on that a little bit because I haven't read her, like not entirely. So if you could break that down for me, that would be really, really handy. I would be interested in reading that. I know YouTube has a text limit, so if you want to put it in like a separate word processor and then break it down as needed, I'll read all of it. You know I will. So I'd be interested in hearing that perspective, good dog. I just don't have the previous knowledge to interpret it for you or like to expand upon it, really.
Example of how society carries the burden for L1.
Well, usually ones blend really well, so you would only know it in your direct family unit. So let's say you have somebody in your direct family unit, which just everywhere they go, they're a burden, an energy vampire, they won't participate. Let's say you have someone, you're like, hey, I really need you to do this thing. And again, they just, for no reason that's apparent, for no logical reason, they're just like, nope, don't want to do it. And you're like, okay, so at some point, you're not reliable as a fellow human being, you're not consistent, you're not there, you don't have values or morals in which you derive sort of your action from, so I can't.
So Rand basically thinks that the high-achieving people are held back by having to carry the burden of the unwashed masses. I see. Okay. I got
Okay, double guess or understand what you're about to do. So ones are people that they don't fit into the mold. They don't help in a community way, which burdens the community. Because now the community has to do something with them.
I get the definition. I'm asking you, can you give me a specific example? It doesn't have to be a real example, but a specific example of how society shoulders the burden for a singular one. I'm trying to figure out what it is you mean when you're talking about shouldering the burden. Like, how does that play out in like an actual situation?
Okay. Well, okay, I'm going to define community as like units of large groups of people that socialize.
Sure.
So I know a one who within his community structure has impacted over 200 people because of his inability to get a job.
Uh-oh. Twitch alert didn't come through, but it's more of an FYI. There are more where that came from. I don't see it anywhere in my feed either, though. It's not even in my Streamlabs feed. I could see if it's in the Twitch feed, though. Because I'm actually curious about how this works. Let's go to dashboard. Let's go to... here. So even on my Twitch dashboard, the last thing that happened was Tommy Strong with the 1500 bits. Interesting. So maybe it is down to... Okay, I'm sorry for misinforming you. But thank you. Yes, I do appreciate it. Okay, That would actually make sense to me. I suppose it doesn't count your subscription when the stream is offline because it probably only triggers if you do your TTS thing to notify me. Because I don't think Twitch will show subs unless you put your TTS message or announce it in the chat, maybe? Unless it's a gift sub, probably. Maybe gift subs definitely would, though. That would be my guess. So gift subs, maybe. But Twitch Prime subs, probably not. It would just be in the back end and it would say that it's continuing Twitch sub. Then you'd have the choice to make the alert go through. Every time she says energy vampire, I think of Colin Robinson. I do too. I do too. And it fucks up my brain a little bit because I know that that's not necessarily what she means. Chibi says, Rand is basically the worst egoist, where it's like a surface level egoism. Every man for himself only. Sterner is basically true neutral, and Kropotkin's egoism is like, if we help it, others help us. I like Kropotkin's. Like, it's called egoistic altruism or something like that. Does that ring a bell? Am I getting close with that? Maybe that's a Kropotkin idea. I think it's like egoistic altruism, something like that. You sound like you're more educated on it than me, so maybe you know the concept I'm talking about. But that like self-interested altruism, where like it's the idea that nothing is truly altruistic, and that you should engage in altruism to benefit the self. Oh geez, sorry everyone, didn't want to stop the stream. I'm looking for any opportunity to stop.
Function, work within social norms, and / want to participate, while at the same time claiming, no, he's doing great and everything's perfect. It's kind of like we're working with a delusion as well as a reality factor. So the way I've helped this community make peace with the situation to the best of my ability, though it's still limited, is that this is who he is, and we have to respect his choices or his ability to make these choices without feeling like it's about us. But they shoulder the burden of his outbursts, his depression, his inability. Somebody has to pay for him. They can't just let him be homeless because now it's a burden on society. So his family has to up the bill for him. You know what I'm saying? So like somebody always has to carry the burden.
Paying for his housing, and when you say, you're saying emotionally deal with the impact of his outbursts.
Yes, so like he'll get the law involved or utilize like misuse like police time or misuse court cases or constantly threaten to sue people. So like in those ways, it's constantly just like oh my gosh, like bro, there's no reason or rhyme for it. It's just complete madness, but it's not insanity.
And so so a more permissive view, such as mine, would probably label this person as mentally ill. But you're saying that it is will. It's a willful choice to be this way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm saying I make the difference because I think most twos who are mentally ill could have the same descriptor of this person and not be a one to me. I think if you're I've been manic, I suffer from, it's been through almost 3 years, I've been good, but in the past I used to have like severe mania and like a lot of depression and anxiety because I have borderline. And so one of the things that made me realize like, oh, I'm a different Brittany when I'm triggered than I am like this Brittany talking to you today. But I also know I was never a one, even in my worst situations, because I was never willfully doing anything with a great intent. It was always because I thought I had to, versus the people I've talked to, they've really made it clear that nope, this is just what I'm going to do. And I'm like, but there's...
So you think if we talked to this person right now and we said, are you...
Yeah, the stun locks do increase the value of your donut. I suppose it's a good way of looking at it. Very positive, Crab Navy General. I'll have to remember your name because that is... You are now an Oiler officially on the channel.
You choosing to inflict yourself your pain and inflict this pain and take money from these people unnecessarily. Are you choosing to do this of your own free will? You think he would say yes?
Might deflect and say that other people brought me to making this decision, but ultimately they would say they made the decision. They'd say they had no choice, but they had...
I'm going to keep engaging the stun lock. That's an interesting quote. I can't reach the limits of development without others doing so. That's such a long-term outlook. Like, even if I prioritize myself to the greatest degree possible and do everything I can possibly do in my power to look out for me and advance my own development, I'm not able to go as far as if I would have in an alternative reality where I advocated that everybody look out for everybody else. Because by everybody else looking out for everybody else, I benefit even more. So if I could have gone this far by only looking out for me to the detriment of other people, in an alternate reality where everybody does this, I could go this far because the collective of everybody also helping me out and me helping everybody else out is a reciprocative whatever cycle that will push me even farther in my own personal development. This is an interesting thing to think about. Rand thought all successful people should just pull out of society, let it collapse, and live in their little Eden. Well, that's not good. Basic psych shit, attribution error. The reason I do bad things is environmental. The reason ones do bad things is personal.
To make it something like that.
Okay, but so you just don't agree. You think that he is making a choice, and he would say that he's not. That ultimately.
I've dealt with enough. Yeah, I think I've dealt, like, mentally ill people can be ones too, but I've dealt with a lot of mentally ill people, even ones who are undergoing psychosis. It's totally different than what these people are doing. It's different. It's completely different, Max. It's like they're really just making a decision and looking you right in the eye and saying, yep, that's what I'm going to do. And you're like, sir, it's not even reasonable. And so in those ways, you can't even, because they're smart. They're not dumb. Like, the ones I've met have not been dumb people. They've been more than capable people.
It just seems like...
So, I really do think this is her own personal baggage. Let me tell you why. My sister gets into a mood, and I have a very rude, ableist way of describing that mood, which I won't reword on stream. But it's this mood where she won't listen to anybody. She will do the opposite of what you're saying, and until she calms down, you can't keep asking her to do anything. So she used to do it when we were little, about like brushing your teeth or cleaning your room or doing your homework. She just shuts down. But she won't get like uber duper emotional or whatever on the surface. She might throw shit at you. She might be mean to you, but she'll keep her voice low and whatever. We recently had this happen at the house where I told her, Emily, you make a really big mess in here, and everybody else has to clean it, and the house looks gross. It's your day off. You're not doing anything. You should probably like pick up some of this shit. It's been in here for days. And she was like, no, I'm not going to do it, and whatever, it's my day off. And I'm like, okay, but you don't ever pick it up. Like, Dad picks it up. So what I did was I started putting everything in a pile in front of her on the table. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to pick it all up and I'll put it here. When I'm done with that, just go like take it into the kitchen and throw it away. And she was like, no. I'm like, okay, well, we'll see by the end of me putting it all here. I'm just trying to help you because I need you to go throw all this shit away. Because if I don't tell you, nobody else here stands up to you. And so I start putting everything there. And she like grabs the shit and starts throwing it everywhere else. Okay. Now she's freaking out. I'm like, what the fuck are you? Now you're making a huge mess. Now she snapped, okay? She's not having it. And I was like, she left these treats out for her cat, and her cat will get into the fucking bag. She was telling us about it the other day, that the cat will get into the bag and eat all the treats and make a fucking mess of it. And so I was like, okay, well, I go to put the bag of treats away, and she like hits it away from the drawer that I'm trying to put it in. I'm like, the fuck are you doing? I'm trying to put this shit away. I'm trying to help you, because if I don't do this, we're gonna have a big mess in the house. And so obviously I'm being stern and I'm being kind of combative, and she's being stern and she's being combative, and there's no resolution to this. And I know I'm gonna be the one to give up first. She hits the bag and throws the fucking treats everywhere. And now there are treats everywhere. Now we have a huge mess. And I start trying to pick them up, and she's trying to stop me from, she gets in this fucking mood. And it's kind of like this. I'm helping you. I'm putting everything into a pile. All you have to do is throw it away. That's it. Because I'm trying to compromise with you. I just want us to throw this shit away. And the point is that we don't want to clean up after you. We want you to have the littlest part in trying to like clean up after yourself. And it gets in this whole fucking thing, dude. And like, I don't know. I get so frustrated with that. And it's kind of like with this. Like, I've done that before with helping her on other shit too, like with her homework and stuff. Like, hey, like, here's the formula to use for your math homework. Just like put the numbers into this and it'll do it. And she'll keep doing it her way. And I'm like, that doesn't give you the right answer. Just write it down the way I'm asking you to. And she's like, no, I'm not going to do it. Like, and then it sparks, and now she's doing it to upset me, and she starts like writing out what she would do and doing it in a different backwards fucking stupid way. And now you can get why I had an ableist slur to describe this kind of mood that she gets into. But it's so fucking frustrating. And it's that thing where like you can lead them to it and they're right there and they just won't take it. And I can get the frustration to like make them out to be something that they're not. But at the end of the day, she's a rational lady who can do rational things, who is having a moment. And it's not fair to do that. Sounds like Bookie got one DNA in his bloodline. I don't know if I can continue supporting such a stream. What does that even mean? Let's see. That outlook on helping others, helping you long term reminds me of Steven's moral axioms. Yeah, for sure. At some point, Mr. Girl hits on the idea that this is born from her wanting to distinguish her from her prior self. Distinguish her prior self from one's. Yeah, probably. Let's see here. There's a series of books by Robin Hobb called the Farseer Trilogy, and their foreign raiders were doing a magic called foraging, which involved kidnapping people, doing something to them. And then, when they return, they are totally selfish and unproductive, refusing to even feed or clean themselves, just constantly taking from people and doing nothing in return. This is what her conception of ones reminds me of. Interesting. Yeah, that sounds like it. That they're just like an unchangeable bird. But the fact is that so many people that you might instantly view this way are not that way. That there is a possibility. If you Doctor Strange it and you fucking look through the fucking 14,603 fucking dimensions and you look through all the timelines, there is a dimension where they can be helped and there is a way to help them. And as long as that exists, I think we're obligated as a society to look for that. But like, yeah, and it's just not good to give up on them, I think. It's not something we should encourage at a systemic or larger level. But I do approve his general... Okay, so you said, I don't have any personal problems with Destiny, unlike most riled up lefty ancoms. I don't think he's stupid, awful, and such, but he seems a little bit less long-term, tiny bit more Randian. Sure. Yeah, with problems like maybe shooting people and stuff like that, probably, yeah. But I mean, I think that's what Mr. Girl was getting at when he talks about like Destiny is very introspective, whatever, sometimes, right? On some issues. And I think that's the case for everybody, right? And it's good to hear you approve of his general altruistic egoism. Yeah, because it's better than the alternative, which would just be straight up egoism.
It just seems like these are people. Well, it just seems like ones are people that you hate. And that you don't have empathy for, and you think they're worthless. So, okay, what do you think should be in this situation you're describing? What do you think should happen? What do you think should be done? He should be put out on the street.
I think what's happening is fine. His family's shouldering the burden of his survival.
Well, you said that you said that you don't think we should shoulder the burden for ones.
Right.
Well, I put an asterisk on that video and that said I don't really think we should be killing ones, in case nobody saw that. But I do not think people should be genociding anybody. I think that's really silly.
Well,
but I don't think.
Why not?
Why? Oh, I'm kind of like
killing all the ones would be the most efficient.
Only if we were fighting for the larger community. But I'm a selfish individualist, and so I want that. My one, I want him to be mine. He's my like. He's fine right now. He's taken care of. But like,
okay, but generally,
I would rather have
if your goal is ruthless efficiency, then wouldn't killing all the
my goal isn't. My goal isn't. Brittany's goal isn't. I'm just saying society's might be. I'm saying that's why I'm saying we're all lying. When people go, oh, I want an efficient society, no, you don't. When people say I want a peaceful society, no, you don't. To have a peaceful society means to have an unfree society.
What do you think should happen? It sounds like you're saying it would be better if they killed themselves, but then you're saying that you don't advocate for them to kill themselves. So again, it feels like you're saying.
No, you think I'm a person who believes that I have the answer for masses of people, and I don't. I'm saying I don't. I'm saying when I say these things, I don't mean them because it's outrageous to think I could know what's good for all of humanity, including the ones. An outrageous statement to make.
But yet you've made it.
Oh, I made it, but I put a little like caveat, and I corrected myself over time. The Levels is a living entity. I've corrected my language.
Okay,
I speak in black and white terms, and so
you
I'm
made
a
this
bad
video like a year
communicator
ago, but you're saying that your stance on ones has changed.
It hasn't changed. My language around it has. So people
Still a big fan of egoism in general, though. I don't see Brittany's one take as very efficient personally. Nah, I don't either. I think we should make them slaves. Seems far more efficient to me. Why waste a good body? Humans are a unique animal and can do a lot of unique tasks. I think we should make them slaves. I would make them slaves before I would kill them. Think about that, okay? That's where... Almost made a Nazi joke there. No, but I mean, this whole thing is very yikesy. This whole quarter that we're in here. But no, unironically, if we're talking about efficiency and stuff, I think that a huge I am gonna dive into this. I think a huge issue that lots of genocides and stuff had is like it hurt their overall cause, and they would have done better to have not genocided the people that they genocided. So like you look at the Nazis. If the Nazis would have like integrated Jewish people into different kinds of jobs and were able to keep their scientists and engineers, etc., they would have been better off in terms of accomplishing their goals and whatever. Although the Nazi goals seem to be specifically around like killing Jewish people and whatever. But that's more of like a Hitler goal. I don't know. In Cambodia, like the Khmer Rouge, killing all the fucking intellectual people, that hurts you. Like, I don't think it ever really helps you to kill all the people. I think that, like, if there's one thing we've learned, if you want to be evil, it's probably better to put people to work and find purposes for them than assigning their purpose to be put to death. I think that that's more often a problem than a solution to things. But yeah. All right, it's about that hour in the book spread stream. Yeah, it's about the hour we get to slave talk, you know. It always loops back around to slaves, you know what I'm saying? We should have like a book slaves fucking icon. A book slaves emoji, dude. Oh shit. Like a couple of fucking handcuffs with like a book on them or something. People G enslave Neets. I mean, if your plan was to kill Neets, that would be the advisor telling you we should probably enslave them. Genghis Khan is another good example. The Khans early on would kill all the people of all the villages and the towns they went to, but when they started integrating more Chinese aristocrats and stuff that knew about taxes and labor and whatever, those aristocrats and those advisors tried to tell the Khan, hey, look, don't kill all the fucking farmers, dumbass, because they're worth a lot more to us if we have them work the fields and be stationary and pay taxes and whatever. And the Great Khan understood that to some extent. He still killed whole villages of people for, you know, reasons that I think are dumb or whatever. But like, in like every case, it's the better advice to keep the people around to do work than it is to kill them, right? And in my view, keeping people alive has like a very big value. So that's what I would advise if I was talking to an evil person in charge of the world. Ultimately would be to get everyone on your side. I'm part of Indigenous American, so I could be biased, but I'm okay with the bias. Sure, yeah. I think I'm gonna joke with you now. Time to move on. Okay, fair. Vels, are you not a member on YouTube? You're not able to use the Book Joker emote? Jason did.
Understand me better, but when I say it the way I say it, some people understand it. People, you know what I'm saying? I've had to curtail my language so other people understand I'm not talking about them.
You sound like Nick Fuentes talking about Jews.
Jesus.
I don't watch enough of him to know what that means. I've only seen him with Destiny.
You sound like a polite neo-Nazi talking about Jews.
I guess,
saying
but
like, well, you know, I'm not saying what should be done about them. Who knows what should be done? And you know, I have a friend who's a Jew, so I wouldn't blah blah blah. But you know, they're a drain on society.
Yeah, but I don't really believe. Like, I don't even think like when men go to war, it's stupid. Like, I think it's all petty and silly. I think what we're doing is because we think we have to, or we're pushed into corners where we feel like we must. But with most ones, their parents shoulder the burden, or they become homeless, which I think is fine for them. I don't think it's wrong for them to. I don't think homelessness is necessarily wrong. I think it's a state of being. No, I was technically homeless legally for like a year and a half, but I was traveling around the U.S. in a trailer. It's hardly homeless, but it's the same. Like, it's you know, I don't like the idea of this person being homeless is the worst when it is truly his own doing, versus other people who suffer from homelessness. Maybe it's because of addiction or mental health. Some people just pick paths, and I think we have to radically accept them. And versus pretending like, no, a human could never be this useless. A person would always choose to be useful. Okay, well, not in my experience.
Okay, well, my ethical qualms with creating a model of society
on Twitch, so thanks, bud.
that either explicitly or implicitly states that useless people, which to me sound like mentally ill people who you have deemed are choosing to be mentally ill, should be killed either by their own hands or by somebody else's, or just by starvation or in the desert.
Yeah, I just feel like you're putting more passion into my statement than I felt at the time. It's just
even a dispassionate statement of this it's almost more disturbing to me.
Well, no, because I think it's denying what we are. We're most likely an evolved animal an evolved animal species over time, right? We're probably not gifts from God. We're probably not descendants of.
Yeah, to respond to your point, Hyphen. Yeah, like with the Khan killing people, it sent a message and struck fear in the enemies and whatever. I think a similar thing with the Babylonians, probably, or sorry, not the Babylonians. My apologies. The Assyrians, right? Like striking fear in the enemy and stuff could make an army falter or prevent battles from even happening in the first place or encourage honesty. I actually think that based on listening to Dan Carlin talk about it, it sounds like that was also a motivation for the people that were in the Khan's army. So, for instance, if you saw somebody in front of you drop a bow or drop a sword or drop a weapon and you didn't pick it back up for them, you could be put to death. If two people from your 10-man unit charged and you didn't follow them, you could be put to death. There were a lot of things where it was encouraging you to go along with what everybody else was doing and commit to a lot of things and fail to route and these sorts of things. And because death was the punishment for it and you saw people die for it, it encouraged you to do the opposite. Yeah, I mean, there is that. And similarly, I guess if there are particular intellectuals that would be a part of the uprising that would eventually kill your kingdom, then killing them would make sense. But on the whole, policies that affect broad groups of people, I don't think the arithmetic ends up making sense, is what I think. You into Dan Carlin's hardcore history? Yes, I am. A Booksmarts History Hour might be good content. Yeah, one day, dude, one day. Even that last take was still congruent with fascist stuff. I think beliefs like hers are a good example of why it was a popular movement almost everywhere pre-World War II. Yeah, or eugenics or plenty of other things. It gets into a dangerous position for sure. But I also agree with the other person that comparing her to Nazis is a bit rough. Any comparison to Nazis is always going to be rough, and people rarely see in themselves the problem with things by confronting them about that. It has to be done in a very easy way. Yeah, when you're so dependent on on each other for battle violence can help with groupthink. Yeah.
Fairy tale. We're probably just an animal species with an evolved consciousness, which means that we're operating within the mechanism of our own evolution. So of course there would be animals that would be evolved over time to be sort of not helpful to the pack. I don't think the pack should kill the animal. I think the animal should be able to just be the animal, be yourself, and then the pack should avoid it if they want to.
I have ethical qualms with the way you've presented this and the way you're presenting it right now. And those
that's not helpful at all. Well, we're animals. We have evolution. Sometimes animals evolve to be not very productive. If those animals were to die, it's going to help the herd. This is, again, getting closer to Nazi stuff and fascist stuff than it is to helping your point at all or appearing more humanistic.
Already implying that it would be good. And you explicitly stated it would be good for people who you think are useless to die. Also, your tone changes quite a bit when you talk about these ones. It sounds like you're ranting. It switches from a inspiring philosophical journey towards self-actualization kind of language, self-help guru language that sounds familiar. It starts to sound like ranting about useless people who are vampires and who should kill themselves, and it sounds hateful.
I don't think they should kill themselves.
Okay,
I don't know what you said.
You said it would be better if they did. So when you start ranting about these people, it's kind of scary.
Okay, I don't know why you're afraid. I'm not. It's not like I have power, nor do I think genocide is correct.
You do have power. You absolutely have power. There are people watching right now who
insane people. If you acted on
every person who kills themselves that I've ever known of thought they were a one.
Yeah, sucks. But that's also what humans do. They take what you say, they put it within the understanding they have of their own reality.
I think it's unethical for you to reaffirm the beliefs of suicidal people, that they're a burden and that we would be better off without them, because I don't think it's true, and I don't think it's right to say that.
I think that's fair. I think suicidal people, maybe I give them more credit because I was one for many years.
That's a very good point, Sir Kolosnev. Nazi and fascist and using that interchangeably is perhaps something that, and again, these are, hold on, be careful, book smarts. These are two people who live in America and ascribe to American culture, I feel like. So it's easier to do this Nazi thing. I think I'll apply that more to Mrgirl here, since he's the one making the comparison. I know she has a varied background. I think if you grow up in Europe, you see fascism as a much more complicated picture than we do in America. For us, the only fascists that really matter are the Nazis, because we fought them. We don't get taught or care about Italy and stuff, right? We're Spain and, whatever. So yeah, I think it's a thing Americans in particular, myself included, need to be more careful about. Do you feel like Mrgirl is virtue signaling? say that first, but secondly, maybe he's signaling to a virtue that people might have something. Maybe in the purest definitional sense. I've never understood the virtue signaling thing, to be quite honest with you, so I'm probably not the best person to ask. Even though we did fight Italy. Yeah, but Italy sucks, dude. They weren't gonna, I don't know. I don't want to get into this, but...
And I know that deep down, that they know that they offer something to the world, and I think that if they really thought they were ones, they probably wouldn't kill themselves. I think ones are less likely to kill themselves. I think twos do it because they believe it when they didn't even have to believe it in the first place. Like twos who commit suicide, that is a cry for help. Then I think that those people should know that that's not what I'm saying. You don't have to kill yourself for the world. The world's not that interesting. You should stay alive for you. World is often the reason we want to die, and the world's not even that interesting in relation to our whether or not we should survive. Ones in relation to other people usually are also the reasons why people might kill themselves, because they tend to be the people in your lives who don't know how to uplift a community member. Unlike most people, we try to uplift our suicidal population because I don't think they want to die. I think people who are suicidal, much like myself, we didn't want to die. We just didn't have a tool. I'm saying I'm trying to offer people a tool because it was the tool that stopped me from wanting to die every day. It might not work for everybody. None of my tools seem to work for ones. So I would be amazed if somebody could help them, because that would be really great. I really worry about my one. I also know that if he died, a lot of people would be relieved. It's quite a burden.
Yeah, I feel like virtue signaling has some negative aspects to it, negative baggage. That's why I'm like apprehensive to even say so. But I'll say that the two words together outside of that, they make sense to me. If the world isn't that interesting, isn't that a reason not to participate in it? I don't like what she's saying with this either, really. I get what she means to say, but it's not the way I would word it, personally. Fuck it, melted on me, whatever.
It helps you. I wasn't raised in an environment where people who had disabilities were a burden. They were just people. I wasn't raised in an environment where your mental health made you a problem. Not really. I wasn't raised in a household that ever thought of anyone as a burden in that regard. So when I speak, I'm never even thinking about those people. I'm thinking about perfectly reasonable people.
Oh, I get you. Okay, so that makes sense, hyphen. What the fuck do I call you? Hyphen dash? You're not an M dash, so I guess you're hyphen? I think he is talking more to the audience and for the audience's virtues rather than the person he is talking with. Yeah, I would say so here. Although I would hope that being compared to a Nazi would be compelling enough to pause and think about what it is that you're saying. But yeah, probably not meant to have that effect on her. I'm not a content creator, but it feels annoying as a viewer, higher than thou. Yeah, I suppose so. But I think a lot of, I mean, in this particular case for sure, it sounds like it's virtue signaling. But based on that definition, that understanding. But sometimes I'm talking with people on stream, and it can feel like I'm talking to the audience, but I'm really talking to them. So I would just be careful about that. My middle name is Hart, then I'll call you Hart.
I think you're raised in a household where you were made to feel like a burden.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I have a lot on my shoulders. I always have. And that's why that runs a burden. Yeah.
These weird silences, dude.
There's no way where you can say you think one should kill themselves where you're not also saying that you think on some level that when you're a burden, you deserve to die. And it just seems like that hate is you talking about yourself and somehow excusing the way you've been treated.
I think that in recovery, there is a moment in a person's life in which they are a burden in a way that is annoying. And I don't think that's a majority of your time spent. There's an episode of Sex and the City, for all of you uncultured swine, in which Carrie has broken up with Big and cannot stop talking about her love for Big. And eventually her girlfriend says to say, Carrie, you've talked enough about this man, go to therapy. And at that point, she becomes a burden. At first, it's her girlfriend supporting her. Then you become a burden. Ones are a very special case in which they don't have any issues. They can be perfectly fine. I know you're saying it's mental health, but I'm saying I disagree, but you could be correct and I could be wrong.
I think that I feel like you're just talking about how your parents talk to you.
What do you mean?
It just sounds like you come from this very unforgiving, unempathetic environment where you're mocked and belittled, and your struggles are seen as
that's loving mocking. No. No. My parents, our family, like Destiny mocking. It's love. Like when they say "fuck you," you're like, "Ah, fuck you too, bitch."
Destiny,
like we have a lot of fun.
Destiny can be pretty cutting when he's mocking.
Yes, we all can. But I'm saying my family's self-aware enough that when we do this, you don't think my mom knows I'm mocking her when I call her a 2? Now. What's the point of engaging this behavior if we can't sort of like look at each other like we all think we're wrong or right? That's the point. Is to be open and safe about it.
I think that there's viciousness being exchanged
We're
in the
getting
guise
into
of
weird territory again.
good-natured joke.
Sometimes. Well, here's the thing, right?
I have to fix my light because it's blinking. I can still hear you if you want to keep talking, or you can wait. It's up to you.
You can wait if you would like. Actually, let me pee. This is a great time to pee. Guys, everyone knows I have a small bladder. Give me 2 seconds.
Mr. Girl sometimes goes into therapist mode, and it makes it, and to me it feels patronizing. He does reaches like this, which shit with her parents. Yeah, to be frank with you, it even feels like that for me when Dr. K does it. I don't like that therapist mode shit at all. And I think Dr. K sometimes...
All right, chat. Let's see what's cooking. What you guys got going on?
Gets there quick. Which is also weird. I don't know. I agree. But more than patronizing, I guess it just feels wrong to me.
Don't read it. Save Stardust. What's
do you
happening
know
with
enough
Stardust?
to make that call? Like, I don't know. I wouldn't.
Is she hanging out with a bunch of Nazis now? Am I a 1? I am. Sometimes. When I get angry, I turn into a 1. Hey Max, have fun in jail. Hey, big party. I noticed you. Are you the person who? Are you the person who keeps commenting that I'm being hunted and that I'm going to jail, or that I should be running for the FBI? I feel like there's like one person who just like keeps talking about how I'm going to go to jail. I don't know what you.
Interesting opinion here, Chibi. She's doing that thing where she's trying to meld her past experiences with her parents to replace her current ones, and he can tell, but he's also overreaching. Maybe I'm very stupid, or I'm missing this in the conversation because I'm trying to like read chat and like stay awake at the same time. I don't see this. I mean, if y'all are saying it, like maybe it's there. I'm just not picking up on it. I don't know, dude. I'll just move past it because I'm just not seeing it, but I may have missed stuff.
I think I'm going to jail for. What is a 1? A 1, okay, so this Brittany has invented this level system where 1s are the least introspective people, and they basically choose to be unhappy. And then 5s are the top, and they're the most introspective and have reached self-actualization.
In her later videos, she noted this moment in the conversation is the moment she decided Mr. Girl is not good fate. Jesus Christ.
The FBI has my 5.
It feels as if they are taking a position of authority on your life story as if they know better than you, thus patronizing. Gotcha. I'm trying to find the word. What is it? It's very... Oh, here it is. It's very presumptuous. Very presumptuous, I would feel.
Miles. I don't know.
Are you still suffering? I did some meditation. I feel like that really helped me. And I gotta go pee. I did breathing exercises while I peed. And that's really helping me. I think feeling tired is also helping me. Honestly, and again, I really attribute this to my anxiety. I begin to think that things are going much faster than they are. I feel like I'm being rushed. I feel like I'm meant to move quickly. And I have to push the brakes and stop the wheels in my head from spinning so fast. Because that's when I make a lot of mistakes, or when I'm an asshole, or when I start to feel really bad. But once I slow down and accept being slow, that's how I have problems with technical issues too. It feels like a clock is ticking with an indeterminate due date of like, you need to get this fixed as quickly as possible. People are waiting. People are leaving. Come on, let's go. Why is this thing working? Fuck, this button didn't work, blah, blah, blah. And then it gets quick, right? It's like a flywheel too. The more you spin it, the more energy you put into it. It's actually really, really hard to slow down once it gets started. That's what my brain feels like when I get anxious. But I know from experience, if I put the energy into a meditation to slow down, I put my brain at the right spot, I talk to myself, I can actually slow the flywheel down. It's not that hard. It feels hard because when I touch it, it hurts me. But it's by pressure over a long period of time with the right meditations that like, it'll slow all the way down and then we continue, right? So yeah, yes, I like presumptuous for this. Yeah, that's the word that comes to my mind. When he says you sound like you come from a background of ... mocking, and she goes not current and cuts herself off. I see. I've watched a lot of Mrgirl's videos and Brittany Simmons videos. She has takes about her past, but yeah, gotcha. It's tricky with therapy on stream because they might be connecting dots we can't see with knowledge frameworks we can't see either. Yeah. It might be perfectly rational or they're missing the mark. Yeah. Glad about the meditation. Was cool to see you work through that. Can relate majorly. Yeah, and I used to make a bigger deal about that and sharing that with you guys, but yeah. An anxious brain is always looking for more reasons to be anxious. Maybe I would describe it as like a magnet that exists in my brain that's really close to the front where I focus on everything. And I just have to make sure that metallic ideas don't get close to the magnet. Because then once they touch the magnet, the machines start turning, and that's what it needs. And the longer it stays attached, the longer it happens. And I feel a pull when something metallic gets close to the magnet. And sometimes the magnet's really powerful and sometimes it's not, depends on the day. But that's the way I see it. Like, I know what ideas will probably get my brain spinning and stuff, and I'm just careful about bringing them close to my center of focus and allowing them to occupy that space. You don't have to rush things. I think people are just trying to be kind because you're clearly suffering and there's a zone where that's fun for us. I get you. Rushing I don't have to do. Suffering is okay. It's just that suffering can turn into rushing very quickly. But suffering doesn't need to be. I need to get better about that. I can suffer and not rush. But suffering is something that, again, gets close to that magnet and starts the machine turning. So I have to keep them separated. And the more that I suffer, the stronger the magnet becomes. So the farther I have to keep this away from like my insights, my internal mechanisms and whatever. I have to keep like one step removed. And that if that means I need to tune out for a second and miss what they're saying, or talk to the chat like I'm doing now, or do a breathing exercise, I need to be okay with that. It's just the problem that all those things have is they take more time, and that again can get the flywheel turning, is magnetic and like couples with my anxiety. So it's a tricky thing. It's a three-way problem where like all the meditations and exercises while I'm streaming take time and they make me feel like I need to rush, but they are the solution that's needed to stop the other thing that's trying to interface with that, which is the suffering, right? And I need to keep both these things away from the magnet at the same time while focusing on them and doing them right in front of me. And that's the tough thing. The anxiety magnet is like right here, but I need the meditation here. But meditation while streaming pulls it, and like I can have it this far away and still focus on it while keeping it away from this and focus on it and then slow this down. And then, you know, I hope any of that makes sense. Do you ever lose control of your center of focus? I would describe that as a panic attack. Yeah, I have panic attacks. And I have times where, No, it's not always a panic attack. I'll share this. This is really personal though. I get incredibly anxious on public transport. When I'm on a train, especially if somebody's trying to talk to me, I get very anxious. And things that normally wouldn't make me anxious make me really anxious when I'm on a train. That actually happened with Lemonies. Lemonies was trying to talk to me on the train and like go into this deep conversation with me. I'm trying to do all the things to like keep balanced and keep centered and whatever and not freak out. And I was like freaking out, and I like had to warn her after, or I let her know after, hey, if I was weird on the train, it's just like I'm off my rocker when I'm on the train and stuff. I lose myself, and I can't get control of it because I can't do breathing exercises while I talk with you, and I can't focus on you if I'm focusing on getting that under control, and it's a really tough situation. You seemed incredibly anxious in that conversation with Destiny recently. In particular, was it the accusation of you lying? Yes. And it was the realization that thousands of people are watching right now and all of them agree. And I know they will because he told them to. That yes, that makes me incredibly anxious. And then I can't perform because like I can't do my best to imagine what he's thinking and like try to confront it or try to figure out where I'm wrong. Like all these higher level cognitive processes are not possible because I'm freaking out. And in that situation, I was freaking out. And that's why I asked Supreme to be in there. Like, I need Supreme's help because if I can have another person who I can hold on to that can help me through this and can be a person who's a sanity check for me that I can hold on to it. If he tells me it's wrong, and I trust him to tell me that because I don't trust you right now, then that is what that is. Like, I think I've said this before, like, I don't think Steven is like my friend. I don't have trust in Steven the way I have trust in Supreme, or I have trust in Lucifer, or I have trust in I'm really important. These are people that I can let be a sanity check for me all the time. They have my best interests in mind. I don't always feel that with Steven. I have to be careful with Steven. And yeah, I definitely felt that. I was uber anxious in that conversation because he's like triggering me with this fucking like I'm lying shit. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I don't know why my explanations aren't landing with him. I'm not getting a good explanation because he's just telling me, you don't really believe that. And I'm like, do I really believe this? Do I not really believe it? What is going on? I'm telling you what I'm feeling. I'm telling you what's like in the teleprompter in my brain. That is what I think. Like, yeah, that fucked with me incredibly bad. And I broke down after that conversation with Supreme and, you know, like, I know I fucked up at points. I know that these clips are fuck ups, but like I don't know. It was very, very difficult.
What you think the FBI is going to do with my files? I'm not a criminal. So
good.
Okay.
I've broken some laws here and there throughout my life. I'm not going to say I've never broken a law, but
the other thing too is I can never make the point that in the same way that I can't make the point that like drinking impacts the way I behave or I have a decision or whatever on the internet, I also can't use my anxiety because so many other people misuse that or are treated as liars for that or cry bullies or whatever. And that's also why like I'm incredibly sympathetic to people who are going through a mental illness, and that mental illness is clearly visible in the way that they're engaging. And that's why I'm very sympathetic to them. So in case you ever wonder why like I can be understanding to Anna Voir, even if I think she's fucked up and she's doing fucked up stuff with Steven, or the guy that was in the hippy dippy voting scandal, or these other people, I have a lot of compassion and sympathy for them because it's hard. I don't know if they're lying or not, but like, I know if that was me, I would want to be treated compassionately. So that's just a thing. You have prompted me to finally change my YouTube from childhood handle. I always get anxiety before leaving to go somewhere. Bad stomach, gotta shit, then running late gives anxiety. Okay. Anxiety be rough. It does be rough. It's fucking rough. I've had 2 panic attacks in my life. One was due to LSD and one came out of nowhere. The sober one was way worse and a genuine nightmare. I really thought I was gonna die. I think the first really, well, no, because I had them when I was little. I just didn't know what they were. The first panic attack that I knew was completely irrational and born out of mental illness was when I was on the motorcycle. I had a really good day. Like, I put on these colorblind glasses, these corrective glasses, and my friends took me to the botanical gardens and we saw cherry blossoms and all this other stuff at the botanical gardens, and we watched the sunset together. And as I was like riding home, I think it was, I had a panic attack on the motorcycle. I couldn't control my breathing. It felt like I was gonna throw up. I had to like quickly park the bike. I think I nearly dropped it. I ran to like this grassy area on the side of the road and I had to like lay down and try to take my helmet off and whatever. I was freaking out, and it was just because I was overstimulated, and then my anxiety took hold and I didn't control it while I was on the bike. I thought it was like a passing thing and it wasn't. And it was, I think, shortly after that I went to the doctor and figured out what was going on with me. But yeah, like it's a crazy thing, especially panic attacks, dude. It's awful. I think a common online interaction and even in close relationships can be to assume someone is lying, almost an unconscious pseudo attempt at good faith, instead of just person doesn't agree. Yeah, it's an easy out. I've had endless sympathy for panic attacks and anxiety ever since. Yeah. And when people don't go through that, or when they think they've been through it, I don't know, bro. I don't
assume that what you're talking about is laws around like child porn.
I don't want to go too deep into it because I don't want to get people disagreeing with me and then be forced into an argument or defending a take on this because I'm very emotional about it. But yeah, I've been on the other end of Steven before, so I can understand blanking the fuck out when he's putting you on the spot, and I can be pretty unshakable. Yeah. Couldn't understand panic attacks until I had one. I couldn't believe how realistic the I am dying feeling is. Yeah. They're reaching for air and it's not there. Like, oh my God, is this a heart attack? What's going... And the ideas that are going through your head and the speed that they're going through it. And like, I think I nearly like blacked out. It felt like, oh my God, it was so awful. Very relatable experience. I used to go deaf, then blind, then huge cold sweat, then find the closest cold hard floor to put my check on instead of throwing up. Ugh. Long recovered now, but intense. I'm happy to hear that you've recovered, but yeah, this shit's rough. Maybe I should talk about this stuff more on stream, but it's like a very vulnerable thing, and I'm not very comfortable talking about it. And other people use it as ammo, right? Like, I can't talk about any of this anxiety stuff immediately after that event happens, right? I can't talk about how like I broke down crying to Supreme afterwards, and like I had a really rough next day that I thank God I had friends for it, because like that could have spiraled really, really bad. I can't talk about any of that because people think I'm a cry bully, or people think I'm full of shit, or people think that, you know, I'm using my mental illness to hide behind, or I'm somebody who's mentally ill and shouldn't be trusted. There's so many things. And all of it would be so negative for me to hear. And it just really sucks, man. It's a really tough position. It's really rough. I don't want to talk more about it. It's just, it really sucks, dude. You always think it's an exaggerated I am dying, but that feeling in your chest and the speed in your mind going is horrible. Yeah. Yeah, you have to be really strategic when you're disclosing those private feelings online. You definitely do. Like, I think we're far enough away from it. We're on a YouTube only stream. I'm okay with sharing it, but like, it's so alienating. You really have to have friends outside of the internet to handle this job, I think. You have to have good trusted friends, because if you don't, that shit can kill you, dude. I'll be honest with you, that shit could kill you. It could really kill you. If you don't have a support network, if you know you'll spiral, it could kill you, it could ruin your job, it could whatever. I was dabbling with quitting streaming after that, in the first day or two after it happened. You know, like, it fucks with your fucking brain, dude. It really does. And it feels like this isn't, the online space is really not good for people that have mental illness, you know? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll focus on this. Enough of this. Shenanigans.
Pornography or child abuse or I'm trying to think.
Are you talking to me or your audience right now?
My audience. I'm saying that
Okay,
I've never broken any of the laws that I'm assuming that you're trying to get me arrested for. Yeah.
Okay, I'm back, right? My boomerness
That's
always
good,
mutes myself and I
Bells.
rant for 15 minutes and then realize I've been muted. Like the joy that my audience gets to.
Have I downloaded a car? You know what? I don't even pirate movies. No. I don't want to say I've never broken a law, because it's not true. But overall, I'm an extremely law-abiding citizen. I'm very pro law. That dude is just trolling. Yeah, probably. I'm a man of.
It's okay, Vels. You won't be punished.
Okay, guys, my voice is back on, right? Like I'm here.
Thank you.
Maybe tell me. Yeah, okay. I want to.
I'm lucky to have you guys too,
and
honestly.
Science.
Great. I love
ethics. Okay, so yeah, I think you're projecting your own sense of your family making you feel useless onto this level system, and now you're telling that when you yourself are in need, when you yourself are desperate, I think you're made to feel like a burden by your family, and you're trying to create a image of society in your family's image, which is that they're nice, they're warm, they're understanding until you really need help, and then they are telling you that it's your fault and you're a burden.
They're great in a crisis.
Yeah, I just don't believe you.
Well, in every crisis, they've always been there, though. That's how I know they're the legit ones. Really good. They were there during my stalker. They were there during all my suicides. They were there when I needed them. A family knows how to like stand their ground, but also over time, because I got therapy, I was able to give my family skills that we didn't have before. So I feel that totally. I think growing up that might have been more accurate, but I just think you're like, you've maybe never even, I don't know, like I hear what you're saying, but it's just not accurate either. It just
That's
doesn't
fine. I'm not trying to convince you. I'm trying to make sense out loud of how somebody who seems like a pretty kind, well-intentioned person.
Oh, what an awkward time to get a donation.
I hate 8-hour shift at my part-time. You started streaming near the start of it, and now I am 1 hour away from being free. Thanks for getting me through this one, Chief. Excellent stream as always.
I'm happy to do it. And thank you for the $5. Thanks for putting some money towards the content that gets you through your day. Out of your 8-hour shift, spending $5 of the dollars you made on me, that's super duper cool of you. If everybody did what you did, I think this could be a very successful enterprise for me. Not that it isn't already. Very grateful about where it is for me, you know, but it's definitely something I would encourage, and I appreciate you taking the step, Wolfgang. And I hope you're off work soon. Okay, hope that hour goes by fast, because we still have a lot of content here to cover. It doesn't end for another, I don't know, maybe half an hour or so. So we definitely have more time here. But thank you.
Can say something that makes them sound like Hitler, so casually.
I'll tell you. I've lived a life, right?
Right.
Like,
well, no, that's not. I'm trying. Let me fucking finish. My explanation is to myself, and I'm just telling you so you know what I'm thinking, is that you identify with these ones, and you are out to like prove to yourself that you're not a one, because I think your family has made you feel like you were, and has made you feel like a useless burden at times when you were falling apart. And also, there's no way anybody ever in any situation can tell me like, yeah, I tried to kill myself a bunch of times, but my parents are really great. No.
Oh,
if your parents were really great, if your parents were really great, you wouldn't try to kill yourself.
I don't know. I really don't like this. I really don't like this at all. This is really, really uncomfortable.
Right.
I would even say definitionally, if there was one, if you asked me what is a good parent versus a bad parent, that would almost be, if you kept digging and making me answer question after question, I would say, if your kid tries to kill themselves, you have seriously fucked up.
He knows enough as somebody who studied psychology to know that that's not the case. There's a huge problem with parents feeling guilty about this, and it doesn't, sometimes it does, but it doesn't always have to do with the parents. Wow, this is really bad. This is really, really bad. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
It went from like sort of plausible, I can see how you're arriving at this thing from her history, to like, holy shit, dude. What the fuck? I can't imagine saying that out loud to an ex-suicidal person, but knowing some, I can kind of imagine why one might think that. Sure, but it's not something you say. And it's not the truth. Not the way he's portraying it. Jesus Christ.
Hold on, am I like really frozen? No, okay. Well, I think the dilemma with that is that it's just a little, it doesn't take into consideration their life journey or how they were raised or the bubbles that they understand or how they understand.
Everybody's got a reason for being a terrible parent. I'm not saying that they're
I think my parents,
also children.
Yeah.
Sure.
I would say my parents have been bad at parenting, but they were never really bad people. Right?
I guess. I feel like that's like, once you have kids, that's the measure of a man. It's how you treat your kids.
Yes, but my parents never treated me with like malicious intent. It was always because they thought they were saving me, which is why I think saving people is the road. It's like the path to hell is paved in good intentions. I think when you try to save people, you most likely will drown them in the process.
The path to being a Nazi cult leader is also paved in good intentions.
Exactly. Ask you a question.
Yeah.
It's about me. Do you like me or do you dislike me at this moment?
I have mixed feelings about you. On some level, I like you. On some level, I I think you were ready for me to be like angry at you. I think you weren't as ready for me to be scared of you. So the frustration, I think, is easier for us to kind of deal with, but I'm unnerved by you, and I think that neither of us knows exactly how to handle that.
Is that what you messaged me yesterday?
Thank you, Garrett. I do appreciate you becoming a YouTube member. Now you have access to all my cringy emotes. Hope you enjoy them. Good God. How uncomfortable this has turned into. That part, Pat, the Nazi cult leader, was personally where it got me. Interesting. He lost me at this. I saw another chatter worded exactly this way. He lost me at that point about the parents. I feel like he was getting somewhere, and then like any credit I gave him as somebody who is using psychoanalysis or whatever was completely lost at that point.
No, I was angry at you yesterday because I was like, it just felt like you're being very dismissive of me. I feel like I'm trying so hard to say what I mean, and like in that consent conversation, I feel like Stephen was writing me off and saying like, well, no, you got to be really careful with how you make these takes and blah, 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 blah. And then 2 weeks later, he tweets out the exact same fucking thing that I said, put in an even worse way about a specific person. And then all of a sudden he's on the other end of the debate defending what I just fucking said on his stream that he was saying was too far out there. So I'm like, like what? And then at the same time, you're watching the stream and you're like, no, this is blah, blah. You're like rolling your eyes. And I felt like a little ganged up on by the two of you watching it. And it was annoying to me.
Is there any part of that that's also exciting?
A good argument can be exciting, but the problem with that stream with Stephen was that he wasn't really arguing with me. He pushed back a little bit, and then he would sort of just like drop it and say like, you know, the thing where he's like, okay. And so I'm like, yeah. So I would like to fight him about that. Sure. Except now I think maybe we're on the same side of the argument. I also think he just doesn't want to talk about it anymore. But yeah, fighting, I enjoy fighting with Stephen. Also, I think that being on Twitch probably made him a little bit more cautious. Probably be different now. But no, I don't like. Also, when I'm watching him, and then like you're like after he finishes saying something, I'm about to respond. You're like pause, and you're like, yeah, see, this is what is so great about Stephen, and what like Mr. Girl doesn't understand. I was like, no, it's not exciting. I just feel like you didn't understand what I was saying. I feel like you were choosing to not understand what I was saying because you're a fucking one. No, it just feels like a dream where like you can't talk. Like I get why Stephen jumps on panels when like people are misrepresenting him or saying something or and he just calls in and he's like, no, fuck you, that's not what I'm saying. Like he has the ability to just like have his voice like injected like that when he wants.
I'm glad you think so, Garrett. Yeah, it's good to have people that are on the same page with you and we're all kind of cringing at the exact same thing. It's a sort of cathartic feeling for sure.
So I don't have that. So like, no, it's not exciting. It just feels like you're...
You feel Destiny's presence between them? Yeah, it's like the Holy Spirit, bro.
like I'm trying to be as like open and honest as I can. And then you make a stream called Is Mr. Girl like a real person? And I'm like this is like when people... No, I don't like it.
Okay, I'm here for that. When I first saw you, you can understand, I think, why people do think you're a troll, right? Because in the same way I say we should, like, maybe one should die, you sound like that's other people. And I'm saying that's not what I'm saying, and you're saying that's not what I'm saying. And that's why I want to know if you're like me,
you literally
or if
said
you're not
that.
like me.
I say things that I actually... No, it's not the fucking same.
On that video, and I've said it over and over again.
It doesn't. You said it in this conversation.
Oh, no, but like again, for the efficiency of a community that's goal is cohesiveness.
Whatever preface you're making before maybe these people should kill themselves, I am unnerved by your statement, and you are not clarifying things in the way that you think you are. The things that I say, the things that I say that people think I'm joking about, I actually mean, and then I just stand by what I said, and I can explain what I meant. But I literally mean the things I'm saying. So what's frustrating is when I say something I actually do mean, and people are like, nobody would say that, so he must be joking. I'm like, no, lots of other people also think the same thing I'm saying. I'm not joking. You're just wasting my fucking time.
Okay. I can feel that frustration, but I just don't know why you care.
You don't know why I care. Well, in that case, it was the person who gave me my platform, who almost all of my audience is contained as a subset of his audience. So he has a large degree of control over how I am perceived. He had just started doing streams with you, and a lot of those same people who were my fans are also now your fans. So we have a lot of overlap. And so then you are making a video about how maybe I just don't mean anything I say. It's frustrating to have people.
I don't know about you, chat. As a streamer who has been under the DGG umbrella, I'm enjoying this transparency from Mr. Girl here. The admission of this threat that a lot of my audience comes from Steven. If Steven says anything, it really impacts my audience. You're here, we're in similar positions, both vying for the approval of Steven and his audience so we can bank off of it and whatever. And then you're here undermining that with him, and you're here making fun of me, and you're here almost as a competitor of sorts, threatening what I've built here. This is a very real moment, and maybe it's just because I'm a streamer and I've seen this, but like I'm enjoying this part of this. Listen, I love you, Buck. I love everyone else too. I'm all cringed out for the day. Time to be productive. Have a good one, Vels. Interesting.
People talking about you in a volume that is louder than your own voice or as loud as your own voice, and you have no control over what they're saying, and the things they're saying aren't fucking true. It's just frustrating. Most videos about me are not made by me. The videos that have the most views are not made by me. The video about me that has the most views is made by Moist Critical or Penguin Zero. There's a video with like 5 million views about him calling me a pedophile, and it's like you can.
Do you relate to this moment, Book? Sort of, yeah. Like when Dan says mean things about me, I feel this for sure. Like, but it's not exactly the same. It's not that Dan is competing with me in any way. But it is the concern of like, I'm not present in this conversation to defend myself. This dude is being given free reign to shit on me to an audience of people and whatever. But I've become much more secure in knowing that like I have my own audience of people who, while they may watch Steven, listen to me as well and hear me out on stuff. But there's a lot of extra people that could be swayed one way or the other, and that's definitely something to consider. So, I mean, yeah, it's not exactly the same, but I do understand this feeling for sure. And it's not just with Steven. Like, I felt this with Chud as well, and I feel this with Chud as well. If Chud makes a habit of calling me book retard, you know, and shitting on me, then that's not good for me either. And it's not something that I'm always present to see and whatever. Or if he doesn't ever shut it down, that's fucked up. So, you know, that's the kind of thing that would be like this. Mr. Girl, Brittany, Booksmarts, and Lauren are my favorite Destiny supporting cast members. Interesting.
Can add up all the videos I've ever done and all the streams I've ever been on, including Destiny streams, and they still don't add up to 5 million views. So, like, it's very...
But, like, Mr. Girl and I are in very different positions, right? Mr. Girl talks with Steven all the time, and those are huge for him. I don't do that, right? If we looked at before the last time I talked with Steven, when the last time I talked with him was, or if we looked in the last like 365 days and saw how many of my streaming hours were spent streaming with him, you know, like I'm in a different position and I do more of my own thing than the other Orbiter people. And in that way, I'm secure a little bit more, but it's definitely still a concern.
It's frustrating to be dismissed by, you know, other people.
So now you're putting me in a weird position where I can't decide if I should walk you through the conversation or if I should just say the blunt thing that I want to say. But if I go too blunt, then I haven't set you up to accept the information. Or what do I do here? What would you like me to do?
I don't care. Probably just be blunt.
So you're either lying to me then, or you're being naive, but you cannot know what I know about YouTube and how the world works and wonder why these things happen or be frustrated by them.
No. You tend to conflate anger with confusion.
No, I didn't even say anger. You're frustrated, which is not really anger.
But you said I can't want you. You said this on a stream about me earlier. You're like, but he keeps wondering why this is. No, I understand why it's happening. Me being angry does not mean I'm confused.
Okay, then.
I'm very angry about.
I don't get it. Explain it to me like I'm stupid because you just explained it to me and it still doesn't make sense because like they're YouTubers, they don't know you. You put out a thing about pedophilia and cuties. People's brains go, oh, I know what this is. It's a pedophile, and you're like, no, I'm more than that. But like. The regular, you're saying what you said to me is what I'm going to say to you, which I don't mind being misconstrued or misunderstood, but you mind. Why do you mind?
I think that's not true. I think you do mind, and I think that you repress your anger by the statement "human's gonna human." So anytime you start to get angry, you zoom out to this cosmic lens where you say, well, we're just evolved animals to blah, 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 blah. And I can see from an evolutionary perspective, if I were a scientist studying humans or an alien that landed here millions of years from now, and I was looking at the bones of myself and the people talking shit about me on YouTube, then I would be able to understand their evolutionary reasons for doing so. But I'm just me. I'm just in this body with these feelings. And like, I think that's a very dishonest, disingenuous way to engage with your feelings. I think clearly it is annoying when people misconstrue you loudly to an audience of millions of people. And to say that the only way you can be angered by that is if you're also confused is annoying. I understand.
But I don't think.
I understand.
I don't think you can say that. You can't.
I can say that I'm.
You can do whatever you want.
I can.
They both kind of got each other right. I agree. The worms wrestling around each other in baby oil have gotten a chokehold on both of each other here, and I'm interested to see how this plays out.
And so here's what I want to do. I want to say.
Sure.
I want to say yes. I make provocative content that is easily misunderstood, especially at first blush.
Sure. The confusion thing, I don't think is like the greatest point in the world, but his point that he has from before about her zooming out is a solid point, and that's what I'm talking about here. Why are both of these people insane? I don't know, bro. That's just humans being humans, bro.
Especially by, people who aren't really paying attention. Like, I don't even think Moist Critical is dumb. I think he's a smart person. I just think he didn't really care. And then I can also say, despite making this provocative content that is easily misunderstood, or easily understood and still provocative, and even if you knew what I was saying about cuties, that I'm like, no, I really do think they're hot guys. Like that's also just going to make some people mad. That's fine. That making people mad can be.
But it's not just that you're making them mad. If that's even what's happening, you're making them think you're a pedophile, because that's what a pedophile would say, right? That's why they think you're a pedophile. Because you said you found the kids in the movie attractive. Which I think is what's being lost here. But I don't think she's willing to harp on that. Instead, she does this stupid thing of like focusing on the title. I say stupid. I just mean it to borrow from her lexicon. It's less efficient. The less efficient thing to do is to use the title of his videos or the overall summary of his videos. The smart thing to do is focus on the statement that immediately leads to the conclusion, which is finding them attractive. But now he can reframe that point this way because she chose not to focus on that. But I also have a feeling that maybe she didn't watch that with a critical lens or with a productive lens. She may just be aware of the titles of the videos or the vague idea of what's going on with them.
What I'm doing, an inevitable part of what I'm doing, or even an intentional part to provoke an emotional response, and it can also still bother me.
Yes, I agree with you there.
Okay.
I do think so. I'm just saying to the degree in which it bothers you.
And Garrett, you're making fun of this, I feel like. I'm not a pedo. I just find these kids presented in this way attractive. But do you see how good of a parallel that being interpreted as being a pedophile is to her saying the ones would be better off dead or better off if they killed themselves versus her advocating for the death of these people or that she would want to kill these people? Do you see how both of them are stretches? I don't necessarily, and this is debatable, as is the other statement, think that like finding some scenes of these kids attractive necessarily a pedophile makes. I don't think that it necessarily makes you a pedophile. I could imagine in my brain people that felt a particular way who are not pedophiles because of the way that the women were presented. We talked about one particular scene from the very beginning where you have a shot from behind of a chick dancing in tight leather pants shaking her ass, and then you don't realize she's a kid necessarily until she turns around. If that turns you on, I don't think that makes you a pedophile necessarily. And then on the other hand, we have her saying, I think that it would be better off if these people killed themselves, whatever, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she would advocate at a systemic level or a political level for us to go out and kill the ones, right? And there are such good parallels here between these two, but because she didn't focus on specifics, she let him focus on the specifics. It would have been much better if they focused on these two specific things, that how they relate to each other. And then they could have understood each other better, in my opinion. Oh shoot, forgot the no back and forth rule. It's okay, I'm not enforcing shit. It's YouTube chat. I didn't think of it that way, dang. Yeah, like, both of these are things being taken extra out of individual statements from them. But what's really stupid is to focus on the title or the thesis of his review about cuties the way that Moist Critical did and use that to justify him being a pedophile. Very different than focusing on the individual's statement. In my opinion, those are two different things, right? One is far more ignorant than the other one. One is understandable and one is less so, in my opinion, especially when you have a huge platform, but you're gonna have millions of views on the video that you put out on this. Moist Critical didn't even watch the whole fucking movie before he decided to do a video on it. You know what I mean? So like, very irresponsible from him there. So yeah, that's just kind of my breakdown of that. And I think that is the most important thing that's happened in this conversation so far, that both these people could relate to on.
I find that interesting because I don't look, I've accepted when I came back to YouTube, I did try really hard to radically accept because it was so hard in the beginning, not understanding why people were misunderstanding me or why my whole community was turning on me. And then I realized like, oh my gosh, they literally they cannot not do that. Like they cannot not hear you and think Mr. Girl might be a pedophile. And it's what their bubble has informed them. It's what tools they have to examine you with.
So,
right?
Right. So if I'm I'm attacking people's definition of pedophile and I'm saying with pedophile, school shooter, all these topics, I'm saying you're a lot closer to the definition that you're using than you think.
Of what?
Of pedophile. With cuties, I'm saying it's not weird for me to look at these girls twerking and think like, they're kind of hot. That's a very normal human response. A lot of people are going to have that response, and I'm saying, I know you. I know you're going to have that response because, and I'm saying like I'm a pervert, but so are you, and so I know that that's going to provoke an emotional response in people. What bothers me is that,
and he's misguided on this point, but I'll let it pass.
When there's an additional layer of like, that's such a challenging idea that I think maybe you're just joking. I just don't think you mean anything you're saying. You made a rap song that was a joke, so now I think everything you say is a joke. So now I'm not even going to engage with what you're saying. So that was what was frustrating for me about your video about like whether or not I'm like an actor playing a character named Mr. Girl. It's very irritating to me. And it is not. I am not intentionally. So that's something I'm not even trying to do. And so again, I understand why. I get why people have that reaction. But
and to clarify something that's happened in this stream, I don't think that Mr. Girl is always acting out the Mr. Girl role. I don't think he's entirely truthful on some things that he says about himself, or he's misguided. So for instance, on being a guy who advocates for empathy or whatever, his idea of empathy is a corrupt one that doesn't match with most people's and is wrong. And him portraying himself that way, I feel like is misguided. And it's not the way that he treats situations. It's not the way he treats conversations. So like, I don't think he's acting everything that he's doing in much the same way. I don't think this lady's acting it. Like, for her, I would say that I think oh man, this is a bad statement. I think that it's a lot, no, I'm not going to make this statement. Never mind. I'm not going to talk about the analogy that I think works for her, but that's what I think for Mr. Girl here.
But it still makes me angry. A lot of things that make me angry, I'm not bewildered.
Chibi.
I'm just pissed off.
Okay, so I can relate to that, and I can definitely see that. I guess
then
I
you
just
wiggle
understand...
out of being angry, and I don't know why you do. I guess I do know why you do that because you don't like being angry.
Because it's not. Well, kind of, but not really. Sort of. It depends. I don't want to be rational. I want to acknowledge my feelings, and I want to put them where they belong. And I don't want to become sort of like, I don't want life to pull me forward. I want to pull life forward. And so the differences in how I've learned to do that is by honestly understanding why people do what they do. So I don't have to run to this problem of really feeling lost in the world. Because to be honest, everything's pretty good.
So I will explain it, and then you can put it together in your head for her. I think sometimes we as people put on performances to match with something that we believe about ourselves or something we discover about the world, and it helps us to lead a better life. So maybe here's a better one. I might try to be much more calm or meditated or whatever than a normal person would be, that would come off like I'm trying to be a guy who has it all together and whatever, because I'm trying to counter my anxiety and my depression. I don't want those things to come back. I don't want them to hurt me. So I have to implement a lot of strategies, a lot of self-talk, a lot of self-affirmation to stop them from happening. So it could appear that I'm this wiser guru dude, when in reality, a lot of the things that you're seeing to do that are to help me not run into problems, right? I think there are other groups of people out there that run into this as well, where they will engage in a performance or a lifestyle to better align with what's going on inside of them or correct something that is going on the outside of them. And I think that's what's going on with her. I think there's a lot going on the inside. It doesn't match everything that's going on the outside, but the outside thing is to help the inside thing, and it helps her lead a better life, right? So that's what I would say. Post in Discord, hail no. I think Mrgirl also ignores that his fans are also some of the people who say he's just joking when they ask him mistakes. Interesting. I wouldn't know. I don't know a lot of the Mrgirl fandom and stuff.
Good when you realize like, oh, humans are just going to do what they're going to do because it makes sense to them. So then you can guide them, slow them down, remind them, hey, you can take different decisions. But I also can't be upset when things go the way they go because people have the right to be who they are.
No, you can be upset. Being upset with somebody doesn't mean they don't have the right to be who they are. What are you talking about?
No, I agree. No, I agree with what you're saying. Let me rephrase. I, Brittany, because I don't see it benefiting me, will allow my frustrations with people to last a certain amount of time, and when I'm done with it, I'm done. It just doesn't last as long now. I'm so frustrated.
Yes, because you don't think it benefits you. You tamp down your anger, and to me, that I think you're just repressing.
I feel it. I examine it, and I put it where it belongs.
Yeah,
I process it.
I think that's horse shit.
Well, I just don't think. I think you think you have to wallow in it for the rest of your life. You're not like a star from the '80s who's like dramatic on stage. You can like let go of your feelings of frustration.
I don't think
it's not that important.
I don't think you can.
I don't understand how you haven't done that. Have you?
Actually, they're talking about exactly like what I'm referring to here. She can be angry and frustrated on the inside and do things on the outside to deal with it or dismiss it or whatever. And like, sure, both things can be true at the same time. I don't know. It's
never been mad one day and not mad the next. Bam.
Not because I chose to not be mad. No.
Oh, you work through it. So you choose to work through the feelings. You put them where they belong, and so you're not mad anymore. There's nothing
I don't
to be
try
mad
to
about.
put my feelings places, and I'm saying that one of the mechanisms you seem to use when you put your anger.
Also, some people do this culturally. I don't know if this is just my experience, so hey, asterisk here. But dating Thai women, I found that I could have a huge argument with a Thai chick. And then the next day, she pretends like it didn't happen. There's no like lasting impact the same way that I have experienced with American girls or other girls. Where it's like the next day they're all cold and they're like, fuck you and whatever. You know, like there are lasting impacts for fights and stuff. Whereas like, I had that with Thai chicks, and I would ask them like, are we just not going to talk about like what happened yesterday and whatever? And they're like, well, it's a new day. Like, fuck, that was yesterday. Like, yeah, you fucked up and whatever, and we got in a fight about it, but there's no use in talking about it today. It's whatever. Like, and it blew me away, and I didn't trust it for like the longest time. I'm like, no, but you do feel angry about this thing, right? I would like pick and prod at them, and then we would start a new fight, and then the next day it would go away again, you know, like, and yeah, like some people, that's a cultural thing as well, but like that taught me like that's how some people operate, and that was a very formative experience for me, and maybe it would be helpful for you guys to hear it. I don't know. Perhaps emotional violence is more normalized in more socially conservative countries. Maybe. Bro, what do you think CBT and DBT are for? You can't process your emotions, Max. Yeah, I don't know what all this is about. Sometimes he seems like he's very educated on psych stuff, but I feel like he throws a lot of it away and just thinks it's wrong. Like the parents thing as well. I don't know.
Into a different place is that you bring up this cosmic...
It's the macro and the micro. The balance of both allows us to live life so we're not going crazy, Max.
Like... when somebody lives and they don't succeed in their suicide attempt, it can be helpful in therapy to get them to accept that part of it is their parents' fault, if it was their parents' fault or whatever, and their parent may have had a parent above them that caused them to be not good, and accepting that cycle and then trying to be outside of it and whatever, but realizing you're a victim of it. But when the suicide attempt is successful, you don't sit there and blame the parents for it. Like, that's a big no-no, and like he just misses these kinds of things. My African mom is like that. Interesting. Yeah, like that, it blew me away. I was just like, how can this be real?
Like I was going
hashtag not all ties. Sure, obviously when I'm talking about a culture or people, it's not everybody, but I was told it was a Thai cultural thing, so that's what I'll repeat to you.
20s, because I thought I had to save the world, and I thought the world revolved around my stupid, like, narky brain,
so
but obviously it doesn't.
I'm pointing out that if you look at when you switch from the micro to the macro, it is often when you're uncomfortable with the micro. And a lot of new age people do this when they get angry.
What's wrong?
When they get angry and they feel some kind of gross guttural, lower life form feeling like anger, which requires conflict, which is really ugly and difficult. Then they switch
chaos.
But can't you just smell the stars? And then it's like, oh,
I feel that.
Yeah,
okay,
so
but here's the difference.
So that's you
There's a
running
logic to it.
to me, that's you running away from your feelings, not you processing them.
And he has this really bad opinion about this in my humble opinion. He applies it to Shay as well, and it makes me uncomfortable. Or I think her name is Shay, his girlfriend, his partner. It makes me really uncomfortable. I don't like this from him. I don't know if you guys like this opinion from him. I thought you were talking literally every Thai female, so I'm glad you cleared that up for me.
Twos, I think people who are in bubbles can think they've solved their emotional things. And also, I think I'm much more comfortable acknowledging. Like, I don't mind acknowledging that I have frustration, but you should have seen me, Max, literally years ago. I had serious anger issues. Punching walls, punching cars, kicking things, like really upset, right?
I think you still have serious anger issues.
I don't have the issues the way that they presented before. Just like with the borderline, like you can't say you can't recover. Recovery is a part of life. People recover all the time. I'm a recovered angry person, right? But
I don't agree. I don't agree with you. I think you're.
You don't believe people can recover?
I don't think you can recover from being angry. I think anger is a feeling that is a transient feeling and also a low-level hum that people feel throughout their lives. And I think that you are an incredibly angry person.
It was more towards that chatter, but not anger.
That by switching to a macro lens of the universe, whenever you feel angry, you're not actually dealing with your anger. I think you're just repressing it. So I think you are an intensely angry, repressed person.
I think that would be accurate when I was years ago old, because I think there was a time when I was. And I'm saying I believe.
I think that right now.
I disagree.
That is my official assessment of you, having spoken to you for the last 2 hours and 14 minutes, that you are angry.
Has it really been that long?
Well,
it's been really nice.
Maybe 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Okay. I think that's fine, though, if you see me that way. I don't think it's accurate, but I don't think it wasn't. I think it was accurate at one point in my life, and I think you can see where you are coming from. I'm not denying that I'm not angry or that I don't feel anger. I'm not agreeing with the level in which I feel or interact with anger according to what you're making it sound like.
Okay.
Because I have something to compare it to. I know I'm different than the Brittany that was before, so I'm like, oh, I'm less angry. I'm okay with, like...
I don't think you're more controlled. I don't think you're less angry.
I think I'm less angry and I'm more controlled.
Well, all the ways you describe for how to be less angry seem to...
It's such a complicated topic. I want to respond to you, Muwe. Yes, people can do it as a mechanism. Yes, it can be frustrating for you, and you could generally dislike them. Here's the thing, though. If it's successful, it's good. So if by her going to this woo-woo big world zoom out view, she is able to stop herself from punching holes in walls, hurting people, taking it out on the people around her, and we really don't see long-term effects of it, like she doesn't blow up one day, she's not taking it out on people, she's not doing passive-aggressive stuff a ton, that's good. That's good. It's okay if her internal experience might be slightly different at one moment in time than her external one, as long as that internal one is able to dissipate on her own time and it doesn't affect anybody. That's good. That's positive. We should encourage that, in my opinion. However, if you put on a facade that you're not angry with somebody, and then you take it out on them when you're not in front of them by ruining opportunities for them or shitting on them to other people in private, etc., that's a problem, right? But we want to be careful about, or like with the Thai chicks, as long as they never ever took it back out on me again, whatever. But here's another thing, from the other side, from your side. What is not considered here is the feelings of the other party, the target of your aggression. I think they deserve a resolution, because just bottling up and handling your own emotions, regardless of how efficient that system is, it doesn't have any regard for the other person. Resolution and closure for the other person is a consideration that's not taken into account here. If you have a perfect mechanism that always dissipates it and whatever, but you never ever show any care to doing that for the other person, then there's a problem there, right? Because you're sitting here feeling like, well, you were very angry at me. I don't know if you're not angry. You're saying you processed it, but I'm still feeling like the target of anger, and I feel like I want to resolve this on my own. And my resolution of this requires speaking with you about it and feeling like it's resolved and having you convince me that you're not angry anymore. And if you require that of the other person, some consideration needs to be there. For sure, some consideration, right? So it's like this, it's like a two-way street here. However, if everybody did the internal thing, we would all be kind of in a better place. If everybody had the mechanism to recycle anger inside of themselves, you wouldn't need to require that from the other person. There might be some insecurities that you could work out, but they would be done in a positive way. They would be done in reaffirming trust through other exercises that are positive, not through arguments, not through verbal confrontation. It would be through other acts of love, other acts of compassion, other acts of trust and respect that would teach you that like they're not going to take it out on me. And because it comes from insecurity, I think requiring that, at least to some extent, if you're able to handle things internally on your own. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's tough because I also don't want you chasing after the person who is processing it on their own and feel like you're obligating them to immediately confront it there and then. It's a temporal thing as well. I don't know if I'm making any sense. Trying to convince her she's actually repressed angry. I don't give a fuck if he's right. What a worthless way of forming this convo. Yeah, it's not good. It's the Mr. Girl way of telling people how they feel, and it's not good. For sure, if it works, I agree with the cultural one. I usually just ask for some space to process, then I can bring some closure. My problem is that new age hippies are often the facade. Yeah, they can be. But just because you've experienced that with other people doesn't mean you should apply that to Brittany, right? Like, unless you have other reasons to bring it up. Like, I would be afraid my girl would think I'm a wimp if I did that. That sucks. And it can leave them open to doing other negative things, particularly if it is a bit of a facade or a lie they tell themselves. Yeah, it definitely could, which is why it needs to be a legitimate system. I think Mr. Girl would say she is taking it out on the ones. Is she really, though? We've only seen one video where she talks about the ones thing. I don't even know if that's like a huge part of her content. If it was, if like every stream that she talked about her level, she was advocating for ones to kill themselves and to divert, but it's not even what she's doing in this conversation. So I don't think that's very fair to say. In my opinion,
to involve like distracting yourself or choosing to not think about it.
What about the radical acceptance part, right? That's a huge
That's choosing
part
to not
of it.
think of that counts as choosing. That's just saying.
Well, you don't.
Because anger is a rejection of what's happening. Anger is when you're like, I don't like what's happening, and it makes me feel very aggressive and angry towards it. So if you radically accept it, you're saying, well, I can't change how I feel on my end of. I'll just change. I can't change what's happening, so I'll just change my preferences. So I'll just say, just moving the goalposts. You're just saying like, well, if I radically accept that this is what's happening, then I don't have to feel anger because then I won't have that internal conflict about how I wish it weren't happening because it just is happening. And it's still just, it's a way to douse your anger.
For sure. I think to some extent it could look that way, but I'm saying this is my thought process now. My thought process is like, I'll give an example. Something that makes me angry almost like instantly is when I find out people are cheating, like in their relationships. I just get angry. And I'm like, no, see, you're lying, you're cheating. It's right. It's in the title. Cheating means now we've done something wrong because it wouldn't have been cheating if it blah, 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 right? And then people come to me and they go, but Brittany, do you think, what should be done with cheaters? I'm like, well, nothing.
I hear you guys about the one thing that secretly she is a one and she knows she's a one and her internalized anger is all being taken out of other people that she knows are ones just like her. I don't know. I don't know what to say in response to that. I don't know what to say. I don't think she's a 5, but it doesn't seem like she's a 1. It seems like she's purposefully defined the 1 so that she's not a 1. And the whole system is funky. Like we're playing with a house of cards. We're playing with a game that the rules are rigged against certain people and for certain people, right? Like, she has made up the game of 1 through 5, and in the game of 1 through 5, she doesn't meet the definition of 1. So, like, we'd have to exit the game of talking about 1s and 5s to, like, have this conversation, I think. I think you're a solid 4 book. Jesus Christ, bro.
Honestly, like, that's not my business. Because I'm angry that it's happening, but I'm not really, but I understand why people do it. I've met people who, like, their whole life operates.
What should be done with cheaters?
because people always want a solution. If something's bad or if you're angry at something, people want a solution. And
But
I'm
isn't the
saying
implication always murder? It just feels like people are constantly asking you like who you think should be killed.
Absolutely, that's what we're thinking. Who should we deny rights to? And I'm saying we shouldn't be thinking this way. I'm saying instead we should think, how can we give people the most freedom, the most ability within the structure of a community, and see how it goes. But I don't think the world. I think the world is defined the way it is because it's exactly what is happening. And then it will be better tomorrow, and it'll be different the next day, and it will always be what it's supposed to be. People are doing what people think they should be doing. This is the consequence of like freedom and people living their lives. Is you'll have chaos naturally because people will heads like, look, if you and I can't see each other, humanize each other enough to get along, right? How do we expect the world to do it? I mean, I feel like we're doing it right now. Maybe in some world, like Max and I don't get along somehow.
Hello? I'm back. All right, let's finish this up. We don't have much left. I'm marathon it.
So it's that. Like, I think life is this times a billion. I can only be so angry. I can be frustrated with you. I can say, Max, you're frustrating me so much, bro. Like, come on, let's go for it. But at the end of the day, how angry can I be at a man who's on his own journey? Like, he's not involved. You're not in my life. Like, no offense. Like, nothing you do matters to me. Even if you made a whole video about me, I'd be like, cool, Max made a video about me.
This is what I'm talking about.
No, you're in denial that you think you're special and it doesn't matter. We're not special, Max. We're human. Get over it. It's not that deep.
Humans gonna human. We're on a journey. It's the smell of the stars in the wind. I understand. What you're saying is that you're angry at me. And
for what though? What can I be angry with you over?
Criticizing you.
Oh, I don't mind. I think it's nice.
Accurately criticizing you.
From your perspective.
Yeah. That could make you angry.
You think I'm frustrating to talk to?
Yes. You're very evasive, and that frustrates me.
Yeah, feel free to mention it.
I can see that.
I'm happy to be a part of it for you.
I do a lot of telling people who they are, though, so it's fun to evade it.
I do a lot of telling people who they are?
Yeah.
Aren't you telling me who I am by saying that? Yes, I do a lot of telling people who they are. That's true. Yeah.
It's just normal. We all want to do it. We all want to tell people who they are and what they're doing. We categorize them and be like, you're bad, you're good. Isn't that fun? And then we do it forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. And our kids do it and their kids do it. And then we just keep doing it.
Do you think animals are a burden? Like pets?
Sometimes. Can be.
Like cats?
I have a cat, and if she's a burden, she's my favorite one. She is sometimes, I guess, but not really. Like my mom recently found out I spent a pretty good amount of money on her, and my mom was like, "Oh my gosh, Batsy, please get rid of your cat." And I know when she says that, she doesn't mean it because she loves my cat, but like I know what she's trying to say. She's trying to say, "I can't believe you're taking on this burden for a cat," and I'm saying she's worth it. I love her. She is literally like so much to me. Honestly, I'm kind of sad she's not here right now, but she's sleeping right there and I refuse to interrupt her. Yeah, I love my cat. Do you love your cat? You seem to.
Yeah, of course.
I love them. I think everyone's kind of a burden. I think I've been a burden. I think friends are a burden. I think that's why I have a hierarchy of friends. I have boundaries. I have strict value systems for myself. I honestly have a habit of wanting to like be friends with a lot of people, but I don't have the energy or the spoons, and I'll die. And I won't have enough time for myself if I give it to everyone else. So I try to create balance, but balance is always in flux. So I'm never perfectly balanced all the time, but I'm like balanced in moments, and that's good enough for me. I don't expect perfection. It's an effort. No, at least. But when I'm not balanced, I just go downstairs and I yell at my brothers and I say, I'm not balanced and I'm being a 2 right now. And then I yell and I feel my own feelings and they go, are you done? I'm like, oh, I feel great now. Thank you. And then I just zen out. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's all in flux. The human condition's in flux. It's beautiful. I think it helps to know that even when you're in flux, that there's like a goal at the end. That you don't have to be like, when I was manic or crazy, I didn't know that. There was no evidence of it. No bubble gave me the evidence that I was going to be okay because everyone told me I wasn't going to be okay. So I found it on my own, and I feel like it's a pretty good answer for someone like me who can't get the answer from a bubble, you know, or like from those bubbles. I get my answer from my own, because I live in a bubble too, you know. I all live in bubbles. Like, okay, you've gone on a really adventurous life. You've gotten naked online. I've gotten naked online. Like, I did mine to see if I felt safe being naked and vulnerable. Why'd you do yours?
I just felt like I just wanted to, I guess. I think I'd probably pushing for like some kind of self-acceptance and for sexual gratification.
So I'm not an exhibitionist. I don't know if you know that, but I don't get any satisfaction from being watched. It actually does nothing for me. If anything, it kind of ruins it sometimes. But I'm a voyeur and I like to watch people. Oh, it's my favorite. Like watching people be people. It's my favorite, no matter what capacity. But I know for me, like I have a lot of vulnerabilities, or I used to, especially around my body and the way that it looked. So it started with like putting myself on Tumblr and being like, okay, this is it. Then eventually recently like showing everything, even though I've been public and nude tons of times in public, it's not the same as the internet. The internet feels so much more real for some reason than in real life. Like it's so strange to realize that, but that was a really cool experience to realize like I almost took the internet more serious than my real life. It's kind of weird. You know? Have you ever been naked like at a parade in public or anything?
Yeah, I've been naked in public a lot.
How is it different for you? Like being on the internet or I'd rather be naked in public. It feels safer to me than online.
That's the same to me, I guess. I don't think I really feel that much of a difference. I used to model for art classes, so I've been naked in front of people like hundreds of times.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I guess the difference for me is like when I'm in public and naked, other people are naked too, so it feels a lot like a group effort. And then when I'm naked alone, I just feel like everyone's watching me naked, and I'm like, oh, that's funny. It's like safe in the literal sense, right? I'm not a sex worker on the street. I'm a sex worker in my house. That's like safe. It's like logically safe, but it feels more vulnerable at the same time.
I went to this a model party, and this like 50-year-old woman laid across my lap for like a group picture. People were drawing us.
Okay. Yeah.
And models are very intent on saying that modeling isn't sexual, but it is.
Right. I think it can be.
Yeah, I think it is.
Not if you're in a...
Yeah, it is. I'm planning on going to a nudist like thing, and I want to debate a nudist about whether...
I will pause there. We keep hitting these points where like he has a very like not all or nothing. It's just the all, where no, it is this way 100%. Whereas like she is somebody who always enjoys living in the zone of everything could be every way. I much more ascribe to her belief set that everything can be everything and whatever, and that there's so much variety to everything, that there are a few things that you could say are always bad or always good or always this or always that. Whereas like Mrgirl has a ton of these things where he believes, no, it's always sexual. When you use cute, it's always got a sexual connotation, and you're expressing that you want to have sex with something. Because cuteness, it has to do with your evolutionary thing. No, it can't be anything else. And like he's stuck on it. It has to be this particular way. No, it's always sexual. Nude modeling is always sexual. Yeah, it's inherently. Like, I don't know. I understand that I'm the polar opposite, so that might be why I just disagree with it a ton. But it's just cute to me when these things come up. It's a fun little moment.
Nudism is sexual.
Great. I think you should do that. I think it's a good conversation to explore. I don't find all nudity to be sexual, but I think it can be if you have a brain that's sexual.
Yeah.
I think context matters because I've met a lot of people who just like are genuinely, you know, like on that asexual or / low, like non-existent drive spectrum. So they're interesting people. I've been around nudity a lot in my life, and I don't know, I have a pretty high sex drive. So I think everything. I mean, even at Walmart, I turn everything sexual. Everything's sexual to me.
And I will kind of say, Baba or Tommy. While I do agree she does machine gun talk, she talks very quickly. It's not because she's uncomfortable with silence. I'm not picking that up. There have been plenty of times where Mr. Girl lets things hang for a long time, and she sits in that. She really does stomach it. So I would be very hesitant to say that she's machine gun talking because she's uncomfortable with silence. Just because she's handled herself really well in all the silent moments. We've had quite a few of those. So that's just my 2 cents there, I think.
My brothers literally are like, Brittany, what problems? I was like, probably. I honestly should have fucked more people by this time with how often my brain goes there, but I haven't.
How old are you?
Express it in different ways. 32. I'll be 33 in less than a month.
That specific moment, perhaps.
I just turned 37.
Congratulations. Happy birthday.
Thanks. I'm burning out.
Okay.
So I'm afraid of you, and I think that you're sort of a Nazi cult leader.
Being honest, should I share my am I going to get a chance to share my honest thoughts too?
Every breath you take is a chance to share your honest thoughts.
Okay, go ahead. Summarize how you feel about me.
I do like you, and I think you have good intentions, but I think that there's like a blind spot around anger and around power, and I am concerned about what you're doing, but not that concerned about it, but kind of. I find it unnerving. I find the sexual advances / interjections a bit rapey and unnerving. Power plays. And I think you're hiding from your anger. And I think you're pretty hard on yourself. I feel like that ranting about I think that ranting about the ones comes from you being very hard on yourself. So I feel like if you had more kind of empathy or even sympathy for yourself, then maybe you wouldn't feel like we need to exterminate the scum of society.
Again, for the record, do not want to exterminate anybody.
Yeah.
Very important. Okay.
Sure.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. I like you a lot. I like your work. I think that video, Chasing Women, like that one was really good. It was really powerful. You said a lot of insight thoughts outside. I was really moved by it. I really like this conversation, and I kind of hope this means we get to talk more, or at least in another capacity.
Yeah, I think we should stay in touch, of course.
Yeah, that would be nice. I don't have anything to say at this moment, but I think I'm hopeful for the future.
Well, that's good to hear. So am I.
Good. I am glad.
I mean,
what do we do
hey,
now?
it's just a phase. When I was 32, I wanted to kill all the homeless people too. You know?
Okay, good. I'm glad I can look forward to something else, a different version of myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's just stay in touch, and we'll talk privately. But if we see any juicy panels or anything.
I'm not much of a group participant. I'm not really a group player. I'm not really a team player. So.
No, I got out of it for a while, but I'm trying to. I don't know. I'm starting to get back into it. I think I'm going to do another one soon.
It's great. Yeah, I want to talk to you, me, and Steven. I think that would be, and maybe even Melina, or like a group would be fun.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
I think it'd be better if we were all in person. That'd be even more fire. Like something about our energies mixing together would be perfect. But I really liked this. I thought we did well together, actually. I was a little nervous, but also excited, and I think it was really nice. Different than I imagined it would go, too. So that was pretty exciting.
I didn't scream at you.
No, I think you did that on purpose.
No. You didn't do the thing that makes me scream at people.
Which is...
every time I said I disagree with your opinion of yourself, you acknowledged what I said, and then you said, I just disagree with you. The thing that makes me scream at people is not when people won't agree with my definition of them. That would be insane. The thing that makes me scream at people is when people pretend I didn't say it.
Oh.
Or pretend I said something I didn't say, or pretend that I could choose to agree with their definition. I think it's mostly when people are asking me to change what I think of them to match what they think of themselves, which is what they think I'm doing. But if somebody's just like, yeah, okay, I see you think that about me. I think you're completely wrong. That's not triggering to me.
Yeah, I tell Steven I'm kind of boring that way. Don't tend to. I like that. I don't want to be that. That's why I don't want to do panels. I don't want to be I just want to have a conversation. So like,
yeah,
I'm kind of glad it went that way, I guess. So I'm happy for the connection. I'm very selfish. Like, this was good for me. I feel pretty good. I hope it's good for you though.
I won't know until after.
Okay, cool. I like that. Well, DM me. I am absolutely, my DMs are open for you.
Mine are open for you too.
Thanks. Makes me happy. I'm gonna stay on stream for a little while and talk to my viewers. So
right.
I guess we can just hang up on each other.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, good talk. Bye, Max.
Bye, Brittany.
Okay, that's the end of it. Oh Lord, what a long thing we've sat here and listened to. I don't know if I would have done it if I would have known it was that long. How long have we been streaming for? 8 hours. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me go ahead and catch back up with the chat here. Do you think that these accusations genuinely don't bother her because she's great at looking at things in the grand scheme of things, or is she coping? ¿Por qué no los dos? I think in the moment, at a human level, they probably do bother the fuck out of her, but I think she's also good at coping with it. And in my mind, there's a difference between taking it out on people on the outside and feeling it on the inside. I think she feels it on the inside and stops it from coming to the outside too much. She has her passive aggressive blows when you keep pushing on her, but it's just so small, you know, like, I'm sure it does bother her at some level, but she's good at handling it, and that's admirable, I think. Let's see here. How the fuck did we get from this to the Twitter thing? I'm so confused. We'll have to figure it out in another episode, won't we? Glad I missed that. Yeah, it's rough. You did it, Book. I did do it. We survived. Yes, we did. Thanks for the summary. No problem. Boy, is there anything I could say other than thank you? Thank you for watching. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for your financial support. Thanks for being kind to me. You know, I think we had some moments where I opened up about stuff. I think we had some moments where you guys opened up about stuff. I'm happy to be here for Tommy about your university acceptance things. Happy to be here for Wu Ye and everybody else about their struggles with anxiety, Vels, everybody. And if I could be a role model of some sort, just a dude who you feel like understands it, or entertainment while you're at work to get you through the day, whatever purpose I serve, I'm happy to do it. And I hope that I get to keep doing this. Somebody asked me the other day, what do you see your purpose as on Twitch? And I just think I'm able to help more people and impact more lives doing this than doing essay writing. So, you know, and it stands to have the possibility of making just as much, if not more than that. And that's what I hope, you know, like, I'm divided. And I talked about this on my Discord. A really difficult thing for me is I really enjoy putting time and effort into my clubs and into my Discord and into my community and to hanging out with the people that gravitate around me, making content with my friends, talking with them. I don't enjoy monetizing this stuff, especially from a disadvantaged position. Like knowing that I'm trying to get new stuff monetized that isn't what people show up for. Really uncomfortable. And so I have to do that more because I need to make sure that I make enough money to survive, because I've taken a hit to my income. And so over the next few streams, that's why we've had drama streams. I'm looking for the stuff that I would be personally interested in, paywalling stuff that I'd be less interested in. And I'm going to have to keep doing it. I'm keeping my mental health in check so I don't take it out on you guys. And I stay above board and whatever. I'm not going to be able to stream every day doing this shit. And I don't make enough money to like offset it with fun things to do or whatever. I'm eating cheese and meat because I can't spend a ton of money on food right now or I'll go broke. So just keep that in mind. If any of you could support the channel, it's greatly appreciated. Helps me keep doing this, helps me keep providing content for you, doing other stuff, getting the IRL stuff in order. And yeah, I don't know, kind words, chat, hang out, show up for the streams, enable announcements on the Discord channel, ! Discord, or if you're watching this on the VOD, click on the link in the description, join. All that helps, you know? So hope that part-timer got home safe. Hope so too. I walked away for an hour and I'm catching up at 2.5 speed. Notice the chat congratulating you, so congrats from 45 minutes in the past. Thanks, dude. Rip early send and slow chat. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hunter. Let's wait for that to process here. Thank you, Hunter. That's huge. Goodness gracious. That kind of stuff helps. If you have it, dude. You know, even if you're watching the VOD right now, I know there's a bunch of VOD watchers. Always more than there are going to be people watching live. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you.
I've used your tips in my work life to improve myself. Keep up the great work.
Aw, well, I'm happy it's helpful to you. 50 USD, that's big. That's definitely big. I do appreciate that. If I don't have all the enthusiasm I would normally have, just understand it is 4 o'clock in the morning and I have been doing this for 8 hours. So probably like you at the end of one of your long work days, Hunter, I'm just tired a little bit, but I'm very thankful. That helps me keep going, obviously. I will keep trying to give you guys this content and making it worth it and getting more people in here so I don't have to keep bugging the same people over and over for this or making you feel guilty or whatever. And I'll keep trying to provide tips, insights on life, insights on my problems. One of the difficult things is making sure I have a work-life balance so that I go out there and learn things I can bring back for you guys. And I have the time to decompress and then experience things, then condense the experiences, etc. Time that I spend on the Discord and on the clubs and stuff like that, that's all time that goes away from that too, that nobody sees, that I'm logging. I'm working every single day on this stuff. I rarely get a day off. And so just know that I'm working. Even if I'm not streaming, I'm working for you guys. I'm trying to make stuff better. And the hope is that at some point, perhaps if I find a cheaper living situation in the US at the end of July, go out there, put away some money, get some good savings going, some investments going, catch back up on taxes, get all that paid off, pay off this laptop, and then less stress financially, more focus on this. Yeah, I'll keep at it, guys. I'll keep at it. Fuck, we're approaching 3 years now I've been doing this. And when IRI talks to me about, you know, man, I've been doing this for 4 years and now I'm at this place where I got 250 people or 300 people and whatever, you know, like, man, it takes time, dude. It takes time. It certainly does. I didn't have, I wasn't blessed to be one of the people that blows up immediately and whatever. And I had a rise and then a fall and we're picking back up again. You know, it's a wild roller coaster. So for the people that have stuck with me, Vels, Amanda, Darth, Morrow, and everybody else, I do appreciate that. And it's great. You're like a disillusioned detective of conversational analysis. You're really good at this. Thank you, Dash. I appreciate it. 1,000 Points of Light book. I don't know what that means, but it sounds good. Don't worry, books. Just do what makes you happy. I'll try. Thanks for setting up the cooking club. No problem, Jason. Thanks for the stream. Definitely made the workday easier. Happy to hear it. Yeah. Have a good rest of your day, your night, your morning. I'll be live again soon. I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for all the support. And 40 minutes in the past, not going to lie, I enjoy watching you suffer, but never at the expense of your long-term mental health. Tape management is important. Keep doing good, book. Yeah, I'll manage it. Believe me. I get better and better at it every stream. So don't worry about me. I'll keep it in check. Have a good rest of your day. Oh, we have some last-minute messages here. Hey, man, I've been here for a bit. What's up, Saucerama? Glad to have you.
Sleep well, book. Thanks for the stream. Thanks, dude. I'll have a bit of decompression as I normally do after the stream, and then pass out probably. I thought I was gonna do League, but I've got no energy, bro. I need sleep and I need water. I've had 3 beers and those don't count. So I'll take care of myself. I hope you guys take care of yourself. Have a good one. I'll see you later.